Chapter 51, Purchase. 5 spirit stones, 5 white essence fruits, and 90 jin of spirit rice, Li Tanya counted, reassessing his possessions. The white essence fruits were common ingredients in pill concoctions. His family lacked the expertise to put them to good use, so he decided to sell them instead. The spirit rice, however, brimming with spiritual qi, was worth keeping for personal consumption. "We still owe Zyro UNC 10 spirit stones," he mumbled, feeling an impending headache. It seems Zyro UNC understands it's not a debt he can collect quickly. Even the envoy has already departed. For now, I'll have to let the debt stand, perhaps for a few more years. As Li Tanya strolled through the bustling market, he marveled at the array of spirit objects but found nothing related to the 100 arts of immortal cultivation. He crouched before a stall, rifling through the items, when the stall's owner, wearing a black face veil, inquired softly, "What are you looking for, fellow Taoist?" Li Tanya only realized that she was a woman when he heard her gentle voice. He smiled wryly at her and asked, "Do you have anything related to the 100 arts of immortal cultivation?" "This must be your first time here at the market," the woman remarked, her voice tinged with amusement. "Yes." The woman's eyes twinkled as she began explaining. The talismans, pills, and formations around Lixia Prefecture usually come from one of 3 sources: the Azure Pond sect, various prominent clans or rogue cultivators. The Azure Pond sect, being the largest supplier, restricts the sale of 100 arts of immortal cultivation here. This allows them to continuously gather materials at low costs, which they then process into finished goods for sale to us. As for the prominent clans, they too have little interest in selling what sustains them. In an unspoken agreement with the Azure Pond sect, they help restrict the circulation of anything related to these 100 arts of immortal cultivation. This way, they can ensure their slice of the market remains intact. Li Tanya nodded as he listened intently to the female cultivator's explanation. He looked at her in perplexity and asked, "So there are quite a number of rogue cultivators in Lixia Prefecture?" The female cultivator shook her head, leaning in slightly to elucidate. In the vast lands of Yue State, with millions of inhabitants, even a single prefecture like Lixia houses 600,000 to 700,000 people. Within the 5 prefectures under the governance of the Azure Pond sect, there could easily be 3,000 to 4,000 individuals with spiritual orifices, and that's not even considering the long-established lineages of the prominent clans. The number of immortal cultivators could well exceed 5,000. "You sure know a lot, fellow Taoist," Li Tanya remarked as his gaze wandered over the items in her stall. The talismans seemed not particularly useful and were hardly worth his spirit stones. 3 talismans for 1 spirit stone, the woman said. When Li Tanya heard the price, he quickly shifted his gaze away to a light blue sword. This sword is crafted from clear smoke stone and tempered in snowy cold air. It's not just sharp and swift, it also carries a frigid frost with each strike. The female cultivator immediately became more friendly. With a smile, she continued, "It's a good sword. I wouldn't have sold it if I hadn't acquired a new Dharma artifact. I'm offering it for 10 spirit stones." Due to budget constraints, Li Tanya could only move his gaze away reluctantly from the sword and search for something else in the stall. Since the sky was getting dark, he picked up a dark-colored bow on her stall and inquired, "How about this bow?" "Ah, this bow is made from ebony wood and strung with the tendons of a demon of the Azure Essence stage. When infused with mana, it adds a piercing aura to the arrows. I can let it go for 4 spirit stones." Li Tanya chuckled and countered, 2 spirit stones. "That's too low," the female cultivator replied, shaking her head. Li Tanya pointed out, "I can tell that it's quite worn already. How about 2 spirit stones and 5 white essence fruits? That's worth 2.5 spirit stones." After a moment of contemplation and a glance at the darkening sky, the female cultivator gritted her teeth and finally said, "Deal." Li Tanya handed over the spirit stones and spirit fruits to the stall owner, then stood up with his newly acquired bow in hand and 3 remaining spirit stones securely in his pocket. Some vendors were starting to pack up, so he hurriedly made a round through the market. The shops ahead peddled items for cultivators in the Qi cultivation realm. Since Li Tanya could not possibly afford them, he quickly skipped those stalls. He kept his head lowered, browsing through the items offered by various stalls. Soon, he came across a young man in hemp clothing and a leather coat, standing beside a large iron cage that was holding a pack of furry canine creatures. The young man looked quite despondent, but he quickly brightened up when he noticed Li Tanya's interest. "Take a look at these forest beasts, fellow Taoist. They're mild in temperament and will reach the radiant lure stage of the embryonic breathing realm at maturity. They're swift, with razor-sharp teeth capable of overpowering dozens of mortals. You'll only have to feed them spirit rice." Upon hearing this, Li Tanya finally understood why the young man failed to make a sale the entire day. "But what use is there in overpowering mortals?" he asked. "Well, these beasts are incredibly intelligent. They can track scents, find objects, and even detect monstrous auras. How much for one?" a spirit stone for one. Li Tanya turned to leave, prompting the stall owner to grab Li Tanya by the corner of his shirt and hastily offer, 1 spirit stone for 2. Li Tanya paused, then shook his head and said, your beasts seem fine, but any cultivator could easily deal with them with just a few spells. On top of that, they need to be fed with spirit rice. My family can barely afford such rations for ourselves, let alone for these creatures. The young man hesitated for a moment before nodding in understanding. He perked up, saying, wait, I have something else that might interest you, fellow Taoist. He pulled out a small silver box and held it out with hope in his eyes. This contains Wuzha worms. They produce Wuzha spirit silk and only require spirit bran or similar substances rich with spiritual chi for nourishment. They aren't fussy eaters, they'll consume the leaves or stems of spirit patties. In the absence of spirit substances, they can survive on animal meat as well. Li Tanya's interest was piqued as he took the silver box. Inside, he found several small blue-gray worms wriggling amongst mulberry leaves. What's the use of this Wuzha spirit silk? He asked. It can be woven into spirit garments and fabrics that are resistant to ordinary weapons. Can also be sold for a good price, the young man explained. Li Tanya contemplated the leaves and stems he had stored at home. Though tempted, he feigned concern and said, I'm not sure I can manage their care. If it interests you, I can include a detailed manual on their care and breeding. This guide, along with the spirit worms, would be yours for just 2 spirit stones. The young man gritted his teeth and offered with a determined expression. Deal, Li Tanya agreed after a moment of consideration. He carefully put away the silver box and wooden slip handed over by the young man. As dusk set in, he bid the stall owner farewell and made his way to the carriage, where he found the driver dozing off. He chucked and waited quietly. Soon Wan Yunkai returned, looking quite worn but cheerful. Seeing Li Tanya with a bow, he asked, found any good stuff, brother Tanya? Just an embryonic breathing-level bow, hardly a treasure. Li Tanya chuckled, passing the bow to Wan Yunkai after they got on the carriage. While Wan Yunkai examined the bowstrings, Li Tanya asked, what do you think? Ebony wood and ox tendons, Wan Yunkai remarked as he tugged the bowstring. He frowned, then continued, worth about 3 spirit stones, no more or it's a loss. Li Tanya nodded with a smile. As they chatted, the carriage began its bumpy journey back home. Both men, who were lost in their thoughts and lulled by the motion of the carriage under the dark sky, soon drifted to sleep. Chapter 52. Deng Qiuzhi. Li Xiangping had just broken through to the Azure Essence stage last night. Just like his older brother, Li Tanya, they had now successfully condensed the 4th chakra of the embryonic breathing realm. When he was done with his work at home for the day, he settled down in the courtyard and began studying the profound water sword technique manual. His concentration was absolute until the sound of approaching footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Big brother, he asked. As expected, Li Tanya entered the courtyard wearily. His clothes were drenched by the morning dew and mud clung to his shoes. He dropped a cloth bag onto the table and then gave Li Xiangping a bear hug as soon as he saw him. Li Xiangping sighed with relief and smiled. You're finally home. Father could hardly sleep every night when you were away from home. Ha ha ha, I've got quite a haul from this trip. Li Tanya's laughter filled the courtyard as he carefully retrieved a silver box from his chest pocket and checked its contents. Seeing how weak the Wuzha worms inside were, he could not help but let out a soft sigh. Nevertheless, he quickly brightened as he handed Li Xiangping the dark longbow he had been carrying on his back. Give it a try, he urged. Li Xiangping's eyes widened in amazement as he tested the bowstring and carefully ran his fingers along the bow. With the flow of mana, the bow emitted a white glow and shimmered. It's a Dharma artifact, he asked in awe. I bought it at the market for 2.5 spirit stones, Li Tanya replied with a grin. Li Xiangping's heart ached when he heard the price, then turned to his second brother doubtfully and asked, That's steep, where did you get those spirit stones? Li Tanya recounted every detail of his journey to Cloud Crown Peak. At the end of it, Li Xiangping nodded and sighed. Jinger is really a big boy now. News about Li Tanya's return soon reached Li Xuanxuan and Li Keiyang, and both of them quickly made their way up the mountain to greet him. Li Tanya handed the box of Wuzha worms and its detailed manual to Liu Raoxuan. His voice took on a serious tone as he said, This is our first attempt at raising Wuzha worms. Read the manual carefully, find some experienced silkworm raisers, and set up a dedicated space in the courtyard. I'll have Li Yesheng send over the necessary leaves and stems of spirit patties later. These spirit worms have suffered on the rough journey and are in poor condition right now. Understood. Despite her eagerness to spend time with her husband who had been away for a few months, Liu Raoxuan knew the urgency of the task and carefully took the silver box and descended the mountain to make the necessary arrangements. Li Keiyang, seated comfortably on a wooden chair, looked at Li Tanya with sparkling eyes and said, Clan uncle, the Azure Pond Immortal sect is truly something. Li Keiyang, now around 11 or 12 years old, had taken on the significant responsibility of overseeing the spirit patties production for the past few years. He generally kept a low profile within the village. Fortunately, his father Li Chengfu had been prudent as well. He made sure that his brothers focused on farming and constructing courtyards, steering clear of any actions that might lead to scandalous behavior or the bullying of others. Of course, their envoy arrived on her Dawn cloudliner. The brilliant light that accompanied it in the sky was quite a spectacle. Li Tanya chuckled, his voice resonating with a mix of awe and respect. "That's really impressive," Li Qijing commented coldly. He rested his left hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist but suppressed the urge to draw it. "I was in seclusion for years, and it seems I've missed the arrival of a new disciple on Kingsui Peak," the youth in front of Li Qijing mused as he played with a golden pearl in his hand. The peculiar closeness of his eyes somewhat detracted his otherwise handsome features. Clad in fox fur and flaunting an elegant storage pouch at his waist, he exuded an air of refined sophistication. The young man and his entourage inched closer toward Li Qijing, slowly pushing him into a corner along the narrow path. "Don't be so scared, junior brother, we're merely testing your mettle," the young man said. Li Qijing continued backing up slowly, only to find his back pressed against the cold stone wall behind him. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt as he watched the young man's every move. "You're already a cultivator in the Qi cultivation. Aren't you ashamed to gang up on someone who's only at the peak nascent spirit stage of the embryonic breath realm like this?" he retorted. The young man merely responded with a faint smile. The pearl in his hand suddenly burst into a golden light and flew toward Li Qijing. Li Qijing frowned and quickly summoned an azure-colored spirit net in front of him in an attempt to counter the golden pearl that was quickly approaching him. Disciples from Kingsui Peak really know everything except swordsmanship. The youth scoffed, though he could not hide his admiration when he saw Li Qijing's action. "But I have to commend you for your quick reaction." Li Qijing gripped the scabbard with his left hand and the sword hilt with his right. The impact of countering the golden pearl with his spirit net caused blood to spill from his lips, yet he lunged forward and closed the gap between him and the young man was caught off guard and tried to recall his Dharma artifact with his spiritual sense. Unfortunately, it was now entangled in the azure net. Although his spirit pearl flickered to life and managed to free itself from the net's grip had delayed its escape. Li Qijing clenched his jaw and finally drew his sword. A brilliant crescent arc of white light trailed from his left to the right as he swung his longsword toward his opponent's neck. Impossible. The young man gasped, his skin prickling with shock. His mind raced for a counterspell, but it was too late. The talisman hanging around his neck flared to life, projecting a shield of golden light that managed to deflect the sword's lethal trajectory just in time. Even so, the impact of the contact was so great that the young man staggered back several steps in disbelief. Oh no. The young man could not be bothered by the dissonance in his kihai at this point. He quickly performed a hand seal to swiftly retract the golden bead that was flying toward the back of Li Qijing's head, then looked at Li Qijing with a conflicted look on his face. Cultivators in the Qi cultivation realm, who possess the ability to manipulate a Dharma artifact from a distance, typically put sword wielders at a disadvantage. However, Li Qijing's daring approach with his profound water sword technique managed to turn the tables. The young man had always disdained those from Kingsui Peak. With the initial intention of intimidating the new disciple on Kingsui Peak in a playful ruse, he found himself unexpectedly outwitted. "You've won," the young man admitted with a conflicted look on his face and cupped his fist as he locked his gaze on Li Qijing, who stood with a sword in hand. Li Qijing's face was pale as he returned his sword to its scabbard. "I'm grateful for your restraint, fellow Taoist. That was my first real combat with the sword, and I failed to keep my strength under control." The young man clapped his brocade pouch and retrieved several vials of ointments, placing them before Li Qijing. "I apologize that one of my men had accidentally hurt you, fellow Taoist. I am Deng Qiaji from Yunwu Peak, and I promise I'll visit your quarters soon to extend a proper apology." Noticing Li Qijing's pale face, Deng Qiaji quickly instructed two of his men to escort him back to Kingsui Peak, then quickly departed with his remaining man as if they were fleeing from the scene. After walking a small distance, Deng Qiaji turned around with a sour expression and then slapped one of his followers. "You, come with me to Kingsui Peak tomorrow to apologize." The man who got slapped hung his head and then muttered under his breath, "But you're the one who provoked him." Little did he expect that Deng Qiaji would seize him by his neck and lift him off the ground. With a conflicted look on his face, Deng Qiaji asked, "Do you think that guy will hold a grudge against me?" "Of course not, young master. You even gave him ointments. I'm sure he'll forget about this." The man, startled by Deng Qiaji's sudden action, began assuring Deng Qiaji in order to save his own life. Deng Qiaji listened to the man for a brief moment, then narrowed his eyes and gazed sternly at the man as he squeezed every word out of his mouth slowly. "And you won't hold a grudge against me, right?" The man's heart pounded with dread, his legs shaking uncontrollably as he stammered, "Oh, of course not." "Good," Deng Qiaji replied, setting the man back on his feet. He stood there for a moment, lost in thought, and mumbled to himself, Li Qijing from Kingsui Peak. Chapter 53, Formation at Mount Mike. Li Qijing stirred awake in a dim, softly lit room. He felt the comfort of a plush bed beneath him, and his senior sister, Yuan Tuan, was delicately applying ointment to the wounds on his back. The sensation was soothing, and the coolness of the medicine alleviated much of the pain. Li Qijing strained to lift his head and glanced around. The medicine pots, pills, and books in the room told him that he was in senior brother Zhao Yuanxi's pavilion. "Where's senior brother?" he asked groggily in a raspy voice. "He went to Yunwu Peak," Yuan Tuan replied gently, her hair cascading down like a dark waterfall, barely grazing his neck. "You're still in the embryonic breathing realm, too weak for the potent healing elixirs. I've mended your injuries with a spell. With the help of this ointment, you'll feel better by tomorrow," she added reassuringly. However, Li Qijing's thoughts lingered on Zhao Yuanxi. "Did senior brother go to Yunwu Peak alone?" "Master is with him," Yuan Tuan assured with a smile and then said, "Even if Deng Qiuzhi is from a prominent clan, he can't just bully people from Kingsui Peak." Li Qijing frowned slightly and commented glumly, "There's something wrong with that man. The Deng family has always been known for their erratic behavior." "It's best not to dwell on him too much," Yuan Tuan advised as she began tidying up, then continued. "Their cultivation method, the Moonlit Frosty Qi, uses a type of qi that can no longer be found, and because of this, the cultivation method was modified over different generations of the Deng family. Now, after a century, it's finally improved to an extent where it can be practiced, but it affects the minds of cultivators. Those who practice it have a certain unpredictable nature and do everything at their own pace." Li Qijing looked up at her in surprise and asked, "What grade is the Deng family's technique that they have to go to such great lengths to practice it?" "It's a grade 5 cultivation method," Yuan Tuan answered nonchalantly. Seeing Li Qijing's astonished expression, she chuckled. "I was very surprised when I first found out about it too." Apart from secret techniques from the upper sect, even the renowned clear essence rain control technique of the Azurpan sect is only at grade 4. It's surprising that a family under another governance could possess such a high-grade cultivation method. As Yuan Tuan returned the ointment back on the shelf, she continued her explanation. "I've heard that their family's cultivation method originates from the upper sect, Moonlight Origin Mansion. Centuries ago, Moonlight Immortal Mansion frequently distributed this Moonlit Frosty Qi technique manual. Our Azurpan sect possesses a similar grade 5 technique named the Moon Lake Autumn Reflection Technique. It also uses a type of qi that can no longer be found since the Immortal Mansion has vanished from the world, so no one has been able to practice it." "I've heard about it," Li Qijing responded, nodding. "Senior brother mentioned that the missing qi of the cultivation method is known as Supreme Yin Moonlight. I've heard rumors that someone from Moonlake Peak once fortuitously obtained it. That was at Moongaze Lake." Yuan Tuan's voice softened as she spoke with an envious look on her face. In fact, all the 5 instances of Supreme Yin Moonlight discovered by the 3 sects and 7 gates over centuries were all from Moongaze Lake. They were found in the remains of ancient masters, remnants of formations in caves or inherited secret realms. She said. Li Qijing stared at the pillow in front of him in a daze. He nearly voiced out a speculation but quickly swallowed back his words. "Senior sister, I wish to visit home. My older brothers wrote that our father's health has been declining over the past few years. I wish to spend some time with him." After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Tuan replied, "In a few months, I'll be heading to Mushroom Forest Plain to collect the tributes. Mount Dali is just west of there, so you can come with me." "Thank you, senior sister," Li Qijing said with a grateful smile and then lay on his bed, lost in his thoughts. After a night of cultivation, Li Xuangshuan watered the spirit fields with spirit rain the following morning and then left the court. As he walked along the stone path, villagers carrying hoes greeted him warmly, affectionately addressing him as Little Immortal Master. Over 10 years had passed since the Li family first discovered the mysterious mirror, and during this time, a new generation had matured in the village. People had gradually grown accustomed to the Li family's leadership. The villagers regarded Li Xiangping with a mix of fear and respect, admired Li Tongya, and felt a kinship with Li Xuangshuan, who had been a constant presence in their lives since childhood. Li Mushan, secluded in the mountains, was almost a forgotten figure to the younger generation. Only a few elders who reported to the mountain occasionally and the old villagers, reminiscing under the eaves of their home, remembered this old soldier. Li Xuangshuan pushed open the door and strolled into the courtyard. As soon as he did, he noticed a lacquered wooden platform about half his height. It looked like a large bed, strewn with straw, dried yellow leaves, and finely ground wood shavings, forming small, intriguing nests. He greeted Liu Raoxuan with a smile. "Auntie, I don't see my uncles around. Where might they be?" "Your second uncle had gone into seclusion to break through to the Jade Capital stage with the help of bright spirit powder he received and the snake essence pill from home. He should emerge from seclusion soon," Liu Raoxuan replied. She put away the leaves of spirit patties in her hand, then patted Li Shuangxun on the head and continued saying, "And your third uncle went to Mountain Mike to look for more spirit fields." "I see," Li Shuangxun nodded. Just when he was about to ask something else, a gentle knock on the courtyard's door interrupted them. "Clan brother, are you in the courtyard? The young chief has instructions for you," the voice on the other side of the door said. Li Shuangxun quickly opened the door to find Li Keiyang and Li Yesheng waiting outside. "What's going on?" he asked. "We'll talk on the way." Li Keiyang grabbed his hand. After apologizing to Liu Raoxuan for having to leave so abruptly, Li Shuangxun followed Li Yesheng up the mountain. "The young chief discovered something peculiar on Mount Mike and told Uncle Yesheng to fetch us. I heard there's a formation on that mountain," Li Keiyang explained as they hurried up the mountain. "A formation on Mount Mike?" Li Shuangxun asked in surprise. "But that mountain has always been deserted. That formation must have been a few centuries old." "Probably." Li Keiyang nodded, then commented in a hushed tone, "I hope we've stumbled upon an immortal's cave filled with useful stuff." Li Shuangxun was only about 8 or 9 years old, so it was quite a struggle to keep pace with his two older companions. With a frown, he performed a hand seal and cast the divine movement spell. As soon as he smacked the white light on his palm against his thigh, he could easily match the speed of the others. "We'll have to watch out for traps." Master Han always said that there's no such thing as a free lunch. He warned. After about 2 hours' climb, they found Li Xiangping meditating on a large stone. Upon seeing their arrival, he smiled and said, "Just watch and wait." He rose to his feet and gracefully removed the dark longbow strapped to his back. With one foot firmly planted on the large boulder, he knocked an arrow on the shimmering white bowstring, then narrowed his eyes in concentration, focusing intently on a sloping hill not too far in the distance. Swoosh! With a swift motion, Li Xiangping released the arrow. It zipped through the air with incredible speed. However, just as it was about to strike the hillside, something unexpected occurred. The air rippled like disturbed water, and the arrow, as if colliding with an invisible barrier, fell to the ground. "What a swift arrow," Li Keiyang complimented, then fixed his gaze on the hillside and began thinking. "This is my Dharma artifact. I call it Ebony Bow," Li Xiangping said with a smile. "There's probably an illusionary formation or a type of defensive spirit formation at the foot of that hill," he continued thoughtfully. Chapter 54, Jade Capital. Li Xiangping fired 2 more arrows that failed to make an impact. He sighed softly and said, "The formation appears formidable and unbreakable, likely surpassing the embryonic breathing realm. Young chief, our Li family lacks knowledge in formation arts. Wouldn't it be prudent to collaborate with the Wan family on this?" Li Keiyang suggested. He had walked around the hill a few times and scrutinized it, but was unable to discern anything about the formation. "No." Li Xiangping shook his head and then continued, "With second brother on the brink of breaking through to the Jade Capital stage, our situation may improve. Sharing with the Wan family means dividing any potential gains, even if they failed to break the formation. The risk of conflict over valuable finds is high, so I'd rather avoid that." "You're right, Chief," Li Keiyang concurred, stepping back respectfully. "I've told you all to come here to make a few arrangements for me," Li Xiangping said. "Yesheng, organize the manpower from Jingyang village. Discuss this with Uncle Ping'an. Over the next few years, we'll build roads and courtyards here. Ensure these lands will be well guarded. I've assessed the earth veins around here. They're rich in spiritual energy and make this land a good vast spirit field. We'll cultivate 2 batches of spirit patties every 5 years. That should yield at least 100 jin of spirit rice. Keiyang, you will be overseeing this." "Understood." After Li Keiyang accepted his instruction, he descended the mountain with Li Yesheng to make the necessary arrangements with Ren Ping'an. Once added to our current 300 jin yield, we could have a surplus of 2 or 3 spirit stones every 5 years. With time, our resources will grow, Li Xiangping mused as he watched the 2 men descend the mountain and disappear into the distance. He turned his attention to Li Shuangxun, only to see him grinning. "What are you thinking?" Li Xiangping asked in amusement. "I was just thinking that you must really trust Brother Keiyang," Li Shuangxun commented with a smile and looked up at Li Xiangping. Li Xiangping laughed and then shared, "Li Keiyang's family has always been prudent and astute, especially his father, Li Chengfu. They know when to step forward or back, making them reliable people to carry out our tasks. Our family's properties have grown and we have more people to help out. We should take advantage of them and trust them with the tasks we have delegated to them." Besides, Li Keiyang may be a cultivator in the embryonic breathing realm now, but advancing to the Qi cultivation realm is another matter. And even then, birthing an heir with a spiritual orifice isn't guaranteed. He can never compare to members of the main family. Right now, there's no need to worry about him posing a threat. As for the Liu family of Jingyang village, they're practically part of our own now, especially with their only cultivator married into the main family. Looking at the thoughtful look on Li Shuangxun's face, Li Xiangping leaned closer and whispered, "Besides, his father and older brother are at the foot of Mount Lijiang. With Li Keyang's modest cultivation and youth, what impact could he make, especially with Ren Ping'an and Li Yesheng in Jingyang village keeping watch? Li Xuanxun's expression lightened as he digested these words. With a chuckle, he said, "Thanks for the valuable lesson, uncle." Li Xiangping straightened up, his eyes warm yet serious. "Pay attention and learn well by my side. One day the Li family's mantle will be yours. I started my immortal cultivation journey at 16, so I won't be able to progress as far as you in life. Besides, life and death are unpredictable. With the increasing number of demons in these mountains, we can't tell what will happen in the future. Our family must act swiftly, and so must you, Li Xuanxun." "Life and death are indeed unpredictable," Li Xuanxun murmured, his thoughts drifting to his father, whom he barely knew, stirring a pang of sadness within him. The crux of the embryonic breathing lies in condensing the jade capital chakra in the Shenyang mansion. That's the 5th stage of embryonic breathing. Following that, one must condense the nascent spirit chakra and absorb a breath of spiritual qi of heaven and earth to transition into the qi cultivation realm. Emerging from deep meditation, Li Tanya felt a profound joy. He could feel his newly awakened spiritual sense coursing through his body. The world looked completely different to him now. He could see wisps of spiritual qi floating about. He concentrated on the formation flags in front of him with his spiritual sense. The misty maze formation on Mount Lijing immediately quivered, and Li Tanya felt as though he had grown a new limb. The entire mountain was now fully under his control. He could now also remove the blood left by other immortal cultivators on the formation. "Now that I've reached the Jade Capital stage, ordinary mortals can no longer harm me." He carefully adjusted the misty maze formation on the mountain to seal off additional pathways that had emerged over time. Picking up a rock from the ground, he crushed it effortlessly in his palm and was able to sense everything within a radius of 3 meters around him. With the ability to easily evade surprise arrows and counter sharp blades with bare hands, a cultivator at his stage could easily overpower dozens of mortals, or even decimate a small army of hundreds or thousands with good tactics. Upon entering the backyard, Li Tanya saw Li Xiangping immersed in cultivation. His newly acquired spiritual sense revealed the glowing 4 spiritual chakras within Li Xiangping's body. So, this is how cultivators discern another's cultivation. 4 spiritual chakras mean that person is at the azure essence stage of the embryonic breathing realm. As Li Xiangping gradually opened his eyes, Li Tanya greeted him with a chuckle. "Congratulations on your advancement to the azure essence stage, third brother." Li Xiangping only offered a wry smile in response. "So that's how the spiritual sense of the Jade Capital stage works, huh? You were able to discern it right away." Their shared glance was full of mutual anticipation and understanding. Together, they proceeded toward the house at the end of the backyard where their father, Li Mushin, had been expecting their arrival. Li Tanya cupped his fist and asked, "Father, now that I possess a spiritual sense, I can finally examine this artifact. May I?" The old man nodded slowly, granting permission. Li Tanya carefully stepped forward and then extended his spiritual sense toward them. Lu Jiangxian had already woken up when Li Tanya broke through to the Jade Capital stage. Sensing the surge of power from the profound pearl talisman seed, Lu Jiangxian appraised the potency of his supreme yin profound light. As powerful as an all-out single attack from a cultivator at peak nascent spirit stage of the embryonic realm. "I can probably kill a cultivator in the early qi cultivation realm if I manage to catch them off guard," he concluded. "My mana will allow me 3 uses before I have to absorb moonlight or spiritual qi to recharge the count," Lu Jiangxian estimated. Feeling Li Tanya's probing spiritual sense, Lu Jiangxian felt as though he was being poked by a little tentacle. It reminded him of that playful, secretive poke from a female classmate's pen during class in his distant past. With a small sigh, Lu Jiangxian refocused his attention on the young man before him. As if responding to Li Tanya, the mirror emitted a dazzling white light and rose from the stone platform. The luminous white moonlight surged out from the mirror, cascading like a soft mist throughout the house. It seeped out of the windows and doorways until it dissipated into the air. Li Xiangping and the others were captivated by the mesmerizing display. The cool, flowing moonlight seemed to cleanse their minds, leaving them in awe and filled with eager anticipation as they gazed toward the stone platform. Chapter 55. Breaking the formation, Lu Jiangxian activated the profound pearl sacrificial spirit art and then performed several hand seals to infuse Li Tanya's spiritual sense with some information before activating the profound pearl talisman seed. Suddenly, Li Tanya and the others felt a subtle movement in their profound pearl talisman seeds within their Qihai acupoint. They inexplicably sensed a type of connection with the mirror before them, as though they were connected by bloodline. Even Li Xuanxun, who was meditating with closed eyes in the small courtyard, felt this connection and opened his eyes, glancing toward the mountaintop. As Li Tanya gazed at the mirror, the incantation for invoking the reception method sprang to his mind. He quickly kneeled down and respectfully recited, As a disciple of the Li family, I, Li Tanya, respectfully request the profound light to grant me the supreme yin profound light to vanquish evil, cleanse impurity, and subdue demons. Following this, Lu Jiangxian slightly loosened his grip on the supreme yin profound light. Li Tanya was momentarily engulfed in a blur, losing sight of the stone platform and the white qi of the mirror. He felt as if he were soaring high above, with Lijiang village sprawling beneath him. The vibrant life below and the cacophony of human and animal sounds were all vivid. With a mere thought, he could direct the brilliant supreme yin profound light to strike at any point at the foot of the mountain. How magical! His spiritual sense, now immensely expanded, whisked him along the mountain roads. He flew past courtyards and stone paths, soon leaving the village behind. The world before him blurred, snapping him back to awareness. Phew! Awakening as though from an intense dream, everything in front of him became clear in his eyes. He was greeted by the concerned faces of Li Xiangping and Li Muxian. Wiping away his sweat, he took a moment to recover before chuckling. This mirror is no ordinary artifact. It now acknowledges our family and allows us to harness the supreme yin profound light. After pondering a while, he continued, to acquire this, just follow the invocation I just used. The supreme yin profound light requires a 12-day interval between uses. All 12 runes around the frame of the mirror must be illuminated for activation. After harnessing the profound light, offerings of spirit rice and animal meat are necessary as tokens of gratitude. Excellent. We can now address several challenges. We'll attempt to break the formations on Mountain Mike and acquire the Wan family's formation legacy. With this newfound ability, our family gains a vital defensive mechanism against powerful adversaries, Li Xiangping exclaimed with a clap, unable to hide his excitement. As the group began to discuss the offerings in detail, Lu Jiangxian reflected inwardly, the current ritual is ideal. It maintains the divine aspects of the mirror and reduces my direct intervention. Moreover, the Li family bears the burden of both time and spirit items of using the mirror. This arrangement ensures that they won't bother me unless necessary. Furthermore, Li Tanya and Li Xiangping are still wary of the mirror due to its mysterious origins. In time, the mirror will evolve into a revered ancestral artifact for the Li family, ensuring both its sanctity and reverence within the family. Lu Jiangxian's divine sense slowly ascended into the sky, feeling the strong pull coming from Moongaze Lake nearby. His heart thrummed with anticipation. What will we discover this time? In the courtyard, preparations were underway. After Li Tanya and the rest arranged the spirit rice and fruits for the ritual, Li Xiangping began explaining to him in detail about the formation on Mountain Mike, and the two quietly consolidated their plans. Li Tanya gazed at the 12 runes on the mirror, all glowing with a soft white light. Since I've already invoked the supreme yin profound light but haven't yet utilized it, I could test it out on the formation on Mountain Mike. After thorough deliberation, the two respectfully took leave with the mirror and headed toward Mount Mike. Mount Mike and Mount Lijiang were essentially two peaks of the same mountain, but they had been managed separately for centuries. Mount Mike fell under the governance of Jingyang Village, while Mount Lijiang was under Lijiang Village's control. Consequently, the villages viewed them as distinct mountains. Using the divine movement spell on their legs, Li Xiangping and Li Tanya reached Mount Maikai in just an hour, gazing at the small hill Li Xiangping was pointing to from a distance. Li Yesheng had been efficient. After only one night, timber and stones were already placed on the hillside. He had already marked the foundations and enclosed fertile plots. Li Tanya channeled his spiritual sense into the mirror. The artifact levitated, emitting a brilliant white light that cut through the darkness and landed precisely on the hillside. Lu Jiangxian could feel the supreme yin profound light striking a thin barrier in the void. Unlike the previous occasion when it annihilated a demon, he felt a slight resistance from the barrier against the supreme yin profound light. Although the spiritual power of this formation is strong, it lacks in quality. The pure white supreme yin profound light relentlessly pushed against the barrier on the hillside. Ripples appeared out of thin air, and after a brief moment, a pale golden formation finally revealed itself. A golden light suddenly spilled from the corners of the formation. However, these wisps of golden light seemed to dissolve like snow under the sun when faced with the supreme yin profound light, unable to mount any substantial defense. The formation flickered momentarily before being completely extinguished under the overwhelming force. Boom! The hill shook, finally revealing a stone cave bathed in a faint, illuminating glow. Inside, shadows of various artifacts were barely noticeable. A wave of rich spiritual qi poured out from the cave, invigorating Li Tanya and Li Xiangping as their eyes alight with excitement. The white light from the floating mirror gradually dimmed, and the 12 runes around its frame faded one after another as the mirror returned to Li Tanya's hands. Li Tanya cautiously looked around the cave entrance and then told Li Xiangping, "I'll return the mirror first, then we can plan further." "All right." Li Xiangping nodded, adding quickly, "And remember to bring a lamb along." Li Tanya gave him a nod, then activated the divine movement spell and swiftly descended the mountain. Left alone, Li Xiangping sat contemplatively, his gaze fixed on the newly uncovered cave entrance. Miles away, aboard the Dawn Cloudliner, Li Qijing felt the profound pearl talisman seed within his Qihai acupoint stir. An image of his second brother, Li Tanya, standing before a stone platform with eyes closed, flashed in his mind. Second brother has broken through to the Jade Capital stage. He raised his gaze, peering through the Dawn Cloudliner's translucent interior at the distant, cloud-veiled Mount Dali with a gentle smile on his face. Gripping the Qi Jade bottle he had requested from his senior brother before leaving, Li Qijing secured it with a red rope around the bottle's neck, tying it around his waist. Such a dharmic artifact typically could not be kept in a storage pouch and had to be carried personally. Jinger, when we reach the Mushroom Forest Plain, I'll arrange for my clan brothers to escort you to Mount Dali. The Dawn Cloudliner will dock at the Mushroom Forest Plain for 3 days to collect the tributes. Just make sure you return within that time. Yuan Tuan spoke softly with a smile. I will, thank you, senior sister. Li Qijing expressed his gratitude, his heart filled with eager anticipation. Chapter 56, Exploration. Li Tanya quickly returned, cradling a bleeding white lamb. As darkness enveloped Mount Mike, the two brothers exchanged nods. Li Tanya then released the lamb toward the cave's entrance. Ba, ba, ba. The lamb's bleats echoed faintly as it shakily tried to come out of the cave. Go in. Li Xiangping turned it around and smacked its rear with a branch. The lamb finally ventured deeper into the cave while bleating loudly. The brothers waited, listening to the lamb's distant bleats before cautiously proceeding into the cave themselves. The tunnel was spacious enough for two to walk side by side. The air was not really stale, but it was rather dim inside. As they proceeded further into the cave, the air turned noticeably denser with spiritual qi. Upon entering the cave, they were greeted by an expansive hall. Its walls were fashioned from finely cut blue rocks, and the hall was illuminated by the soft glow of night pearls hanging from the rocky ceiling, allowing them to make out the condition of the room. The air was rich with spiritual qi, creating a thick, comfortable atmosphere. The marvel of it stirred an eagerness for them to immediately pause and meditate. The cave's floor was etched with faint golden formation runes, converging toward a small aperture in the center from which spiritual qi gently emanated. Adjacent to this point lay a futon, positioned next to several dusty stone shelves that stood bare. Li Xiangping's gaze swept across the room, eventually settling on a stone table accompanied by several green jade stools with nothing on them. This caused a sense of disappointment to wash over him. It seems as if this place has been thoroughly cleared out, almost as if it's been robbed. Opposite the hall, 3 stone doors were set into the wall. With a gentle nudge from the lamb, one of the doors opened. Li Tanya sent the lamb through first, then cautiously entered the first room alongside Li Xiangping. The interior was spacious, illuminated by night pearls that hung from the ceiling. Stone shelves lined the walls, but were bare except for layers of dust and piles of unrecognizable, decayed ash. Exchanging a glance, Li Tanya and Li Xiangping wordlessly agreed to proceed to the next stone door. This cave is really empty. Maybe its owner had abandoned it, Li Tanya commented. Li Xiangping nodded, observing somberly as they approached the second door. You're right. Even if that cultivator had died outside this cave, some items ought to. The fact that it's been so carefully cleaned out suggests that the previous owner intentionally planned to leave, likely taking important items like jade slips and pills with them in a storage pouch. Beyond the second stone door lay a room with 7 or 8 stone platforms, each bearing a few white jade bottles. Li Tanya and Li Xiangping meticulously inspected each bottle, finding them either filled with pills that had lost their spiritual qi or entirely empty. On the stone platform were the remains of several black ash piles, their original form beyond recognition. At its center lay a hexagonal jade plate, intricately engraved with talisman runes. However, it was already shattered with its fragments strewn across the floor. Li Xiangping picked up a piece of the fragment and realized that it was still warm. Both Li Tanya and Li Xiangping were torn between laughter and frustration as they realized that there was nothing useful inside. This looks like the formation plate Wan Yunkai told me about before, Li Tanya mused. Upon seeing Li Xiangping's inquisitive look, he elaborated. Formation flags and formation plates were used to set up formations. Unlike formation flags, which rely on the cultivator's knowledge of formation and diagrams, formation plates are limited to setting up a single type of formation, predetermined by the engraved formation diagram on it. They're less versatile but are easy to use and do not require much formation knowledge, as long as one knows how to channel their spiritual qi into it. However, once the formation is broken, the plate disintegrates and is rendered useless. In contrast, as long as formation flags remain intact and undamaged, they can be reused to reset the formation. I see. This formation plate should be the defensive formation of this cave then. Our use of the Supreme Yin Profound Light destroyed the cave's defensive formation, causing this formation plate to shatter into pieces, Li Xiangping said with a nod. They returned to the hall, and Li Tongya cautiously let the lamb enter the third stone room ahead of them. Inside, they found a decrepit stone bed with a decayed cushion and a small jade bottle at its head. Li Xiangping carefully opened the lid, but there was nothing else inside apart from the faint scent of the pill that was once in it. However, Li Tongya's keen eyes discovered a slender jade-green bottle and a piece of white cloth filled with small writing on the bed. This discovery brought them some relief. At least we found something. Li Xiangping chuckled. That's not all, Li Tongya corrected with a shake of his head. This cave, along with its central formation and that little aperture emitting spiritual qi, are already significant finds. We've got hold of a cave with nearly 40% more spiritual qi than the outside world without running into any traps or harm. That itself is reason for contentment. Li Xiangping nodded in agreement, then turned his attention to the white cloth and the slender jade bottle in Li Tongya's hands. Li Tongya carefully unfolded the cloth and began reading aloud. Greetings from Kaiwei. The target has reached Moongaze Lake. The cultivators sent by our sect have surrounded the area. Please act swiftly. The requested Flaming Sunrise Technique Manual has been dispatched to you. The spirit jade and fire crystals will be delivered to your cave after resolving this matter. Be wary of the target. They are formidable. Should you encounter them unprepared, retreat toward the Azure Pond sect and alert us immediately. The cryptic nature of the message left them more puzzled than informed. They put away the cloth and turned their attention to the slender green jade bottle. They shook the bottle, revealing its warmth and apparent emptiness. Li Xiangping carefully removed the lid, but indeed, he found nothing inside. Li Tongya, using his spiritual sense to probe the bottle, exclaimed in surprise, "This is a Dharma artifact." He knitted his eyebrows. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he commented with uncertainty, "It seems to be a specialized storage vessel containing an intense fire-like spiritual qi. That explains why I can't pour anything out." Li Xiangping nodded, then looked somewhat puzzled. Could it contain the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that is used to break through the embryonic breathing realm? Regardless, it's of no use to us right now, so we'll keep it safe first. Li Tongya stowed the jade bottle away in his chest pocket. After a thorough examination of every nook and cranny in the cave, the two led the lamb out. Li Yesheng was busy leading the villagers of Jingyang village in preparing the hillside's foundation. They steered clear of the cave entrance, but upon seeing Li Tongya and Li Xiangping emerge, Li Yesheng's face lit up with relief. "I spotted this cave at dawn and sent someone over to get you two from Mount Lijing. I wasn't expecting you guys to beat me to it," he said with a smile. Handing over the lamb to Li Yesheng, Li Xiangping discussed the logistics for building a courtyard on the hill. After their conversation, he and Li Tongya returned to Mount Lijing. The spiritual qi brimming in the cave is superior to Mount Lijing. We should station someone there to keep watch, Li Xiangping commented in a hushed tone as they walked. "You're right." Li Tongya nodded in agreement and suggested, "Let's bring Li Qiang back. Xuangshuan and I will oversee Mount Mike. This place will provide a conducive cultivation environment for him and help him reach greater heights in the future." Chapter 57. Return. The Dawn Cloudliner flew at a very fast speed above the lush mushroom forest plain. Within 2 hours, it gracefully descended onto a cloud-shrouded misty peak with a beautiful pavilion. Following Yuan Tuan, Li Qijing alighted from the Dawn Cloudliner and was immediately greeted by a group of white and blue-robed cultivators bowing and greeting in unison, "Welcome, immortal envoys." "There's no need for formalities," Yuan Tuan replied with a gentle smile, descending the stone steps. A middle-aged robed man awaited her at the base, turning respectfully to Li Qijing and saying, "Greetings, disciple of the upper sect. I am Yuan Haiyuan of the Yuan family from the Mushroom Forest Plain." "I am Li Qijing of the Li family from Moongaze Lake," he replied, adhering to customary introductions that mentioned the region they were from for clarity, since the Yuan and Li families were not from the same prefecture. Yuan Tuan gave him a subtle nod and said, "Yuan Haiyuan is my elder clan brother. I've already told him about you." "Thank you, senior sister," Li Qijing said before joining Yuan Haiyuan on the Yuan family's flying shuttle. After bidding farewell to Yuan Tuan, they headed west. Noticing Yuan Haiyuan's silence during the flight, Li Qijing attempted to initiate a conversation with a smile. "Senior, my senior sister referred to you as her elder clan brother, yet you appear old enough to be her father or grandfather. Is that what you wanted to say?" Yuan Haiyuan chuckled. "Qi cultivators age slowly due to their longer lifespan. My younger clan sister attained the Qi cultivation realm at the age of 18 and looks like she's only in her 20s. Unfortunately, I'm not as gifted. I only managed to attain the Qi cultivation realm last year, that's why I look middle-aged." "Ah, I see." Li Qijing's curiosity was piqued as he inquired further, "So, the younger the Qi cultivator looks, the more we shouldn't underestimate them." "That's not always the case," Yuan Haiyuan explained. While Qi cultivators enjoy a 200-year lifespan, their appearance does age, although more slowly. It's common for a 40-year-old cultivator to look 20. However, those who appear elderly are often formidable. They're cultivators who have been cultivating for over a century, yet hesitant to advance to the foundation establishment realm and prefer to linger at the peak of the Qi cultivation. Noting Li Qijing's thoughtful expression, Yuan Haiyuan added with a hint of amusement, "In our world, judging solely by appearance can be misleading. I learned that the hard way in my early years and nearly paid dearly for it." The cool morning breeze tugged at the corners of Li Qijing's robes, causing it to rustle. As they traveled on Yuan Haiyuan's shuttle, which was notably slower than Si Yuanbai's, they engaged in light conversation about recent happenings in the immortal cultivation world. After approximately 4 hours, the shimmering expanse of Moongaze Lake finally came into view. Li Qijing instructed Yuan Haiyuan to land near Lichuanku village by the lake, then bid him farewell with a grateful smile. "I'll be here waiting for your return 3 days later at the hour of the tiger, fellow Taoist." Yuan Haiyuan acknowledged his instruction, then promptly ascended to the sky in his shuttle. Li Qijing activated the wind riding spell, then glided toward Lichuanku village. He noticed a young boy, around 6 or 7 years old, squatting at the village entrance in the distance. The child was meticulously sharpening an ebony arrowhead on a stone, and a bunch of arrows laid beside his feet. Upon noticing Li Qijing, the child's expression shifted from bewilderment to respect. Standing up, he greeted, "Immortal Master, you've entered the territory of the Li family under the governance of Azure Pond Sect. Gili Road lies a few miles to the east." Li Qijing chuckled, observing the child's features before asking, "Who is Chen Erniu to you?" "He's my father," the boy replied, his face lighting up. "I am Chen Dong. Let me fetch my daddy for you." Li Qijing dismissed the offer with a wave and vanished down the stone path. Inside the Chen residence, Chen Erniu, clad in a leather jacket, was leisurely sipping tea with his guest Han Wengsu. As they conversed, Han Wengsu remarked with a hint of amusement, "Old Chen, you really have a strange naming convention. All your 5 sons are named after either a river or a lake. The Chen family is considered a prominent family now, yet you still maintain the simplicity of a fisherman." Before Chen Erniu could respond, the courtyard door creaked open. A young man dressed in a pristine white feather robe and blue boots entered with an air of composure. He greeted Han Wengsu warmly, "Master Han, it's been a long time." Then, turning to Chen Erniu, he remarked softly, "It's been only a few years. You look like you've been eating well, Uncle Chen." Chen Erniu appeared to be taken aback by the comment. He scrutinized the young man's face for a moment before exclaiming, "It's you, Li Qi, I mean Immortal Master, Jinger." Han Wengsu, who had mentored the 4 brothers of the Li family, greeted Li Qijing affectionately out of habit. Upon realizing his misconduct, he quickly lowered his head and fell silent. Li Qijing waved reassuringly and then said, "Take me to my older brothers, please. The young chief is likely on Mountain Lijing. As for the Immortal Master, I believe he's been frequenting Mount Mike lately," Chen Erniu replied. Li Xiangping was cultivating in the front yard when he heard a bunch of footsteps on the stone steps. He frowned and called out, "Yes, Heng, is that you?" The response was a burst of familiar, hearty laughter. A striking young man came through the doorway, with a meter-long sword at his waist. The white tassel that hung from its hilt swayed gracefully with his movement. "I returned to the village only to find that our family had moved up the mountain long ago. So I asked Brother Yesheng to guide me through the formation to ascend the mountain," the youth explained, shaking his head with a grin and then commenting, "Tusk, that Misty Maze formation is really something." "Jinger." Li Xiangping blinked in astonishment and asked, "Aren't you cultivating in the sect?" Li Qijing laughed heartily. "I'm on the verge of breaking through to the Qi cultivation realm, so I took a leave from the sect to visit home. I'll go get fun." Xiangping exclaimed. Li Mushin rushed to the front yard. The 3 of them sat down, and before long, Li Tangya and Li Xuangshuan joined them as well. Youngest uncle, Li Xuangshuan, not having seen Li Qijing for years, embraced him enthusiastically, while Li Tangya looked on with a joyful smile. The family gathered in a whirl of excitement, while their mother shed tears of happiness. They prepared a lavish feast, introducing Li Qijing to new family members like Li Keang and Liu Raoxuan. The evening was spent savoring snake gall wine that had been preserved for many years until late into the night. After Li Keang and the others left, the Li family gathered around a tea table in the backyard. No one was drunk. The snake gall wine was rich in spiritual qi yet not intoxicating. Besides, none of them overindulged since there were other agendas on their mind. Li Qijing was amazed as he listened to the updates on the family's progress over the years from his older brothers. Taking a sip of tea, he addressed them with a serious demeanor. "I came back this time for an important reason. Otherwise, I wouldn't have hurried back while I'm on the verge of breaking through to the Qi cultivator realm." He squinted at the stone platform in the house, then suggested, "Let's continue our talk inside." Once in the house, Li Qijing stood silently, captivated by the moonlight that was pouring through the roof window. He gazed at the moonlight that had gathered on the mirror and performed a hand seal before carefully scrutinizing it. He felt the sixth nascent spirit chakra within his Shenyang mansion stir, quickening the flow of his mana. Withdrawing his hand, his expression mingled with disbelief as he had just validated his suspicion, and he slowly uttered, "Supreme Yin Moonlight." Chapter 58, Supreme Yin Moonlight. Supreme Yin Moonlight, white as frost and fluid as water, shining bright when full and dim when not. I knew it. Li Qijing exclaimed in awe. For centuries, the cultivators in Yue State have coveted it. Over 300 years, only 5 have been discovered. Each was carefully collected by cultivators in the Foundation establishment and even Purple Mansion realms. One elevated the Master of Moon Lake Peak to Purple Mansion realm centuries ago. Another was refined into the Azure Pond Sect Master's Frosty Absolute Sword. 2 were secured in the treasure reserves after a battle involving 3 gates, while the last nearly wiped out the Snow Jai Gate, one of the 7 gates, due to intense competition for its possession. Li Qijing gulped and then whispered, his voice barely above a murmur. It's such a precious Supreme Yin Moonlight, yet my family used it to condense the profound scenery chakra. He paused, pondering deeply, before bursting into a hearty laugh. Lu Jiangxian listened intently to Li Qijing, his unease growing. The Moonlight Origin Mansion has vanished from the secular world for years. These Supreme Yin Moonlights have been extolled and coveted, while immortal cultivators claiming to be disciples from that immortal mansion were ambushed and killed by cultivators from the 3 sects and 7 gates at Moongaze Lake. This mirror I'm in is linked to the Supreme Yin Moonlight. This is surely part of a greater conspiracy. As the conviction in his heart grew stronger, Lu Jiangxian resolved to stay hidden in the mountains, since an artifact spirit like himself would not succumb to old age. He was going to continue observing the situation while waiting for the cultivators in the Li family to become stronger until he almost completed his own repairs. Time passes swiftly. A month feels like a mere blink of an eye. I'll survive for 500 years without fail and continue to rely on the Li family, using them as my eyes and ears to gather information about the Moonlight Origin Mansion while I simply focus on survival. Back on the ground, Li Qijing was still chuckling. He glanced at his family and explained, this mirror can condense Supreme Yin Moonlight, one of the spiritual qi essential for qi cultivation. It's far more precious than pine forest wind or golden autumn in lake. After Li Qijing explained the bloody conflicts sparked by the Supreme Yin Moonlight's appearances over the centuries, his family finally grasped the true value of the Supreme Yin Moonlight. A delighted smile spread across Li Xuanxun's face before it turned into a frown. If the Supreme Yin Moonlight is as precious as what youngest uncle says, and the cultivators of the Foundation establishment and Purple Mansion realms are after it, we must guard this secret closely. We shouldn't reveal it, let alone consider selling it, he said in his youthful voice. That's right. Li Xianping nodded proudly when he heard Li Xuanxun's wise suggestion. With a hint of concern evident in his voice, he said, we don't possess any techniques to refine qi using the Supreme Yin Moonlight, so we can't use it either. It's like sitting on a mountain of treasure but being unable to benefit from it. The group was aware of the Supreme Yin Moonlight's value, but only Li Qijing truly understood the potential turmoil their discovery could incite. He frowned and replied, only a handful of qi cultivation methods can harness the Supreme Yin Moonlight, and they're all closely guarded by the 3 sects and 7 gates. I could attempt to learn the Moon Lake Autumn Reflection technique, but I would be required to take a profound scenery spiritual oath to never reveal its secrets. Li Muxian, who had been silent, finally spoke up, his tone laced with skepticism. Are you really going to learn that Moon Lake Autumn Reflection technique? It's a grade 5 cultivation method. Li Qijing's face betrayed a mix of desire and hesitation. He opened his mouth again, but then said nothing as he grappled with the implications of such a decision. The room fell into a thoughtful silence, broken only by Li Xuanxun's earnest voice. That cultivation method sounds really impressive. Of course you're going to learn it. Li Muxian gently patted Li Xuanxun's head and asked, then how should Jinger explain all this to the immortal sect? Li Xuanxun tilted his head to the side, then mumbled, youngest uncle can tell them that he got lucky at Moongaze Lake during his trip home this time. What can the immortal sect do? If 5 had appeared over the past centuries, why can't he be the one who found the 6th? Li Xianping crouched down and ruffled Li Xuanxun's hair, asking softly, and why would Jinger suddenly return right now, when he's on the verge of breaking through to the qi cultivation realm, only to so conveniently find this opportunity at Moongaze Lake during his brief visit? Xuaner, dealing with the immortal sect isn't like managing our villagers. Our villagers obey us because they don't understand the complexities of immortal cultivation. They fear us so they never question our orders. Holding Li Xuanxun's hand, Li Xianping gazed intently into the boy's eyes and continued, to the immortal sect, our family is insignificant, very much like ants. The slightest hint of suspicion from them can spell disaster for us. They have the power to upend our lives, to seize what they desire, and maybe even wipe out our entire family. Therefore, we must be extremely careful when we deal with them. We must think through every action and scenario. There's no room for doubt or error. As the head of a family, you must understand not only how to lead your people, but also how to flatter those above while strategically balancing relationships for the family's advantage. Li Xuanxuan absorbed the wisdom in Li Xiangping's words, nodding thoughtfully. Li Muxian withdrew his gaze from the two with a satisfied look on his face, then cleared his throat and said, "Tanya, you discovered a mysterious jade bottle in a cave, right? What if we swap the qi inside with the Supreme Yin Moonlight and tell them that our family had discovered this qi in that cave years ago, so we summoned you home to take a look at it? Do you think the immortal sect will believe this explanation?" Li Qijing pondered deeply before responding. "There's a good chance they will believe it. I'd say maybe 70 to 80%. The sect will likely send someone to investigate the cave. If it appears ancient, possibly over 300 years old, our credibility could rise to 80 or 90%. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangping eagerly asked, "Would the Azure Pond sect send a powerful cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm over just to investigate the cave?" "Absolutely not. There are only a handful of cultivators in the Purple Mansion realm within the sect. Even when the Master of Moon Lake Peak first discovered Supreme Yin Moonlight, when he was only a cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm, the sect only sent a cultivator in the Qi cultivation realm to retrieve the remains of that immortal cultivator," Li Qijing replied confidently. After a moment of contemplation, he relaxed slightly and added, "No one would expect there to be a mirror capable of continuously condensing Supreme Yin Moonlight, or that two Supreme Yin Moonlights could manifest simultaneously in one place. The sect will only send someone to conduct routine searches for any leads regarding the Moonlight Origin Mansion. In retrospect, perhaps we're being too cautious. It's decided then." Li Tongya nodded, retrieving the slender jade bottle from the shelf and passing it to Li Qijing. Li Qijing inspected the bottle thoughtfully, comparing it against his mental catalog of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. After a moment, he said, "This probably contains fire baleful qi, usually harvested from volcanoes. It's not particularly rare in Yue State and is often used to craft spiritual artifacts." Li Qijing retrieved the white jade bottle hanging at his waist, then performed a hand seal to extract the brownish-gray qi from the slender jade-green bottle, transferring it to his own white jade bottle, then passed it to Li Tongya for safekeeping. Holding the empty jade-green bottle, Li Qijing turned his attention to the Supreme Yin Moonlight on the mirror next. He performed another hand seal to activate a qi-absorbing technique. The Supreme Yin Moonlight flowed into the slender jade bottle like water. As the last of it filled the bottle, he sealed it with a spirit sealing technique. Observing the little sparkles of moonlight reconverging on the mirror, Li Qijing said, "Come, let's visit the cave." Chapter 59, Spiritual Talisman Method. Li Qijing wandered around the cave, tracing the faintly glowing golden runes of the formation at the heart of the hall with his finger. He spoke with uncertainty. "My master only taught me some basic talisman techniques. Most of my training in the sect focuses on swordsmanship, so my understanding of formations is rather limited. This pattern doesn't seem to align with the typical formations found in Yue State. It appears to be designed to mainly gather and nourish qi. The spirit eye releasing this qi appears to be a natural formation, later enhanced with a formation to stabilize it. With the spirit eye's influence, the spiritual qi in this cave is about 40 to 50% richer than the outside," he added. After meticulously recording the formation diagram, Li Qijing scrutinized the cave's interior. Finding no hidden passages or secret chambers, he finally approached the stone table and studied the white cloth laid upon it. "Greetings from Kai Wei. The target has reached Moongaze Lake. The cultivators sent by our sect have surrounded the area. Please act swiftly. The requested Flaming Sunrise Technique Manual has been dispatched to you. The spirit jade and fire crystals will be delivered to your cave after resolving this matter. Be wary of the target. They are formidable. Should you encounter them unprepared, retreat toward the Azure Pond sect and alert us immediately." Li Qijing pondered over the message for a moment with a thoughtful expression. With a conflicted look on his face, he mused. This person was probably among those who sought to kill the disciple from the immortal mansion. He seemed to be aware of the risks involved in this and cleared out his cave dwelling. The great battle occurred at the foot of Mount Dali. I did some digging after joining the sect, but the records I found were surprisingly vague and provided only a few details. Li Xiangping's interest was piqued. "What did you find in the Azure Pond sect?" he asked eagerly. Li Qijing's frown deepened as he replied solemnly. In the 7th month of autumn, Li Jiangquan, a rogue cultivator who claimed possession of the Moonlight Origin Mansion's true art, declared that the immortal mansion had been destroyed. Consequently, the 3 sects and 7 gates were ordered to besiege and kill him at Moongaze Lake. While Li Tongya and the others were still processing the information, Lu Jiangxian, who had been observing them from Mount Lijiang, felt a chill run down his spine. He was left dazed and disoriented as if struck by lightning. The moonlight in his mirror fluctuated, threatening to dim as his mind was rendered a complete blank. Li Jiangquan. The name echoed in his ears like a shrill whistle, overwhelming his 6 senses. A blinding white light then flooded his vision. That name sounds so familiar. Visions of shiny swords, spells, talismans, flying arrows, and the brilliance of Dharma artifacts danced before his eyes, overwhelming him until he collapsed in anguish. The mirror, floating in midair, quivered before gently descending onto the stone platform. In the cave dwelling on Mount Mike, Li Xiangping's brow furrowed in confusion. If Li Jiangquan really acquired the true art of the immortal mansion, why did he claim that it had been destroyed? And considering that he's supposed to be the rightful successor, why would they come after him at Moongaze Lake? Li Qijing shook his head and said, "The situation is more complex than it seems, possibly a conspiracy between the 3 sects and 7 gates. I fear that delving deeper into this matter could endanger our family. Let's not discuss this any further." He abruptly changed the subject and asked, "By the way, does our family possess any legacies in the 100 arts of immortal cultivation?" "None," Li Tongya replied, shaking his head. "Such legacies are rare. The Wan family offered to trade a set of formation legacies, but it requires the use of our family's mirror." After a moment of contemplation, Li Qijing retrieved a jade slip from his storage pouch. "The talisman technique I inherited from the sect is known as the 6 Stems Talisman Art. I'm bound by the profound scenery spiritual oath, so I cannot reveal it. Fortunately, my master also provided me with the legacy of a rogue cultivator for reference while he was teaching me the talisman art, which I'm free to share with my family." Li Tongya and Li Xiangping happily accepted the jade slip. It's called the Spiritual Talisman Method, and it includes the methods for making 12 talismans of the embryonic breathing realm and 3 of the Qi cultivation realm. They're not very advanced but are useful common talismans, Li Qijing explained. Smiling, he took out some talisman paper from his storage pouch and continued, "To draw talismans, you will need 3 items: talisman paper, talisman brush, and spirit ink. Talisman papers are usually made from spirit plants. I recommend looking for seeds and planting your own spirit plants so that you don't need to buy blank talisman papers from the market. The talisman brush is a type of Dharma artifact. I don't have a spare one with me, so you'll have to get one from the market. As for the talisman ink," Li Qijing clapped the brocade pouch on his waist, then pulled out a small jade box. "I have some to start you off. Once you've run out of it, you'll have to get more from the market. If the prices are too steep, a mix of cinnabar powder and spirit blood can also be used to draw talismans." Li Xiangping accepted the small jade box and smiled wryly. "This talisman craft does seem costly. I fear our family lacks the resources for it right now." Li Qijing waved dismissively, then pointed to a white jade bottle and said with a chuckle, "The fire baleful qi is considered a rare commodity in Yue State. Since it's not useful for our family right now, selling it should cover your costs and leave some profit." Li Xiangping nodded in agreement and added, "I heard there's a market on Moongaze Lake which could be ideal for this. Given the fire baleful qi's value, if you two were to handle this, you might attract unwanted attention. Since tomorrow is a full moon, I'll handle this personally as a disciple of the Azure Pond sect." After a thorough discussion, the group finalized their plan. Where that time was of the essence for Li Qijing, they promptly departed for Moongaze Lake. With the divine movement spell, Li Tongya and Li Xiangping conjured a breeze with each step. Li Qijing, however, was even more graceful, seemingly stepping on the wind itself, his speed surpassing that of his older brothers. Watching him, Li Tongya and Li Xiangping could not help but feel a touch of envy. As they progressed, the shimmering expanse of Moongaze Lake came into view. For Li Xiangping, it had been over a decade since his last visit. "I remember coming here with second brother to collect the jade from the lake. We were barely 15 or 16 then. Now we've started our own families and even have children of our own," Li Xiangping reminisced. Gazing at the stars above, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. The past 10 years seemed like a dream, the memories floating like clouds in his mind. It was as though he was back on that moonlit night, waiting in the reeds by the lake for Li Tongya's return. "How time flies," Li Tongya agreed softly. They scoured the lake's edge. With their spiritual sense, Li Qijing and Li Tongya finally detected a spot on the shore where mana subtly fluctuated, matching the description in the Lixia secret note. Following the instructions in the Lixia secret note left by Si Yunbai, they picked up a pebble, cast the golden light spell on it, and then hurled it toward the lake's center. The stone soared before plunging sharply, triggering the hidden spell formation in the air. A brief flash of silver light revealed the formation before it vanished. "The formation's activation should soon bring a boat to meet us," Li Tongya said. The 3 brothers waited in silence on the shore. As time ticked on, their anxiety grew. If we miss this chance, dealing with the fire baleful Qi will be a whole lot trickier. Chapter 60. Purchases. After the brothers waited for quite a while, they ended up chatting on the shore, sharing amusing stories of their childhood. It was then they finally saw a faint silver light emerging from the heart of the lake. Could that be the boat we're waiting for? In the distance, a wooden longboat sailed toward them. The sails were adorned with white feathers, and the boat itself radiated with a spiritual light, presenting itself as a fine treasure. Right before the boat reached the shore, a friendly voice called out, "Fellow Taoists, are you heading to the Moongaze Lake Market? You're a little late, aren't you?" "Yes, that's right," Li Qijing responded, adding apologetically, "It's our first visit to this market, and we weren't aware of the timings." "Ha ha ha, no worries, fellow Taoists." The boatman laughed heartily as he steered his boat closer to the shore. Li Qijing stepped forward, his spiritual sense on alert as he eyed the boatman with a hint of mistrust. "Are you here to take us to the market?" he asked cautiously. The man chuckled when he saw Li Qijing and the other men watching him cautiously instead of boarding the boat. "Yes, it's a jin of spirit rice or an equivalent spirit item per person as fare." Relieved by the straightforward request, Li Qijing clapped his brocade pouch and a light blue token flew out of it. The token hovered in midair, projecting the words, "Kingsui Peak of the Azure Pond Sect." Li Qijing introduced himself. "I am Li Qijing, a disciple from Kingsui Peak of the Azure Pond Sect. I'm on an important mission right now. Thank you for the ride." The boat rocked slightly as the man on board paused, seemingly recognizing the significance of the token. An elderly man with white hair then emerged, bowing respectfully. "Our apologies for any disrespect. As a disciple of the Immortal Sect, you are most welcome aboard." Li Qijing nodded and stepped onto the boat with his two brothers. Inside the cabin, there were tea tables complete with tea sets. The antique interior and decor exuded an air of wealth and refined taste. The elderly man apologized again. "Forgive my hesitation earlier. Without a familiar face from the market among your group, I was quite apprehensive about coming out to welcome you. Seeing the token from your Immortal Sect finally put my mind at ease." Li Xianping returned the smile and said, "It's perfectly understandable." The old man offered a piece of advice. "Next time, try to arrive around the hour of the rat. That's when most neighboring clans come. It's the best time for trading spirit rice and other items." "I see." The brothers continued talking with the elderly man for some time before the boat suddenly jolted, followed by noises emanating from the cabin. Peering out the window, they saw the market of Moongaze Lake. The market was built on a small island within the lake. It was not that big, just about the size of half a village. The streets were lined with small lamps that were glowing white. Despite the late hour, the market bustled with activity. Shoppers lingered at stalls, haggling with vendors over various goods. "No need to pay the fares, I can't possibly accept them." The old boatman docked the boat but firmly refused the spirit rice Li Qijing offered from his storage pouch. No matter how Li Qijing insisted, he refused to accept the fare. The brothers bid farewell to the boatman, then excitedly strolled down the market streets. Li Tongya examined the wares, comparing them to those he saw in the market of Cloud Crown Peak. The items are similar, but here, most prices are in spirit rice. The goods are more often sold in bulk. The spells and techniques are sold individually, rather than sold by an entire volume. As he pondered this, Li Qijing's chuckle drew his attention. "The items sold at the stalls are a mix of quality. To find what we need, we should head to a counter." Li Tongya fell silent, recalling his exhaustive day at the market of Cloud Crown Peak. He had only walked around at the time. The group continued, and the stalls gradually became fewer as storefronts appeared. Li Qijing looked around for a bit, then chose a Dharma artifact shop and stepped inside. "Ask your owner if he's interested in buying Fire Baleful Qi," he said to the shopkeeper who greeted them. Upon seeing that Li Qijing had turned his attention to the various Dharma artifacts displayed on the wall after saying that, the shopkeeper snapped out of his daze and hurried off. Soon a topless burly man rushed into the shop from the backyard. The many iron weapons he carried clanked as he quickly walked up to them. "Fellow Taoist, you heard news of the Fire Baleful Qi?" he asked. The man's chin was covered by stubble. Despite his rugged appearance, he had a gentle voice. "Yes, I am Li Qijing from the Azure Pond Sect, and I have a Fire Baleful Qi to sell," Li Qijing responded. "Ah, a disciple of an immortal sect." The man cupped his fist and smiled. "I am Chu Minglian, the owner of this small shop. How much are you selling your Fire Baleful Qi for?" Li Qijing raised an eyebrow, then replied, 70 spirit stones, preferably to be traded with items if possible." Li Xianping and Li Tongya, known for their frugal nature and habit of making the most out of every spirit stone, stared at Li Qijing with wide eyes, then at Chu Minglian with eager anticipation. Chu Minglian shook his head and said with a smile, "That's a bit steep." "Is there anything in my shop that interests you?" "Talisman brushes." Without much time to spare, Li Qijing did not bother to beat around the bush and got straight to the point. He pointed to the 2 talisman brushes on the wall and asked, "Could you tell me more about them?" "Absolutely." Chu Minglian nodded, taking down the 2 brushes. He picked up the blue one and explained, "This is made from spirit blue jade and the tail fur of a weasel monster at peak embryonic breathing realm. It's suitable for cultivators in both the embryonic breathing realm and chi cultivation realm. The price is 15 spirit stones." Chu Minglian set aside the first talisman brush and picked up another with a cream-colored brush. This brush is made from burning spirit wood and the tail fur of a fox demon in the chi cultivation realm. It's designed for cultivators in the chi cultivation realm and above. The price is 60 spirit stones. Li Qijing waved his hand, then pointed to the brush made of spirit blue jade and said, "I'll take this one." And one storage pouch, the common one suited for cultivators in the chi cultivation realm. Chu Minglian retrieved a brownish-gray pouch from a shelf and announced, "This pouch has a capacity of a cubic meter and costs 30 spirit stones." After some negotiation, Chu Minglian agreed to trade the 2 Dharma artifacts and 20 spirit stones for the fire baleful. Exiting the shop with a new storage pouch and a talisman brush, Li Qijing immediately entered another store without giving Li Xiangping and Li Tongya a chance to express any reservations. He pointed at a stack of tawny talisman papers and said, 300 sheets of talisman paper of the embryonic breathing realm for 10 spirit stones. These are made from mugwort wood, correct? Yes, the shopkeeper promptly responded, recognizing Li Qijing's expertise. After exchanging 10 spirit stones for the papers and stowing them away in the new brocade pouch, Li Qijing passed his storage pouch to Li Xiangping, then mumbled to himself, "Talisman brush, talisman papers, and pouch. We still have 10 spirit stones left. How should we spend the rest of them?" Overhearing this, Li Xiangping and Li Tongya looked at each other before Li Xiangping quickly interjected, "Let's save the remaining spirit stones for emergencies at home." Li Qijing nodded in agreement. As the market's crowd began to dwindle, he stretched his body and smiled in satisfaction. "Is there anything else we need for the family?" Chapter 61, Essence Conversion Technique. Don't stress about things back at home. Your third brother and I have got everything under control, Li Tongya reassured Li Qijing with a smile. Reaching into the storage pouch, he carefully took out 10 spirit stones and added softly, "We still owe your senior brother, Zio Yuanci, 10 spirit stones. Perhaps you could deliver them to Kingsui Peak yourself. It would be more direct than passing them through others." Li Qijing, struck by the reminder, laughed heartily. "Ah, how could I forget about the debt to senior brother?" The 3 brothers conversed leisurely as they strolled past the dwindling stalls and eventually made their way out of the market. They boarded the large boat that carried them to the edge of Moongaze Lake, then set off toward Mount Lijing. Lu Jiangxian was bombarded with a cacophony of sounds and fleeting snippets of conversations amidst his days, all of which slipped through his grasp like sand through his fingers. "Brother Zhongqun, this supreme yin moonlight is priceless. That's the only spiritual chi of heaven and earth that our gate's frosty absolute sword is missing. The Azure Pond Gate is deeply thankful for your gift today. If you ever need our help, just say the word and our gate will not hesitate to assist." A melodious female voice expressed gratefully. In the midst of his confusion, Lu Jiangxian thought he caught a glimpse of a face but could not recall any details. "Azure Pond Gate. I thought it's Azure Pond Sect," he mumbled to himself, then abruptly snapped awake, his eyes scanning the confines of the small room he was in. The incense beside the stone platform had been burning for some time, its white smoke curling upward. Li Muxian, who was seated across from him, had drifted off to sleep. The moonlight cast a serene glow on Lu Jiangxian's bluish-gray body, accentuating its magnificence. After a thoughtful pause, the details of his dream began to blur, leaving behind only memories of a technique manual. Essence Conversion Technique. This technique, like the profound pearl sacrificial spirit art, required the mirror as a medium to activate it. It could blend incense, soul, blood essence, or spiritual power and refine them into a talisman chi. According to the manual, the talisman chi had an array of miraculous effects, including enhancing one's cultivation, sharpening the 6 senses, strengthening bones, improving innate abilities, and remedying various deficiencies. All these miraculous effects, yet none can restore a mirror. It seems like I must continue searching for items to repair it. Lu Jiangxian. His divine sense reached out to the talisman seeds that were wandering outside in the world, only to discover that Li Qijing and his other 2 brothers had left the market and were on the way back to Mount Lijing. That's too bad. I guess I can only wait till next time to investigate the pull I sense from the market. With a flicker of his divine sense, his bluish-gray mirror floated from the stone platform again, absorbing the moonlight and basking in its tranquil glow. Upon their return to Mount Lijing, Li Qijing took the opportunity to share some wisdom on talisman crafting with his older brothers. "Since you're both beginners at talisman drawing, there's no need to waste precious talisman paper and ink for practice. Mistakes will be costly." He then demonstrated by adding a drop of talisman ink into a cup of water, which instantly tinted it a light burgundy. Spreading a piece of cloth on a stone table and securing the edges with stones, he soaked the blue jade talisman brush in the ink-infused water. "This will do for practice," he said confidently. With swift strokes, he drew on the cloth, completing a talisman in the time it took an incense stick to burn. The pale red rune on the cloth glowed faintly. Not long after Li Qijing set the brush aside, the cloth spontaneously combusted with a soft pop, astonishingly burning away to nothing more than a smudge of black ash on the table. If the talisman is drawn correctly, the cloth won't be able to endure its power and burn. If not, simply wash the ink away and start over, he explained. Li Xiangping was impressed. With a smile he praised, "That's a brilliant way to practice, Jinger. This saves both talisman papers and ink, significantly cutting down on costs." Li Qijing nodded and modestly replied, "It's a tip I got from my master. The Azure Pond sect has been around for 600 years. It's only natural they would have some clever tricks to do things." He then raised his head to look at the sky and said, "I still have one more day with you. Has anyone made any progress with the profound water sword technique?" His question immediately piqued Li Tongya's interest. He untied the sword from his waist, then said, "I have managed to manifest the sword aura, but the sword chi wouldn't leave my sword. Does that count as progress?" Li Qijing waved and said, "Sword aura is only the beginning. Every sword technique is different, but it generally progresses through a few realms: sword aura, sword chi, sword essence, and sword intent. Each technique's difficulty varies, and the profound water sword technique is among the simpler ones, allowing quick mastery of the sword aura realm." Li Xiangping was feeling somewhat abashed by his failures to master the sword technique. Despite numerous attempts, he had not made any progress, let alone manifest a sword aura. He could only turn his attention back to reading the spiritual talisman method manual. Li Qijing unsheathed his pure white sword and then said with a smile, "Watch this." As soon as he finished speaking, a pale gray sword aura ignited along the blade's edge, pulsating as if it was breathing. With a slight raise of his eyebrow, he unleashed the aura, transforming it into a sword chi, approximately 3 kun wide, that sliced through the air with a sharp whistle before impaling a curtain fig tree in the distance. Li Tongya watched intently, his brow furrowed in concentration. Li Qijing then stepped forward to guide him. After Li Tongya went off to practice on his own, a sudden realization dawned on Li Qijing. "I've developed a sword technique on Kingsui Peak. Though it's only a single move, I should leave a record of it back at home. I'd hate for it to be lost if anything were to happen to me." Li Xiangping immediately reprimanded him. "Don't say something like that. You have to take care of yourself out there, Jinger. Your second brother and I can't be of much assistance to you. We can only watch over the family on your behalf. The world is full of dangers, so please be extra careful." After Li Xiangping nagged his younger brother, who was intently listening to his every word, he paused for a moment before continuing, "I'm not particularly gifted. I've been struggling to advance to the Azure Essence stage of the embryonic breathing realm these past few years. Without spirit pills, I'm afraid that the Jade or nascent spirit stage will be as far as I can reach. Although your second brother is more talented than me, he can't possibly hold a candle to you. His potential might only lead him to break through to the Qi cultivation realm. But with both of us working together, we can uphold the Li family's legacy and safeguard our territories, especially with the mirror in our possession." Li Xiangping plopped down on the ground and then sighed again. "Your second brother learned from those at the Cloud Crown Peak that the Azure Pond sect is very selective with the disciples they accept from the clans under their governance. They must be able to break through to the Qi cultivation realm, with some to the foundation establishment stage." He looked at Li Qijing and added, "Your second brother and I can afford to die, but not you." Hearing Li Xiangping's words, Li Qijing felt a surge of emotion that brought tears to his eyes. "The family will be fine. Don't worry about us, third brother. I'll do my best to get more resources for us from the sect," he said quietly. Chapter 62, Consulting, Peace and Joy Don't Last Forever. Life can change in an instant, but that's not what I'm afraid of. What worries me is whether our next generation will carry on their responsibilities. Li Xiangping let out a wry smile and then changed the subject. He handed over a cloth and brush to Li Qijing so that he could document the sword technique. "I only have one move for this sword technique. Its name shall be..." Li Qijing paused. A vision of a white sword aura in the shape of a crescent flashed through his mind. "I'll name it the Celestial Moon Slash," he declared. With that, he set to work, detailing the technique across several pieces of cloth with meticulous attention to the flow of qi, the distribution of mana along the sword, and the execution of the move. Once done, he set his brush down with a nod of satisfaction. "I'll transfer these onto a wooden slip once you return to the Immortal Sect," Li Xiangping said happily as he carefully put away the pieces of cloth. Li Qijing looked at the sky and realized that 2 hours had gone by. He spent the remainder of the evening imparting important knowledge on talisman arts to Li Xiangping, then talked with his father until late at night and nourished the old man's body with spells and supplements. With dawn approaching, he prepared to depart for Lichuanku village. After spending a quarter of an hour aboard the Dawn Cloudliner, Li Qijing found his thoughts continually drifting back to his family. Noticing that his mind was preoccupied, Yuan Tuan softly asked, "How's your father?" Li Qijing, who was reminded of the excuse he used to visit home, clutched the slender green jade bottle hanging at his waist and responded somberly, "He's still able to eat. I've reconditioned his body, so he should hold on for a few more years." Yuan Tuan sighed gently, interpreting Li Qijing's worry as sadness, and offered some words of consolation. In the world of cultivators, the natural cycles of life and death are an inevitable reality, even more so for mortals. Perhaps it's best to push through the pain. As they conversed, Li Qijing mulled over how to justify the acquisition of the Supreme Yin Moonlight to Si Yunbai. If the Golden Autumn in Lake has to be acquired from the sect, borrowing the Moon Lake Autumn Reflection Technique manual alone will definitely require Master's approval. This means practicing the technique in secrecy isn't possible. I must first speak with Master, he concluded. He then turned to Yuan Tuan and asked, "Senior sister, is Master currently on Kingsui Peak?" "Yes, I received a letter yesterday mentioning that Master has returned to Kingsui Peak. Upon hearing that you got bullied, he unleashed 12 rain summoning talismans on Yunwu Peak, nearly flooding it," Yuan Tuan replied with a grin. Li Qijing was momentarily taken aback by this news before his heart flooded with emotions. Caused quite a big scene. Even the disciples from nearby peaks came over to see what happened. It was only until the master of Yunwu Peak personally apologized to him that he dispelled the dark clouds, Yuan Tuan explained. "I've really caused trouble for Master," Li Qijing remarked with a wry smile. He appreciated the gesture but did not consider himself to be bullied. Although Deng Qiuzhi was mean to him, that guy was from a prominent clan, so Li Qijing was afraid of offending him too. The Dawn Cloudliner's speed never disappointed. As their conversation continued, it was not long until the Azure Ponsek's mountain gate came into view. Yuan Tuan dropped Li Qijing off at Kingsui Peak before heading to the main peak. Upon landing and walking a short distance, Li Qijing bumped into his senior, Zhao Yuanxi, who had just finished refining pills at dawn and was collecting them into bottles. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw Li Qijing and happily said, Your senior brother, taught Deng Qiuzhi a lesson for bullying you. I beat him up real good. Thank you, senior brother." Li Qijing laughed, then approached him and asked, "What kind of pills are you making?" "Just experimenting with some new formulas of my own," Zhao Yuanxi replied with a smile, shaking his head as he touched the pill furnace that was still warm. "Master is at the summit. Hurry up and go see him," he urged. "I was just about to," Li Qijing responded with a nod, then retrieved 10 spirit stones from his pouch with a chuckle. "I had almost forgotten about the debt my family owed you, senior brother. We can finally pay you back now." Zhao Yuanxi waved nonchalantly, then accepted the spirit stones and tucked them away into his storage pouch before returning his attention to a pill manual. Li Qijing bowed respectfully before making his way up the path. Soon he spotted a small pavilion shrouded by pale white clouds in the distance. As soon as he reached the summit, he spotted a handsome man in his 30s or 40s, dressed in blue and wearing a friendly smile. He stood in the pavilion, exuding an ethereal presence with a sword, shimmering with white light at his waist. Li Qijing quickly climbed the stairs, cupped his fist respectfully, and greeted, "Master." Si Yunbai returned his greeting with a smile and said, "Deng Qiuzhi came to Kingsui Peak to offer you an apology, only to find that you had gone home to visit your father." The mention of Li Mushin brought a peculiar expression to Si Yunbai's face as he observed Li Qijing. To his surprise, Li Qijing quickly kneeled and said, "I must apologize, Master. I've deceived my seniors. I actually returned home to Moongaze Lake for another purpose." Si Yunbai, visibly concerned, quickly pulled Li Qijing up to his feet. "What made you go to such lengths? Get up and tell me more." Li Qijing hung his head and then nervously revealed, "Years ago, I received a letter from my family that they had stumbled upon the cave dwelling of a predecessor. After much effort, they finally breached its formation only to find that the cave had been emptied, except for a jade green bottle. My family checked the jade bottle and realized that it contained a spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was white like frost and fluid as water." Si Yunbai's brow furrowed as he mulled over Li Qijing's words. White as frost, fluid as water. Could it be frosty snow chi or pine forest wind? No, it couldn't possibly be. Si Yunbai shook his head, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gasped. "Supreme Yin Moonlight." Li Qijing confirmed with a solemn nod. "I spent a long time researching in the scripture pavilion, but still, I was not convinced, so I made up an excuse to return home to verify it for myself. Indeed, it is the Supreme Yin Moonlight. Show it to me," Si Yunbai urged. Li Qijing quickly presented the slender jade green bottle. Si Yunbai examined it and remarked, "This jade green bottle indeed looks like one of those from a century ago." He closed his eyes, and after a moment of concentration, snapped open his eyes again. "It truly is the Supreme Yin Moonlight. You've handled this exceptionally well," he exclaimed. He then regarded Li Qijing thoughtfully. The Supreme Yin moonlight holds immense value. You must carefully consider how it should be utilized. I entrust all decisions to Master, Li Qijing responded, cupping his fist respectfully. Si Yunbai chuckled, affectionately ruffling Li Qijing's hair before adopting a serious tone. What a cunning boy you are. Given that your cultivation has reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, if you plan to attain mastery of the Moon Lake Autumn Reflection Technique, the existence of the Supreme Yin moonlight must not be disclosed to the sect. Your senior sister will request access to the technique on your behalf. Meanwhile, I shall request for the Golden Autumn and Lake Spiritual Qi. You'll begin cultivating the technique first, and will only inform the sect after you've made substantial progress. If word of this discovery spreads, it could spark a vigorous pursuit among the members of the Moon Lake Peak. They'll all be eager to get their hands on the Supreme Yin moonlight, even if the old ancestors in the sect are too proud to fight for it. He paused, concern shadowing his features as his voice dropped to a whisper. No one in the Azure Pond sect has been able to master this technique for the past 300 years. They've been waiting too long for the opportunity. After hearing Si Yunbai's words, Li Qijing felt a twinge of guilt and gritted his teeth. He acknowledged his master's concerns, his emotions a whirlwind of gratitude and determination. Li Xianping and himself had always been skeptical of everything. Having grown up away from home, Li Qijing had always approached the world with caution. Yet standing before Si Yunbai, whose face radiated kindness, Li Qijing felt a profound sense of relief and belonging. At Kingsui Peak, among his fellow seniors and juniors, he could finally lower his guard. Thank you, Master. Chapter 63, The Sacrificial Ritual Method. After bidding farewell to Li Qijing, Li Tongya saw his father coming from the backyard, his hands clasped behind his back. With a stern expression, he instructed in a raspy voice, "Go and take a look at that mirror." Tian Shaoshui, Li Xianping's father-in-law, had passed away 2 years ago. He left behind a collection of wooden toys for his grandson, Li Xunfeng. Ranging from wooden horses to bows, the collection was complete. Tragedy struck when Li Xunfeng was at such a tender age that he could only pick up the smallest pine wood. Tian Shaoshui slipped and fell while moving in the heavy snow, ultimately succumbing to his injuries that very night. Li Muxian had personally buried Tian Shaoshui and spent an entire night conversing in front of the grave with Ren Ping'an. The chill of that night had greatly taken a toll on Li Muxian's health, leaving his voice permanently hoarse. The three of them were former soldiers. Tian Shaoshui was the brave one, Li Muxian was the cautious one, and Ren Ping'an was the quiet one. Now the brave one had succumbed to his injuries and passed away. The cautious one now had a large family, but his once sharp mind had gradually turned. Meanwhile, the quiet one continued to oversee Jingyang village on behalf of the Li family, ensuring the annual land taxes were dutifully paid without fail. The death of Tian Shaoshui had been quite a blow to Li Muxian, causing him to age rapidly over the past few months. Thanks to Li Qijing's spells and supplements, he seemed to be looking slightly better lately. His outward appearance had improved and his white hair had regained luster, yet his eyes betrayed a lingering fatigue. Although he could still stand up straight, he could not mask the slight slowness in his movements and speech. Li Tongya walked up to his old man to assist him, only to be curtly dismissed. Li Muxian muttered irritably, "Didn't I tell you to check on the mirror in the backyard?" With a wry smile, Li Tongya headed to the backyard. Meanwhile, Li Muxian made his way to the threshold of the courtyard door, using the wall as support. Leaning against the door frame, he sat down and massaged his weak leg with his frail hands. "Damn it, I can't believe I'll have to rely on a walking cane soon, too," he muttered. In the backyard, Li Tongya studied the mirror that was hovering under the moonlight. He noticed blurry words appearing across its surface and quickly extended his spiritual sense toward the mirror. Lu Jiangxian's divine sense reacted within the mirror. He recalled the set of instructions he had made last night based on the essence conversion technique's requirements, then coined a new name for it before sending it to Li Tongya's spiritual sense. A wealth of information immediately surged through Li Tongya's mind, manifesting as a new technique, the sacrificial ritual method. This method requires the ritualistic slaughtering of monsters as part of a sacrificial ceremony, conducted amidst the burning incense of the entire clan. The offerings of incense, soul, blood essence, and spiritual power to the mirror will be returned with a talisman qi. The talisman qi has a range of miraculous effects, including enhancing one's cultivation, sharpening the six senses, strengthening bones, improving innate abilities, and remedying various deficiencies. Since there were more details in the sacrificial ritual method, Li Tongya had to close his eyes and absorb the knowledge for about 15 minutes before opening his eyes, feeling astounded. He hastily fetched a carving pen and blank wooden slip, then began to document the technique he received. By the time he was done, it was already dawn and he quickly rushed out to find Li Xianping. Li Xianping was cultivating in the cave dwelling on Mount Mike. Ever since he reached the Azure Essence stage of the embryonic breathing realm not long ago, his progress had significantly slowed down. At this rate, breaking through to the Jade Capital stage seemed a distant goal, requiring 6 or 7 years at least. A failed attempt could potentially double that time. Just yesterday, the Wan family had sent Wan Yunkai to negotiate a plan against Jai Dengqi. Wan Yunkai had successfully condensed the Jade Capital chakra and broken through the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. It seems like the Wan family now has 2 cultivators of the Jade Capital stage, and with their head Wan Ziohua having reached the Jade Capital stage 5 years ago, it's likely he's already broken through the nascent spirit stage and attained the peak of the embryonic breathing realm, Li Xiangping murmured to himself. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Our family has grown stronger, but so has the Wan family. The urgency of their pleas for assistance continues to escalate. It's likely that the Jai family is growing stronger too. The 3 families are now in a state of latent growth. The Jai family is consolidating their new territories. The Wan family is silently building up their power, and our family is steadily growing too. Sooner or later, confrontation will be inevitable once the Jai family has completed their territorial consolidation. The Wan family bears their fangs, and our family is strong enough to fight. We better start preparing as soon as possible. Just as Li Xiangping was analyzing the situation of the 3 families, he saw his second brother, Li Tongya, coming into the cave with a wooden slip in hand. Take a look at this, third brother, he offered with a smile. With a puzzled expression, Li Xiangping unfurled the slip and read, the sacrificial ritual method. His astonishment grew as he read. This seems rather similar to the reception method, which uses the mirror as a medium. Did you receive it from the mirror itself? Li Tongya nodded with a smile, then retrieved the Celestial Moon/Technique manual from one of the shelves and began reading it carefully. After reading for a while, Li Xiangping reflected, this method requires incense offerings from 1,000 people and a demon of the embryonic breathing realm in exchange for a gray talisman, the incense offerings of 10,000 people, and a demon of the Foundation Establishment realm for a white talisman. That's quite a challenging feat. Li Tongya's smile faded slightly as he answered with a troubled look on his face. Tempting as it is, even the simplest sacrifice ritual is beyond our family's current capabilities. Li Xiangping chuckled, then carefully put away the wooden slip. There's no rush. Besides, it's not that easy to find demons of the embryonic breathing realm. By the way, there's something else I wish to discuss with you. He glanced at Li Tongya, who was reading a sword technique manual on a stone stool, then proposed, I'm considering forming a militia with representatives from each of the 4 villages, one from 5 households, trained in martial arts to prepare for emergencies. Li Tongya, sensing the gravity of the situation, nodded and asked, has the Wan family sought assistance again? Are things that dire already? Li Xiangping shook his head and replied, not only them. I'm also concerned about Mount Yue in the west. The spiritual energy at the northern foot of Mount Dali is slowly recovering too. Although the people from Mount Yue haven't been seen for years, it's best to be prepared. You're right. Li Tongya nodded in agreement, then said, waiting until those on Mount Yue threaten our borders to organize village guards would be too late. Not only do they have shamans, but there are also barbarians with long hair and tattoos among them. They are undoubtedly formidable opponents. Li Xiangping rose to his feet, straightening his clothes with a smile. Xuanxuan is still too young to command respect, and despite Keiyang's age and influence, I'm hesitant to entrust this task to others. I would feel more at ease if you personally oversee this, second brother. Don't worry, leave it to me, Li Tongya assured him with a smile. The 2 brothers exited the cave dwelling and chatted with each other on their way back to Mount Lijing. Liu Raoxun was already waiting for them at the courtyard entrance and quickly walked up to them as soon as she saw them. Young chief, Liu Raoxun greeted and bowed slightly to Li Xiangping. Her face then lit up with delight as she stepped closer to Li Tongya and said, my dear, I'm pregnant. Li Tongya's face instantly brightened up with joy as well. He laughed heartily as he lifted her in his arms. For real? He asked. Of course, what cause would I have to lie to you? Liu Raoxun's cheeks flushed as she retorted softly. Li Xiangping chuckled at both of them and said, congratulations, second brother. Chapter 64, Susan 5 years later. The morning sun pierced through the mountain mist, casting a golden pattern of light and shadow across the forest floor, filtering through the canopy and the gaps between the leaves. The Li family had been farming near Moongaze Lake for another 5 years. It had been 16 or 17 years since they picked up the mirror. The stone paths on Mount Lijing were now slightly tinted green by moss. The birds on the branches chirped a song, celebrating the start of a new day. Old Su sat down, leaning his hunched body against a cold, moss-covered tombstone. His frail hand grasped a handful of soil. Why am I still not dead? He wondered out loud. A few years back, Old Su moved up to Mount Lijing and resolved to watch over the Li family's ancestral graves. Despite protests from Li Xiangping and others, they eventually conceded. Li Xuanxuan built a small hut for him beside the cemetery. The family visited him regularly, bearing gifts. Old Su was good at making grass crickets and drawing, so the children from the Li family would run to his place every 2 or 3 days. Li Xunfeng had no friends around his age on the mountain, and his father was a busy name, so he grew up playing with Old Su. While Old Su's days were filled with laughter and playing with the children, he harbored a secret desire for death. Every night before he slept, he would wonder whether it would be his last day, only to awaken as usual the following morning when the sun rose. Just the day before, Old Su had managed to make it past his 80th year. Damn, how can someone live up to 80 and not die yet? He wondered. He squinted at a distant hill. Bathed in golden sunlight, he caught a glimpse of a small figure on the hill, waving in his direction. The golden sunlight cast a shadow on the child, elongating it across the terrain. Xunfeng is here to see you, old master Zhu Wu. The child's clothes were dirty, his face was stained with dirt, and his disheveled hair lent him a wild, untamed appearance. He had a small wooden bow in his clutch and a tiny quiver strapped around his waist. As the child energetically bounced down the sunlit hill, his vibrant energy stood in sharp contrast with Old Su, who remained curled up in a dim, secluded corner. In this moment, they embodied the opposing ends on the spectrum of life itself, where the exuberance of youth and the solemnity of impending departure converged on Mount Lijing. Old Su, momentarily lucid, lifted his head and said, "Xuanxuan, you're here. I am Li Xunfeng, old master Su. My father is Li Xiangping, not Li Changhu." The boy, who was approximately 7 or 8 years old, corrected him with a mischievous smile and then casually walked over to a tombstone that matched his height near the old man. He loosened the sash around his pants and began to relieve himself while humming a tune. Just as Li Xunfeng finished relieving himself and was about to pull up his pants, Old Su's eyes suddenly burned with intensity. With a surprising burst of energy, he picked up his cane and hit Li Xunfeng on the buttocks with it. "What are you doing, boy? That's your great-grandfather's grave," Old Su scolded. Li Xunfeng was caught off guard. He quickly pulled his pants up, tied the sash around it, and retorted, "The dead are already dead. I don't see a problem. How did he die anyway?" "He was poisoned," Old Su replied, his spirit momentarily rekindled by the boy as he managed to sit up and recount a tale from the past. Many years ago, when the Li family wasn't as influential as they are today, there was a prominent family, the Yuan family. They poisoned your great-grandfather and your grandfather's brother in a bid to seize their lands. But then, your grandfather returned with a saber in hand and sought vengeance on the Yuan family. He killed everyone in that family and redistributed the lands. Sitting on a moss-covered and perfectly sized tombstone, Li Xunfeng clapped his little hands and exclaimed cheekily, "Grandpa did great." Old Su shot him a glare and said, "Great. One of the Yuan family's children managed to escape. He came back 22 years later and killed your first uncle." "What?" Li Xunfeng suddenly narrowed his eyes. He knitted his thin eyebrows together and then replied indignantly, "Grandpa did a sloppy job then. It would have been over if he killed everyone in that family. How could he let one escape?" Old Su's gaze hardened as he said, "You sure are a handful. Seems like the Li family's wild streak starts young." Li Xunfeng shook his head indignantly and yelled, "Well, it was the Yuan family who struck first, killing the people of our family. Grandpa only returned to take revenge." And since Grandpa overlooked a child, it's no surprise that the child eventually returned to take revenge too. Old Su shook his head and sighed. "Revenge is a vicious cycle. If you're weak, then it is a vicious cycle. But if you're able to completely wipe out the other family, then no one can come to seek vengeance anymore." Li Xunfeng responded with a scowl, his youthful face contorted with an expression of scorn that seemed beyond his years. After a brief coughing fit, Old Su managed a self-deprecating chuckle. "I've witnessed enough of life and death in my time to become wary of taking lives, but it seems like that's not the case for you, boy." "Old Master Su," Li Xunfeng addressed him seriously, standing beside him as he said, "Sheep graze, wolves hunt sheep, humans consume meat, demons prey on humans. This is a world where you either eat or be eaten. That's what my father always tells me." Straightening his back, Li Xunfeng mimicked his father's stern look. With a voice tinted with the wisdom of age, he said, "Fenger, the world itself is a place of great strife." With these words, he burst into laughter while rolling on the ground. His antics drew a mixture of coughs and chuckles from Old Su. Once the laughter subsided, Old Su began sharing a tale. In the past, there was a family living on the village's outskirts. The father was a hard-working man, and the mother took great care of their 3 children. One day, the father saw smoke from a neighboring village. He sent his youngest son, Susan, to gather firewood on the mountain. Susan happily ascended the mountain and played there until sunset. He returned home, only to find a bloody scene. There were about a dozen men gathered in the courtyard of his home, surrounding a big pot. In the pot, he saw his parents inside. His 2 older brothers had been chopped and set aside in 2 heaps. Terrified, Susan turned around and fled. He hid in the mountains for 10 days and later learned that a drought had driven the neighboring starving villagers to desperation, leading to the tragedy that befell his isolated home. Li Xunfeng was completely absorbed in the tale. I'd murder all of them, he said grimly. But Su San was a coward. He lived in silent fear for the rest of his life. He didn't dare to speak a word to anyone and hid in the village his whole life. Su San loathed those men. He loathed that huge sparrow. He loathed that immortal. Old Su yelled. He reached out and pulled Li Xuanfeng closer, then suppressed his voice as he said. Su San overheard a conversation between two servants by the mountain stream, speaking of how they lured the huge sparrow to Mount Dali to feast on humans. Their goal was to collect the dark chi from the flames for the young master of the Golden Tang Gate. Su San heard every word, yet fear kept him silent for decades. And Su San, died. Everyone's dead. Old Su gasped twice for air desperately. His eyes were bloodshot as he coughed up blood and fell to the side. His hand clung to Li Xuanfeng's pant leg for a moment before his grip gradually loosened. Li Xuanfeng stared at him blankly. After a few moments, he whispered, "And now?" "You're dead too, Su San." Hot tears cascaded down his cheeks, falling onto old Su's cold, lifeless body. Li Xuanfeng whispered a few words between sobs, then draped himself over the old man's body and cried loudly. He wept with a mix of grief and anger until he was overtaken by a dizzying wave of emotions. Chapter 65. Two Foxes. Li Xuanfeng cried so hard that he hiccuped. He remained draped over old Su's lifeless body until his hiccups finally subsided before slowly rising to his feet again. He grabbed old Su's left foot and dragged the old man's body toward a tombstone that stood as tall as his waist. The old man's lifeless body was surprisingly light, like a pile of firewood, easy for even a child to move. Li Xuanfeng propped old Su's upper body against the tombstone and then tried his best to arrange the old man's contorted face, seeking to ease his expression of pain and give him a semblance of peace in his final moments. A soft whimper escaped his lips as he gazed upon old Su's face, which seemed caught between a smile and a tear. Li Xuanfeng quickly turned his head away, then he ran up toward the mountain with tears streaming down his face. Upon nearing the sunlit courtyard, he briskly wiped his tears and tried to compose himself before stepping inside. As he entered the courtyard, he saw a little girl in a leather jacket. She was seated at the table, mumbling to a snow-white kitten in her arms. The sunlight shone on her beautiful eyes that were crinkled up in joy, its radiance enough to uplift anyone's spirit with just a glance. She was Li Jingshan, Li Xuanfeng's younger twin sister and the only girl of their generation in the Li family. Liu Raoxuan and Li Tongya had a son named Li Xuanling, but he was currently studying at the academy, so Li Jingshan was left alone in the courtyard. "Brother Fenger," she greeted, placing the white kitten on the table and beaming a smile at him. "Who bullied you?" Before Li Xuanfeng could respond, a voice interrupted them. "Who would dare to bully him when he's the biggest bully around here?" A teenager stepped into the courtyard. He had slightly long eyebrows, but very gentle eyes that resembled Li Changhu. "Brother Xuan, any good news?" Li Jingshan's eyes sparkled as she skipped her way toward Li Xuanxuan, grasping his hand eagerly and asking, "Did you manage to condense the celestial world chakra of the embryonic breathing realm?" Li Xuanxuan smiled and nodded in response, but noticed Li Xuanfeng's silence. He bent down to him and asked, "What's troubling you, Fenger?" "Old Master Su is dead," Li Xuanfeng replied glumly. "What?" The news visibly shook Li Xuanxuan. His usual gentle smile faded as grief filled his eyes. He opened his mouth but could not find any words to say. Li Xuanxuan had lost his father before he was even born. Although his grandfather, Li Mushan, loved him deeply, the old man was a man of few words. He would always sit in silence with a stern look on his face. At times, Li Xuanxuan found himself unsure whether he respected or loved him more. As he grew older, he found himself constantly under the watchful guidance of Li Xiangping. However, he always felt tense in his uncle's presence and could never relax even for a moment. Throughout his formative years, it was old Su who made him grass crickets, drew pictures of him, and shared tales of his father, Li Changhu. Despite his sorrow, Li Xuanxuan quickly regained his composure. He patted Li Xuanfeng's shoulder and said, "Lead me to him." Li Chengfu, his back slightly hunched now, crossed over the high threshold and entered the hall. Inside, a group of stern-faced elders were discussing some important matters. Their meeting was chaired by a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority. Dressed in a gray wolfskin coat, he absent-mindedly sipped on his tea as he listened intently. Li Chengfu was also at the age where his hair had turned gray, but fortunately he was still relatively healthy. He approached the middle-aged man and quietly announced, "Manager, old Su has passed away." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, then responded in a hushed tone, "What did the main family say?" The young family head ordered that he should be buried in the mountains. The middle-aged man acknowledged it with a nod, then took a moment to reflect before decisively setting his tea bowl aside. He clapped his hand to get the attention of the other men at the table and said, "We'll call it a day here. I have something pressing to deal with on Mount Lijing, so I won't keep all of you here any longer." Li Yesheng had been filling his role as a manager for more than 10 years. Now at the age of 30, he carried an aura of dignity. In a world where life expectancy seldom crossed 60, 13 or 15 marked the prime age on the mountains and was deemed a suitable age for marriage. Even his eldest son, Li Ziyuan, was about 13 years old this year. Ren Ping'an had succumbed to illness the previous year, leaving the management of Jingyang village to Liu Linfeng. Upon hearing Li Yesheng's dismissal, the assembly dispersed and the other men returned to their homes under the vigilant escort of their guards. Once alone, Li Yesheng took another sip of his tea and said, "Get Ziyuan here. We're going to Mount Mike to report this to the head of the family." Li Ziyangping had been taking care of the family for over a decade. It was only natural that the people working for him referred to him as the family head. As Li Ziyuan rushed into the room, Li Chengfu looked up at Li Yesheng, his face alight with happiness as he said, "The young family head has come out from seclusion. My son Keang has visited him on the mountain. He returned and told me that Xuangshuan is now as powerful as him." The diligent mentorship of Li Ziyangping made it clear to everyone that Li Xuangshuan, the son of Li Chenghu, was the next successor. Because of this, everyone in the village addressed Li Xuangshuan as the young family head. "Congratulations, Uncle Fu." Li Yesheng cupped his fist with a smile. Li Chengfu chuckled warmly in response, then respectfully excused himself. Once Li Chengfu had left, Li Yesheng snorted coldly and then turned to Li Ziyuan. "Do you know why I congratulated Li Chengfu?" he asked. "I don't, father." Li Ziyuan replied, scratching his head in confusion as he looked at his father. "Actually, Uncle Chengfu has been asking me about Brother Xuan's progress in cultivation for years. I often wonder whether I should tell him." Li Yesheng let out a deep sigh. With a frown, he reprimanded his son. "I've told you to study well by my side instead of going out all the time, but you never listen. Li Xuangshuan is the only one in the main family that possesses a spiritual orifice. The potential of Li Xuanfeng and Li Xuanling remains unknown. If Li Kegang, despite his longer training, is progressing faster than Li Xuangshuan, do you think the main family will be concerned?" It was only at this moment that realization finally dawned upon Li Ziyuan. He paused and reflected for a few moments before replying, "I see. You're worried that if your generation passes and only Li Xuangshuan and Li Kegang remain, the main family might be overshadowed by its branch." "It's still too early for such worries," Li Yesheng interjected sharply and waved his hand. "The main family has foresight. There's no need to fear Li Kegang just yet. But as guardians of the main family, it's important to be cautious. If a crisis were to arise, we would all be doomed. Fortunately, Xuaner shows promising talent, and Li Kegang's progress allows us some relief from constant rivalry within the family," he added. After taking a sip of his tea, Li Yesheng challenged his son. "Let me ask you a question. If Li Xuangshuan's cultivation progress is slow, do you know what to do?" Li Ziyuan thought for a moment, then replied with uncertainty, "Check if Li Keang is overstating his progress." "Exactly, you're learning. It's impressive that you thought of this." Li Yesheng nodded in satisfaction and then continued, "If Li Kegang were deceiving us about his progress, don't you think the family head would notice? That old fox is too cunning to be fooled. He would only instruct Li Kegang to slow down his cultivation speed, allowing us to better gauge the shifting tides. So we have to prepare our forces and stand ready to act on the main family's command. Remember, Li Ziyuan, our family has devoted everything to the main family. With no immortal cultivators among us, our only choice is to depend on the main family, unless what?" Li Ziyuan, who had grown up alongside Li Xuangshuan and shared a close bond, frowned and pressed for an answer. Li Yesheng's expression darkened with a hint of dread as he replied in a quivering voice, "Unless the main family dwindles in a century without a successor possessing a spiritual orifice." Chapter 66, Urgent Support. Although Li Ziyangping was only a year older than Li Yesheng, he appeared slightly younger due to his immortal cultivation. He was currently reclined in a stone chair, carefully reading a wooden slip. Li Yesheng and his son stood at the side respectfully, their gazes fixed modestly on the ground. "Xuaner is free to handle it as he sees fit. Old Su has been a kind man to our Li family, so it is only fitting to greatly honor him." Li Ziyangping continued reading a few more lines before asking, "Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?" "The young family head has achieved a breakthrough, and Li Kegang has come up the mountain to visit," Li Yesheng responded, maintaining a humble posture. Li Ziyuan, too, kept his gaze fixed on the ground, careful not to let his eyes wander. "Indeed." Li Ziyangping raised an eyebrow as a small smile tugged his lips. He then casually probed, "How long has Li Kegang been stuck at the third stage of embryonic breathing realm?" 3 years, Li Yesheng promptly replied, well prepared with the information. "Good. When you're back, tell Li Kegang to focus on his cultivation and make sure no distractions get in the way," Li Ziyangping advised with a smile. "Understood." Li Yesheng nodded before adding, "The Wan family has sought assistance from us again this month, requesting provisions and medical supplies." Oh, Li Ziyangping's expression turned contemplative. "I heard that Wan Ziohua had broken through the nascent spirit stage and reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. To think that they still face such difficulties. Jai Dengqi is truly a formidable man." Well, as long as their requests are reasonable, we'll help them out. Li Ziyuan was carefully listening to their conversation at the side. Li Xiang cast a glance at him and then softly commented, Ziyuan is also a big boy now. Li Ziyuan quickly bowed and said, Greetings, family head. Go to Lidiaku village tomorrow and assist Su Wenchen. You shouldn't waste your time in the village doing nothing all day, Li Ziyangping suggested with a warm smile. He then looked at Li Yesheng and said, Yesheng, you're spoiling him too much. Li Yesheng quickly apologized. Li Ziyangping merely waved it off, then dismissed him and Li Ziyuan. The father and son quietly descended Mount Mike. Upon leaving the mountain, Li Yesheng finally broke the silence by saying, You and Xuanxuan share a close bond and the family head sees potential in you. Study well under Su Wenchen and don't make him upset. Su Wenchen is a smart man, he'll treat you fairly. With a gloomy expression on his face, Li Ziyuan asked, Is the family head sending me away to eventually become a manager? Li Yesheng shook his head and answered, 5 years at the least, 7 at most. When I can no longer serve and Li Xuanxuan leads the family, you'll be called back. Be patient, use this time to improve your skills. Thank you for the advice, father. Meanwhile, at the cave dwelling on Mount Mike, Li Ziyangping frowned, troubled by his stalled progress at the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Despite his efforts over the past 5 years, he was still showing no signs of breaking through the Jade Capital state. Li Tongya attempted to secure a bright spirit powder, yet upon consulting Wan Tiankeng, he learned that each dose cost 20 spirit stones. Even with this price, they were always quickly sold out in the market whenever they became available. Lacking the necessary connections to secure it, he had no choice but to give up on the idea. Family head. A voice outside the cave interrupted Li Ziyangping's thoughts. A child about the age of 11 or 12 entered the cave. It turned out to be Chen Dong, Chen Erniu's youngest son. He was found to possess a spiritual orifice a few years back and was now cultivating in the cave dwelling on Mount Mike, under Li Ziyangping's guidance. What's the matter? Li Ziyangping asked, facing the boy who was the only child with a spiritual orifice that had been discovered in the last decade. Wan Tianking from the Wan family requests to see you. Let him in. Li Ziyangping took out a tea set and watched as Wan Tianking stepped into the cave dwelling with a frown on his face while Chen Dong tactfully left. What brings you here, brother Wan? He smiled. A bitter smile crossed Wan Tianking's face as he bowed deeply to him. You're the only one who can still manage a smile at a time like this, brother Li. My family plans to ambush the Jai family. Everything will proceed as agreed before. Li Ziyangping, puzzled, asked, What's with the rush? My second brother has just delivered the tributes to Cloud Crown Peak a week ago. Didn't the Wan family send someone there too? Why an ambush at this time? With a mix of anger and despair, Wan Tianking explained, Jai Dengki somehow found out that these days were the time for Azure Ponsek's Moon Lake Peak to collect the tributes. He attacked my Mount Huaqian Mountain for 3 nights straight, retreating within 2 hours each time before the cultivators in the Qi cultivation realms in the prefecture could arrive to assist us. The assaults have devastated us, costing us hundreds of mortal lives and even 2 immortal cultivators. Now, our Wan family is unable to even submit the tributes we've prepared, pushing us to the brink of our final stand. Over a decade of being in this situation has drained our reserves. Without a decisive battle now, we may never have another chance to assert ourselves. Fine. Li Ziyangping clenched his jaw at the grim news and said, We'll stick to the plan. Once Mount Huaqian's grand formation has been set up, I'll launch the talisman and attack Jai Dengki from afar. Whether it's a success or failure, the legacy formation must be given to the Li family. Li Ziyangping frowned upon saying that, sensing that something was amiss. He voiced his suspicion. There has never been a set day for the Moon Lake Peak to collect their tributes every 5 years. We always wait for people to inform us of the date. How could Jai Dengki possibly be aware of the exact timing? Could Senior Zai Ohua be leaking the news? Brother Tianking, there's something off about this. Wan Tianking, initially preoccupied with the urgency of the letter from his family, calmed himself down and lapsed into thoughtful silence. Li Ziyangping, who had always been vigilant, sensed the deeper implications. While Wan Tianking was lost in his thoughts, Li Ziyangping quietly mulled over the details himself. The Jai family must have a powerful ally or advantage at their disposal to target the Wan family so confidently. It's likely Wan Zai Ohua is alarmed and is hastily drawing my Li family into their conflict. Yet, given the deep ties between our families, we cannot simply stand by and witness the Wan family's downfall. Brother Li, Wan Tianking interjected, his face pale due to a sudden realization. With a trembling voice, he continued, I suspect Jai Dengki knows the Wan family has support and is deliberately tightening the screws to draw out our allies in a bold scheme. Li Ziyangping's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he cursed, Damn it, this isn't just Jai Dengki's bold scheme, but also Wan Zai Ohua, your family head's bold scheme. After sending Wan Tianking away, Li Ziyangping let out a weary sigh, troubled by the conversation. As Li Xuanxuan entered the cave, Li Ziyangping relayed the conversation he had with Wan Tianking to him. If Jai Denki attacked Mount Huaqian because he knew about the tribute collection schedule and attempted to obstruct the Wan family from fulfilling their obligations, then that means they're really trying to get rid of the Wan family once and for all. The fact that they've prompted the Wan family to seek help indicates that they have a plan to ensnare all the Wan family's supporters too. Li Xuanxuan thought for a moment, but could not help but shake his head in worry. Even so, we have no choice but to still intervene to support the Wan family. There's only one path to the prefecture. Should the Wan family fall, the Li family would stand isolated in the mountains. We'd be cut off from the outside world and find ourselves vulnerable to the harassment and oppression from the Jai family. Yes, we must intervene, Li Xianping declared firmly, not to end Jai Denki, but to break the siege on the Wan family. It's time to gauge the true strength of Jai Denki's forces and see what drives his boldness. Chapter 67, Jai Denki. In the brisk autumn breeze, Jai Denki kneeled behind his father, trembling as he witnessed the head of the Wan family contemptuously lift his father's bloodied face and then spit on it. I guess this is all there is to the Jai family, he mocked disdainfully. Jai Denki kept his head lowered. Tears streamed down his face, dampening his thin autumn clothes and the grout between the floor tiles under him. When he lifted his head, he saw a lavishly dressed youth standing behind the head of the Wan family, watching him with a cold, mocking smile. He later found out that the youth was Wan Ziohua, the future head of the Wan family. While Wan Ziohua stood in arrogance, Jai Denki kneeled in despair. Such humiliation was unbearable. The Wan family's sudden assault on Mount Huzhong shattered the protective formation that had only been completed 3 years ago in mere moments, slaughtering the head of the Jai family at the time and rudely dragging every Jai family member out of their bed. There were 29 of them, all caught off guard in their slumber and forced to kneel outside in the front yard, dressed thinly with only blankets wrapped around them as they witnessed the humiliation of Jai Denki and his father. A crowd of mortals, once governed by the Jai family, kneeled beyond the ruins of the courtyard wall, bearing witness to the humiliation of a family that had been revered as immortals. They saw the women in the family being stripped of their blankets and huddled in fear, while the men were mercilessly trampled upon. Haunted by these visions night after night, Jai Denki's fury knew no bounds. With tears streaming down his cheeks, he would sit up straight and immerse himself in cultivation with renewed vigor. The head of the Wan family's brutal kick had his father coughing blood and collapsing in a heap on the ground. In desperation, Jai Denki clung to the man's leg, tearfully pleading, "The Jai family will be your loyal dog. We'll watch the Yu family for you in Golden Tang Gate and offer tributes every." The man's laughter was cruel as he kicked Jai Denki away with so much force that it knocked 2 teeth out of his mouth and left him reeling. Our families have been sworn enemies from the start. Countless have fallen at our border conflicts. If it weren't for the shared border between your family and the Yu family, the Wan family would have destroyed you long ago. You offer to serve as our loyal dog, but the Wan family dare not keep a pet like you, he scoffed. Wan Ziohua stood behind the man, watching him with scornful eyes and a smirk on his face. The man stripped the Jai family of their wealth and departed with the rest of the arrogant members of the Wan family, leaving behind nothing but the desolate Mount Huzhong, the disgraced Jai family, the mortals whose perception of them had changed, and the mountain of corpses in the courtyard. 3 days later, his father succumbed to his injuries. His profound scenery chakra had been shattered, causing his spiritual chi to dissipate. He murmured weakly as he lay on his deathbed, compelling the crying Jai Denki to lean closer to catch his words. "Don't forget to avenge me." These were his father's final words. Jai Denki bit his lip so hard that it bled and took on the position of the head of the family. He began killing indiscriminately, executing even mortals who dared meet his gaze. He killed until his hands were stained with blood, and until no one dared to speak of the night the Wan family had ascended Mount Huzhong again. At the age of 13, Jai Denki was fascinated with smashing mortals' heads. He loved seeing blood. 2 more years passed, and Jai Denki received both thrilling and disheartening news. That man had attained the Qi cultivation realm and was extremely skilled in formation arts, but had met his demise on Mount Dali at the hands of his enemy. This marked the end of the Wan family's golden era, with Wan Ziohua, the newly appointed family head, strategically withdrawing to consolidate power. With this, the land in the east was returned to the Lu family. This isn't enough. Wan Ziohua is more talented than me, and the Wan family's roots run deep. This alone isn't enough. A golden opportunity came when the young master of Golden Tang Gate visited Moongaze Lake, seeking a specific type of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Jai Denki followed the young master around like a faithful dog. Under the gaze of a group of stoic guards, he tried to entertain the bored young master who was lounging beneath a tree while dressed in gold. Finally, the young master laughed and asked him what he wanted. Jai Denki knew very well that the question was not about what he wanted, but rather what he could offer. So Jai Denki told him that a dog like him wanted nothing. Instead, he could offer him a girl. With a deferential whisper, Jai Denki proposed, "Your Highness needs a considerate woman blessed with remarkable talent and a spiritual orifice." Thus he presented his own younger sister, a girl both innocent and gifted with a spiritual orifice. She was barely 12 and had always been joyful around him and affectionately addressed him as Big Brother. The girl covered her face as her tears flowed. With a breaking yet resolute voice, she said, "I want to avenge Father too, Big Brother." So his younger sister left with the young master and became his servant. Following that, the Jai family began receiving useful pills and resources every year. Jai Denki immersed himself in cultivation and finally broke through to the Qi cultivation realm. The Jai family celebrated his achievement not with joy, but with tears of relief. He immediately avenged his family by eliminating Wan Xiaohua's uncle, an old but formidable cultivator at the peak of the Qi cultivation realm, on the land that the Jai family once lost. It was at this point that he discovered that Wan Xiaohua, who was on Mount Huaqian, was only a cultivator of the Jade capital stage. The sudden demise of a Wan family cultivator in the Qi cultivation realm and Jai Denki's unexpected ascent to the same realm within merely a decade took everyone by surprise. However, the Wan family's ancestor, Wan Huaqian, left behind a formidable formation that proved as resilient as a tortoise shell. Despite Jai Denki's relentless efforts to breach it over more than a decade, it had been futile. Observing the Wan family's rallying support from neighboring clans during this period of time filled him with anger that kept him awake through countless nights. A few nights ago, Jai Denki received a letter from his younger sister saying that the young master of Golden Tang Gate was going to visit Moongaze Lake. As he read the letter over and over again, a plan began to formulate in his head. It had been so many years since then. That man was returning to Moongaze Lake in search of that elusive spiritual Qi of heaven and Jai Denki could not fathom what sort of spiritual Qi it was to draw this man back time and time again, yet he recognized the opportunity it presented. He instructed his younger sister to reveal the blood feud between the Wan and Jai families and exaggerate the invincibility of the Wan family's formidable formation to ignite the young master's competitive spirits. With a hearty laugh, the man declared, Wan Huaqian was a formation genius recognized by the three sects centuries ago. For yours sake, I shall test the strength of this formation. And so, Jai Denki came to a halt at the foot of Mount Huaqian with a long saber in hand, along with the other Jai family members behind him, dressed in leather armor, fixing their gazes upon the mountain that was aglow with a white radiance in silence. "Where's your support now, Wan Xiaohua?" he whispered to himself. "No number of cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm can save the Wan family now. The day of your downfall is here. Neither your reinforcements nor support will alter your fate." Jai Denki was overcome by a profound sense of destiny. He could feel the watchful eyes of his father and grandfather on his back as he was moments away from crushing Mount Huaqian. This time, the Jai family is backed by the formidable might of the Golden Tang Gate, a support beyond your wildest imaginations. As tears streamed down his face, the humility that once shadowed his demeanor vanished and was now replaced by a fierce determination and a deep, pervasive sorrow. These emotions lent Jai Denki an imposing presence despite his smaller physical stature. Chapter 68. Preparation before the ambush. Li Xianping made his way into the courtyard and then carefully picked up the mirror resting on the stone platform with both hands. Lu Jiangxian stirred awake in the mirror. He expanded his divine sense through Mount Lijing, absorbing the transformations over the past 5 years in an instant. The younger generation of the Li family has certainly grown up. Li Chenghu's son, Li Xuanxuan, was studying in the courtyard, flipping through a wooden slip but appeared to be distracted. Meanwhile, Li Xianping's eldest son, Li Xuanfeng, sat beside a tombstone on the mountainside in a daze, with his hair loosely hanging down. In another part of the courtyard, Tian Yun was reading a book with Li Jingshan. Li Tongya was absent, presumably away to Cloud Crown Peak to submit the Li family's tributes. Liu Raoxuan stayed behind at home, cradling and speaking to their son, Li Xuanling. Lu Jiangxian retracted his divine sense, returning his focus to Li Xianping, who was standing before him. Li Xianping seemed to have many thoughts racing through his head. He retracted his hands, then went off to the side courtyard and silently watched Li Xuanxuan, who was meticulously arranging the wooden slips. Startled by Li Xianping's presence in the courtyard, Li Xuanxuan was stunned for a moment before greeting, "Family head." Li Xianping cut him off with a solemn question instead. "Let me ask you a question. What will you do if I don't return?" The question took Li Xuanxuan by surprise. He did not even dare to imagine the scenario. "Uncle. Why would you ask such a question?" Observing the frown on Li Xianping's face, Li Xuanxuan quickly recomposed himself and replied as calmly as possible, "I'll retrieve the mirror." Li Xianping nodded and then pressed further, "And what if you can't find it? Keep the details secret, tell everyone that Uncle is in seclusion to achieve a breakthrough, then promptly send someone to oversee the clan's forces." Secure control over the eastern region of Lidyaku, which borders the Wan family's territory, and ensure we're ready to seek assistance from the prefecture at a moment's notice. Li Shuangxun's face was grim as he gradually spoke faster and faster until Li Xiangping lifted his hand to interrupt him, then grimly said, "That's good enough." He patted Li Shuangxun on the shoulder and said, "Before your youngest uncle departed, he left me with 3 talismans. With these in the mirror, I can stand a chance against even a cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm. There's no need to worry too much about me. Besides, with him in the immortal sect, regardless of how dire circumstances may become, the sect will invariably intervene to safeguard the Li lineage. As long as we have the mirror, our family has hope for resurgence. Get Fenger here." Li Xiangping had always shielded the children of the main family from outsiders or cultivators from the side families to hide the truth about their spiritual orifices. Now, faced with the perilous task of confronting Jai Dengqi, he deemed it necessary to bestow a talisman seed upon Li Xunfeng as a precaution. Li Shuangxun promptly returned with Li Xunfeng, who seemed rather unhappy. Without any explanation, Li Xiangping channeled his mana through Li Xunfeng, probing his Qihai acupoint only to find it empty. Li Xiangping sighed inwardly. Yet, as the mana coursed through Li Xunfeng's body, Li Xiangping discovered a breathing Qi cyclone at the Sheifu acupoint on Li Xunfeng's right hand. This discovery left him momentarily stunned. How could this be? Why is Fenger's spiritual orifice in the Sheifu acupoint on his right? Could it be possible that spiritual orifices can exist outside the Qihai acupoint? Can they also be found in the Shenyang Mansion and Niwen Palace? Before Li Xiangping could answer his own question, another question came into his mind. Can children with a spiritual orifice in our family accept the talisman seed? They can only begin cultivating the Supreme Yin-breathing Meridian Nourishment Sutra after accepting the talisman seed. If those with a spiritual orifice can't accept a talisman seed, does that mean they can only cultivate the Azure Essence Meridian Nourishment technique like normal rogue cultivators like those in the side families? As Li Xiangping recalled the reception method, the curiosity on his face deepened. In the initial phase of the first cycle, the profound Pearl True elixir gracefully descends into the heart's network. This marks the positioning of the elixir cavity within the central palace. Following the elixir's descent, one must hold their breath 9 times, completing 1 cycle. Repeat across 9 cycles, 9 times each, a total of 81 times. This is referred to as the 9 heavenly cycles. It seems like perhaps those with spiritual orifices were also eligible for talisman seeds. Lu Jiangxian observed from above, sensing Li Xiangping's inner turmoil, and mumbled to himself, "My profound pearl talisman seeds can be planted in anyone. If it's planted in a mortal, it'll elevate them into an immortal. If it's planted in someone with an immortal orifice, then they'll be able to progress a lot faster. It's up to you, Li Xiangping, to decide if you want 2 mediocre cultivators in the family or a genius. It's quite interesting that Li Xunfeng has a spiritual orifice on his left hand. There must be a secret behind this spiritual orifice." As time pressed on and the hour of appointment with the Wan family drew near, Li Xiangping focused back on the immediate task. "Fenger, do you still remember the method that I told you to memorize years ago?" Looking at the solemn faces of Li Shuangxun and Li Xiangping made Li Xunfeng kind of nervous. "Yes, I have memorized it long ago," he replied quietly. "Come." Li Xiangping grabbed Li Xunfeng's hand and led him into the ancestral hall in the backyard. Li Xunfeng widened his eyes, curiously scanning the hall that he had never been allowed to enter before. His gaze swept past the rows of ancestral tablets and spotted his grandfather, Li Muxian, standing in the hall with the help of a walking cane. He was gazing at the stone platform in the heart of the hall. Li Xunfeng followed his gaze and noticed that the stone platform was bathed in ethereal mist that was as white as the moonlight, and a bluish-gray artifact hovered above the platform. Li Xiangping whispered something in Li Xunfeng's ear, who then solemnly nodded. He kneeled down and in his youthful voice said, "As a disciple of the Li family, I, Li Xunfeng, respectfully request the profound light. I dedicate myself to pursuing the Tao and my destiny rests in your hands. When the time comes, I will remain true to my oath. With this talisman burned, I express my gratitude to Supreme Yin." A white pill glowing with a radiant light leaped from the mirror, enveloping the room in a brilliant luminescence as it sunk into the top of Li Xunfeng's head. Li Xiangping observed his son assume a meditative pose and began guiding the profound pearl talisman seed in his body, then turned to Li Shuangxun. "Watch Fenger closely and explain everything to him," he said. He then bowed before retrieving the mirror from the platform. After carefully putting it into his chest pocket, he sighed deeply with a complex look on his face. "The arrow has already been knocked on the bowstring. We have no choice but to fire it," he mumbled to himself. Lu Jiangxian watched as Li Xiangping descended Mount Lijiang alone and cast a divine movement spell on his leg, quickly leaving Lijiang village and walking along the Gyuli Road. When he was finally approaching the Wan family's territory, he stopped and took out the mirror, solemnly reciting, "As a disciple of the Li family, I, Li Xiangping, respectfully request the profound light to grant me the supreme yin profound light to vanquish evil, cleanse impurity, and subdue demons." Lu Jiangxian, sharing Li Xiangping's perspective through his divine sense, realized that the distance to Mount Huaqian was too great for the supreme yin profound light's reach. Li Xiangping seemed to have also realized this problem. He proceeded with caution, keeping a tight clutch on his talismans and frequently consulting the mirror for guidance on his location. Finally, as Mount Huaqian came within the divine sense's scope, a few unfamiliar presences were detected. Lu Jiangxian's apprehension grew. 1, 2, 3, 5, 9, 10. 10 cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm. Chapter 69, Old Taoist. Li Xiangping shut his eyes and concentrated for a moment. His face suddenly paled as a wave of realization washed over him, prompting a harsh whisper through his clenched teeth. 10 cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm. How are we supposed to intervene now? Where did the Jai family find so many skilled cultivators? Inside the mirror, Lu Jiangxian was urgently trying to gather more information as he observed the 7 auras surrounding a central one, his mind racing with concern. What's going on here? If Li Xiangping hadn't been careful, anyone else rushing in recklessly would have surely met a quick and brutal end. His relief was short-lived as he detected the aura of another cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm emanating from Moongaze Lake. Li Xiangping closed his eyes and sensed the auras in the vicinity. He, too, detected a powerful aura emanating from Moongaze Lake in the distance, seemingly moving westward. An alarm went off in Lu Jiangxian's head as he recognized the aura's distinct pull. That aura. It's identical to the one from Moongaze Lake that I sensed years ago, the one capable of repairing the mirror. The distinct aura of greed and malice exuded by the cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm blazed like a glaring red beacon in Lu Jiangxian's divine sense, sparking a flurry of thoughts in his mind. There's no doubt about it. This cultivator is coming for me. He's been biding his time at Moongaze Lake for over 10 years. At the same time, Li Xiangping felt a surge of shock as the menacing aura approached him like a shooting star. Breaking into a cold sweat, he instinctively cast a divine movement spell to his legs and swiftly sprinted northward. Who is that person? How does he track me so accurately from a distance? Damn it, the Wan family really got me into big trouble. As Li Xiangping dashed desperately, thoughts raced through his mind incessantly. This person is heading my way, so he must be a cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm. I can't risk leading him toward our home in the west. My own demise is one thing, but putting my family in harm's way is a risk I can't take. With the mirror in my possession, I must proceed with caution. Wan Xiaohua watched Jai Denki standing outside the formation, hatred oozing out of his eyes. Beside him stood a haughty-looking man with a large forehead, dressed in a dark green silk cloak, who impatiently voiced his frustration. "Brother Wan, why hasn't the Li family taken action yet? Aren't they supposed to make a move once the earth-locking Huaqian formation is activated? Patience, Brother Pingyuan, the moment will come." The man was none other than the Lu family's newest cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm, whom Li Tongya had met on Cloud Crown Peak. The Wan family enlisted him at great expense to ensure Jai Denki's downfall. Wan Xiaohua forced a wry smile, though doubt was swirling in his mind. Li Xiangping is a smart man. How could he fail to see the gravity of our demise? The downfall of the Wan family would leave the Li and Lu families vulnerable to the Jai family's advances. Even a fool like Lu Pingyuan can see the need to support us. Why doesn't Li Xiangping? Wan Xiaohua's unease deepened, prompting him to let out a heavy sigh. After waiting for another half an hour, Lu Pingyuan rose to his feet, unable to contain his frustration. Ignoring Wan Xiaohua's attempts to calm him, he activated his flying shuttle and flew out of the formation to confront Jai Denki. "Hey Jai family head, you won't be able to break this tortoise shell anyway, so why waste your time surrounding this mountain? The Wan family is now under the Lu family's protection. Leave this instance and I'll spare you from a fight." The declaration left both Wan Xiaohua and Jai Denki momentarily stunned. Wan Xiaohua was rendered speechless in the face of Lu Pingyuan's stupidity. How did an idiot like him attain the Qi cultivation realm? Life can be so unfair. Jai Denki merely narrowed his eyes as he muttered under his breath, "My underwear probably has more brain cells than this idiot." Just as Jai Denki raised his saber and prepared to advance, laughter pierced the air. A man dressed in gold emerged with his entourage, clutching his stomach in amusement as he pointed at Lu Pingyuan. "Ha ha ha ha, this is truly amusing. I can't believe there's someone more arrogant than myself." Wan Xiaohua lifted his gaze to the sky from within the formation. The sudden arrival of those cultivators drained color from his face, causing his heart to plummet and his mind to reel in shock. 1, 2, 3, 8. All of them are cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm. How can this be? Overwhelmed by the situation, he nearly coughed up blood in agitation as he barely managed to call out, "Yuankai, Wan Yuankai." Wan Yunkai rushed over to support the head of his family, his face etched with concern and his eyes tinged with redness. Yunkai is here, family head. Wan Xiaohua gasped for air, then spoke grimly. I'm afraid today marks the end for the Wan family. Li Xiangping's absence suggests that he's in trouble too. Summon our kin. Should the formation falter, we must scatter to evade capture and flee toward the Li and Lu families. Wan Xiaohua's face was pale, yet his thoughts remained sharp and focused. He gave himself a firm slap on the face, then said, No, Jai Denki won't spare the Wan family that easily. Go and relay my command. Only the direct descendants aged between 7 and 15 with spiritual orifices should head west. The rest, including those from our main family, must defend the mountain. If the formation breaks, we scatter and flee. Jai Denki intends to wipe us out entirely. As for the children of the side families, before he could finish, the formation suddenly shook violently and a macabre rain of blood poured down. Lu Pingyuan's cries for mercy were in vain as the man in gold gruesomely ripped him apart. The man dressed in gold picked up his storage pouch, then proceeded to examine it with his spiritual sense, only to frown in disgust and curse. What a broke guy. Glancing at the shimmering Earth-lock Huaqian formation, he took out a long saber ignited with crimson flames. With a grin, he declared, Let me try my hand at Wan Huaqian's work. Li Xiangping's attempt to escape was cut short by a sudden, chilling breeze. A Taoist-robed elder on a flying shuttle blocked his path. With a gentle wave of his horsetail whisk, he asked with a smile, Where are you rushing off to, fellow Taoist? Lu Jiangxian jolted in the mirror. He could feel a pull from the elderly man, as if an invisible thread bound them together. A realization then dawned upon him. This man is in the mid-chi cultivation realm. Judging by his aura, he must have already attained the 5th or 6th heavenly layer. This is bad. Li Xiangping gritted his teeth and asked, Who are you? Why do you stand in my way? The elderly man chuckled, then calmly replied, I've guarded Moongaze Lake for almost 30 years. You're finally here, fellow Taoist. With that, he took out a glowing snow-white jade pendant. The tassel at the bottom of it seemed to have an invisible string tied to it and was pointing straight at Li Xiangping. If you surrender the item, I'll make sure you at least die in one piece, fellow Taoist. Chapter 70. Danger. With victory already in his grasp, the old Taoist performed a hand seal and conjured a spell with leisurely ease, extending his left hand to reveal a dazzling white light, all while wearing a smug smile. Li Xiangping drew a yellowish talisman from his possession in response and slapped it onto himself. A shield of pure white light materialized around him, and without a word, he turned around and sprinted toward the lake. The old Taoist calmly clapped the storage pouch at his waist and stowed away the jade pendant before trailing Li Xiangping with a smile on his face. His small eyes, however, remained sharply vigilant, tracking every movement. Internally, he mused, the talisman he used looks like those from the Azurpan sect. Haven't the two sects made an agreement long ago? The disciples from the Azurpan sect along Moongaze Lake to the Mushroom Forest Plain should have vacated by now. No, he wouldn't be fleeing if he's from the Azurpan sect. This man must have connections to that sect. I should be careful. Let him run and exhaust his mana first. That way, he won't be able to use any of his talismans or Dharma artifacts. The old Taoist followed behind Li Xiangping like a haunting presence. He was enjoying the chase and felt almost giddy with anticipation. It's like the heavens itself is guiding this. The people from the Azurpan sect have retreated and the Golden Tang Gate's forces are preoccupied in the south. Meanwhile, this young man flees in panic toward the north, straight into the Golden Tang Gate's realm. Looks like the stars are aligning for me. The old Taoist's excitement grew as he recalled the tales of the Immortal Mansion's successor, who had vanquished foes in all directions centuries ago, and his master's dying words to him. He was once a mere rogue cultivator under Golden Tang Gate, barely 20 when his master, nearing the end of his life, entrusted him with a jade pendant. Centuries ago, my lineage was also entangled in the chaos surrounding the Immortal Mansion's successor, and this jade pendant was obtained from that person. That fierce man had mastered the divine technique so profoundly that his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones were all considered heavenly treasures. Thus, he was torn to pieces by the 3 sects and 7 gates. Rogue cultivators like us had no chance to claim a share of even a piece of his flesh, and had to resort to collecting the blood spattered during the conflict with containers. Your Grandmaster stumbled upon this jade pendant amidst the rain of blood, and it was this that caused him serious injuries, leading to his return and eventual passing. Back then, he was only a naive young Taoist, listening intently as his master spoke in a frail voice. Your martial uncle and I have investigated this pendant over a century and found that it is possibly linked to the Immortal Mansion's legacy, yet it lacks a companion artifact. It falls upon you to find this missing piece. While he was reminiscing, he was startled by Li Xiangping's abrupt halt and defiant stare. This unexpected defiance caught the old Taoist off guard, momentarily embarrassing him. Attempting to recover his composure, he jeered, had a change of heart. Li Xiangping responded with a cold laugh as he took out a bluish-gray mirror that projected a menacing white light directly at the old Taoist's face. Damn it, I knew he had something. The old Taoist exclaimed in frustration, activating a series of talismans that conjured a formidable golden shield in defense. In a fluid motion, he performed a hand seal with both hands and channeled his mana into the shield. The old Taoist usually immersed himself in cultivation and rarely engaged in battles with others, so he had painstakingly practiced this technique for over 30 years, relying on it along with a combination of spells and talismans to save his life multiple times. However, the sense of danger disappeared in an instant. The old Taoist was momentarily stunned, and by the time he regained his senses, Li Xiangping had already darted away like a rabbit. Realization struck the old Taoist as he let loose a string of curses, deactivating his spell with a flick of his wrist. With a scornful chuckle, he remarked, "That man is quite a trickster." He moved swiftly, closing the gap like a specter, yet the old Taoist saw Li Xiangping had taken out the mirror once again, casting a brilliant white light toward him. Feeling the impending danger, the old Taoist reflexively activated 12 talismans, conjuring a formidable golden shield without hesitation. "Idiot," he heard a mocking sneer from ahead. Despite his generally calm demeanor, a wave of uncontrollable fury surged within him. He conjured several golden lights in his hands, dissipating the shield with a wave of his hand and intending to cast a deadly spell on Li Xiangping. As soon as the shield dissipated, a blinding, immaculate white light engulfed the old Taoist's vision. Li Xuanxuan paced the courtyard restlessly. Their family head, Li Xiangping, had not returned since the night before, and their contacts in Lijiaku village reported no sightings of the expected white light phenomenon. The plan was to cast the Supreme Yin Profound Light and then quickly return. The whole operation shouldn't have taken more than a few hours. With dawn breaking, Li Xuanxuan's anxiety deepened. The urge to dash to the Wan family for answers nearly overwhelmed him. A fleeting golden light in the east last night had faded within minutes, leaving Li Xuanxuan to face the long night alone on Mount Lijing, clenching his fist hard in silence. Should we prepare for the worst? His eyes were red as names flickered through his mind. Li Yesheng, Li Keang, Chen Erniu. With Li Tongya away at Cloud Crown Peak and Li Xiangping's fate uncertain, the mantle of leadership unexpectedly fell to 13-year-old Li Xuanxuan. His youngest kin, Li Xunfeng and Li Xuanling, were only 7 and 5, respectively. Young family head. The sudden call snapped Li Xuanxuan back to reality, his youthful face quickly regaining its warmth. "Uncle Yesheng, is something wrong?" he asked. "I've scoured both Mount Mike and Mount Lijing multiple times, but found no sign of our family head." Li Yesheng stroked his beard with a troubled look on his face. He also witnessed the golden light streaking across the sky last night and intended to report this to Li Xiangping. However, after visiting the mountain twice, he found no sign of Li Xiangping. "I believe Uncle said he had a hunch that he could achieve a breakthrough last night and has since entered seclusion." Li Xuanxuan offered a comforting smile, locking eyes with Li Yesheng. "Ah, I see." Realization dawned on Li Yesheng, his spirits lifting. "So the family head has chosen to seclude himself in Mount Lijing's backyard this time." A moment of panic flickered through Li Xuanxuan's heart, but he maintained his composure and answered, "Yes." Li Yesheng nodded, then deftly shifted the conversation to the recent happenings in the village before departing. Once Li Yesheng had descended the mountain, Li Xuanxuan settled into a seat in the empty courtyard and gazed at the sky contemplatively. In the village below, Li Yesheng briskly entered his courtyard. He removed his coat and put it into the waiting hands of a servant. With a furrowed brow, he called out, "Li Xuan." The silence that followed reminded him that Li Xuan had been dispatched to Lijiaku village by Li Xiangping. Surveying the people that had gathered in the courtyard, Li Yesheng accepted the tea bowl served to him and settled into his seat. "Any word on Li Keang?" he asked. "None." Li Yesheng sipped his tea thoughtfully. His expression darkened with concern as he said, "Has the Wan family requested assistance today?" "No, manager." Li Yesheng's expression grew pensive. He looked at his men, then hesitantly asked, "Has there been any move to mobilize the clan's forces?" His men shook their heads. Li Yesheng heaved a long sigh of relief before a faint smile broke through his worry. "I must be overthinking things." Chapter 71. Azure Kai Devil Gate. The old Taoist's spiritual sense and quick reflexes barely saved his life from the devastating force of the Supreme Yin Profound Light. With an instinctive sidestep, he narrowly dodged the fatal blow, though the attack vaporized his left arm, leaving his upper torso frozen and his face tinged with a ghastly shade of purple from the cold. Despite the pain, the old Taoist managed a wry smile as he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood that froze before hitting the soft ground. Impressive. With his remaining strength, he conjured a white shield with his right hand to fend off Li Xiangping's relentless assault. Even a slight movement like that caused him to cough up more dark blood, now tinged with frost. Feeling a chilling qi coursing through his body, the old Taoist quickly performed a hand seal to protect his heart and preserve his life. Upon realizing his attacks were futile against the old Taoist shield, and knowing the talisman given by Li Qijing was intended more for escape than combat, Li Xiangping reluctantly ceased his assault. With no viable options to the west, where the Li residence was, or to the east, where 10 cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm were besieging the Wan family, and hindered by the disadvantageous terrain of the Mount Dali to the south, Li Xiangping opted for the only remaining path. He pressed onward to the north, propelled by a wind talisman. Jai Dengki stared coldly at Wan Zhaohua's upper body, where a deep cut marred his waist, before mercilessly stabbing his long saber into his lower body. "You should have prepared for this day when your Wan family set foot on Mount Huizhong," he remarked frostily. Despite the severity of his injuries, Wan Zhaohua was still alive thanks to his strong vitality as a peak cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm. His eyes further widened in agony as he emitted a series of pained gasps through his bloody mouth. "Why?" he asked. Jai Dengki could see the once lavishly dressed proud youth who smirked at him years ago now before his very eyes. He bent down slightly and replied in a low voice, "Who do you think we are? We're merely pawns to those two families. They'll never care about what happens to you. While you pay your tributes every year, they're all just waiting for us to fatten up so they can slaughter us like livestock." As Wan Zhaohua fought for each breath, a tear trickled from his eyes. Jai Dengki shut his eyes, then lifted his head and said, "Now, I will drive every descendant of your Wan family, along with the 8,000 mortals under your governance, to their doom under the Lord's command. The Lord will then proceed to the Mushroom Forest Plain, which remains unguarded by the Azure Pond sect. There he plans to sacrifice between 50 to 70% of its inhabitants, be they mortals or immortal cultivators, to collect resentment Qi and blood Qi." A cynical smile spread across Jai Dengki's face as he watched Wan Zhaohua's life fade away. The very Azure Pond sect you hoped would save you is now mobilizing its forces to the border of the Golden Tang Gate to commit the same vile act. When the livestocks learn too much, they're exchanged to be slaughtered. Jai Dengki gently closed Wan Zhaohua's eyes, his laughter raspy and cold, echoing with contempt. He then looked up defiantly at the figure cloaked in gold above. "Senior Zhao." Li Tongya greeted and cupped his fist respectfully to Zhao Shooting, the ancestor of the Zhao family and a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm. Zhao Shooting sipped his tea leisurely and offered, "How about staying a few more days at the Zhao residence, Tongya?" Li Tongya was surprised by the suggestion. Doubt clouded his thoughts as he respectfully probed, "May I ask?" Zhao Shooting interrupted Li Tongya's question with a dismissive wave of his hand and said, "The Wan family hasn't approached us this year. They're likely heading south to meet with the forces from the Golden Tang Gate. Given the timing, they're probably at the Mushroom Forest Plain. Your Li family stands isolated in the mountains, while the Mushroom Forest Plain is on the brink of becoming a battlefield. It would be wise to wait a few days until the forces from the Golden Tang Gate have retreated before returning." Li Tongya, taken aback by the wealth of information Zhao Shooting divulged, quickly cupped his fist and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Zhao." After Zhao Shooting acknowledged him with a slight nod, Li Tongya excused himself and departed, allowing Zhao Shooting to return to his contemplation. As soon as Li Tongya walked out of the courtyard, a lavishly dressed youth walked out from behind a veiled screen. He was Zhao Yongling, the young man whom Wan Yuankai and Li Tongya had met at the tavern years ago. He gracefully took a seat and asked, "Grandfather, is the Li family truly worthy of our friendship?" Zhao Shooting sipped his tea silently, then looked at his favorite grandson and said, "Li Qijing has mastered the Moon Lake autumn reflection technique, causing quite the stir within the sect." Zhao Yongling's eyes went wide with shock. The Moon Lake autumn reflection technique. Where did he find the supreme yin moonlight? Zhao Shooting dismissed the question with a gesture and said, "It doesn't matter. What matters is fostering a closer bond with the Li family. We mustn't seem too eager, though. It may put them off." As Zhao Yongling mulled over these words, Zhao Shooting changed the subject. "Do you know why the 3 sects and 7 gates do not intervene in the feud between the families under their governance, and even encourage those sharing the same border to kill and annex each other?" Zhao Yongling thought for a few moments before responding. The Azure Pond sect never needed the few spirit stones worth of tributes. Instead, they rely on powerful clans like ours to marshal vast numbers of mortals and immortal cultivators. This labor force is essential for producing spirit items to be contributed to cultivators of the Foundation establishment and even Purple Mansion realms. Zhao Shooting continued sipping his tea and questioned back, "You think the Azure Pond sect can't raise their own cultivators of the Qi cultivation and Foundation establishment realms? Why do you think they need to involve our family, even if it means sharing the gains with us? Given the wealth of spirit items and Dharma artifacts accumulated by our Zhao family in Lixia Prefecture over centuries, the Azure Pond sect is surely aware of this." Zhao Yongling paused, seeming to have grasped the idea yet hesitant to voice his thoughts. Zhao Shooting smiled coldly and said, "Let me answer that for you. Our clans are merely crops cultivated by the Azure Pond sect. They spend centuries nurturing major clans like us, only to harvest us entirely, then subtly encourage smaller families to engage in conflict, annexation, and finally grow into another clan." Zhao Yongling shivered. With a slightly trembling voice he asked, "Is this the fate of an immortal family?" Zhao Shooting laughed and said, "The war between the immortals and devils has long ended. Today, which of the 3 sects and 7 gates doesn't gloss over their actions while standing atop a mountain of corpses? Have you ever wondered about the origin of the moon glaze tree on Azure Pond Peak? It flourished from the flesh and bones of Li Jiangquan, watered with his blood. There isn't a corner of the Azure Pond sect that is untainted by blood. HMPH, the Azure Pond Immortal Sect. They really gave themselves a nice name." Zhao Shooting laughed coldly and stood up. "Do you know the name the Azure Pond sect went by several centuries ago before it ascended to its current status among the 3 sects?" he asked Zhao Yongling. "No." Zhao Yongling shook his head. Zhao Shooting leaned in and revealed, "Azure Kai Devil Gate. Azure Kai Devil Gate." Chapter 72, Ancient and Secret Techniques. Li Tongya descended the mountain, pondering over Zhao Shooting's words. What did he mean? If the Zhao family is aware that the Golden Tang Gate is advancing south, why does the Azure Pond sect remain passive and allow the Golden Tang Gate to wreak havoc at the Mushroom Forest Plains? Realization then dawned upon him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Oh no, if the Wan family falls, the Jai family will corner us at Mount Dali. The fate of our families are intertwined. I'm sure Xiangping will use the mirror to assist them. I wonder how things are now. I better hurry home. The Mushroom Forest Plain must be a battlefield by now, and a detour would take too long. It's best to wait 2 or 3 days for a direct route back, he told himself. While Li Tongya slowly knitted his brows in deep thought, a familiar voice called out to him. "Brother Tongya." Startled, he turned around and saw Zhao Yongling hurrying toward him, grabbing his hand. "It's been ages since we last saw each other. Why didn't you look for me while you're here at Zhao residence?" "I've been hanging around near that tavern for days, but I didn't see you or Brother Wan. Where is he anyway?" Li Tongya sighed softly and replied, "When I left home to come here and passed by the Wan residence, I noticed that Wan Yunkai wasn't home. Then I heard about the Golden Tang Gates push southward. They might have already breached Mount Huaqian. I'm worried about Brother Wan's safety." Zhao Yongling wore a sad expression on his face and sighed deeply. "Ah, fate is as unpredictable as the weather. There's nothing we can do about it." As they chatted and strolled through the market at the foot of the mountain, Zhao Yongling broached the subject of cultivation. "I've heard Brother Tongya has reached the Jade Capital stage for years and is on the verge of breaking through to the nascent spirit stage of the embryonic breathing realm. What technique are you planning to use for your qi cultivation, and which spiritual qi of heaven and earth do you intend to absorb?" Li Tongya let out a wry smile and replied, "To be honest, our family only possesses a grade 2 technique manual, the Heavenly Essence Qi cultivation technique, which uses minor pure spiritual qi. We lack the means to harvest this type of spiritual qi and will likely need to purchase it from the market. It's quite a headache." Zhao Yongling was taken aback by his reply. Having grown accustomed to making schedules to consume pills, custom-made Dharma artifacts, and freely chosen cultivation techniques ever since he was young, Zhao Yongling found Li Tongya's situation beyond his comprehension, leaving him momentarily speechless. Li Tongya did not seem to notice his reaction, as he was mulling over the year's yield. Taking out 200 jin for tributes, he had a surplus of more than 260 jin of spirit rice and 7 white essence fruits, which totaled up to about 4 spirit stones in value. Additionally, the 3 Wuzha worms at home had produced silk 12 times over 5 years, spun into 3 silk cottons worth half a spirit stone. Despite studying the spiritual talisman method manual left by Li Qijing for 5 years, Li Tongya had only begun to grasp some techniques and achieved success once or twice. Given the high failure rate, he still hesitated to waste the expensive talisman papers. Li Tongya and Li Xiangping had always managed their household funds meticulously. They had learned that 1 spirit stone could purchase 30 talisman papers. Given that 3 talismans of the embryonic breathing realm typically cost 1 spirit stone, they calculated that they needed at least 1 successful talisman out of every 10 attempts just to break even on their investment in talisman paper alone, without even considering the cost of talisman ink. This led them to be extremely cautious about how they utilized their resources. While Li Tongya was searching for a place to sell the spirit items he had in his possession, Zhao Yongling interjected with a look of concern on his face. "This minor pure spiritual qi is usually sold at about 30 spirit stones. Do you have enough, Brother Tongya?" Li Tongya shook his head and answered, "Well, I'm not in a rush to get it. The cost of minor, pure spiritual chi could deplete a few decades of my family's savings. I'll just slowly accumulate spirit stones. Since the lifespan of a cultivator in the embryonic breathing realm is typically 120 years, I have ample time. Xiao Yongling gazed at him in shock, then remarked softly, "Your talent is commendable, considering that you have condensed the jade capital chakra at the age of 30 and are on the verge of attaining the chi cultivation realm. It's a shame that your potential is hindered by your family background. If you were born in an affluent clan, you'd surely excel far beyond me." Li Tongya raised his eyebrow, chuckling at Xiao Yongling's sentiment, and replied, "Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? Life's challenges are what binds a family together. Despite our family's current hardship, it is our ancestors' savings over centuries that offered us this slim chance at immortality. I'm not burdened by my family. Instead, it's more like my family's legacy is what enables me to be here today." Xiao Yongling smiled and nodded. "That makes sense. I've learned something today." Li Tongya shook his head and smiled. He scanned the market stalls, then asked, "Brother Yongling, I'm curious about the price of these chi cultivation techniques. For basic or common cultivation methods, you can find them at stalls for less than a few spirit stones," Xiao Yongling replied, then pointed toward a nearby building and continued, "However, for techniques of second grade or above, you'll have to go to shops. They are sold for a price between dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones. Some shops bundle the manual along with their required spiritual chi of heaven and earth, thus saving you the time to collect the chi, but it'll be a lot more expensive. Of course, there are also ancient or secret techniques that come in fluctuating prices, depending on the seller." Li Tongya furrowed his brow and asked, "Ancient or secret techniques?" Xiao Yongling smiled and explained, "All techniques stem from a single chi. Some cultivation methods become obsolete if the specific chi they require is lost, or the environment producing such chi is destroyed, making the chi unobtainable. Such techniques, lacking the necessary chi, are deemed ancient techniques." Seeing that Li Tongya was listening intently, Xiao Yongling smiled and continued, "There's also another type known as secret techniques, where families modify ancient techniques to work with available chi." Li Tongya nodded, feeling enlightened, and said, "That sounds like a great idea." Xiao Yongling shook his head and expressed his concerns with a smile, "But rushed modifications can lead to weaker techniques with potential flaws. They can never compare to those that are refined over centuries. Our Xiao family has some such secret techniques. They're either slow to cultivate or require continuous medicinal support." "I see." Li Tongya nodded in understanding. "Regardless, I can't afford any of them with my current resources." Xiao Yongling shook his head and replied earnestly, "Don't underestimate yourself, Brother Tongya. Your discipline and your younger brother's exceptional talent will surely elevate the Li family's status in time." Li Tongya politely thanked him, yet his mind was burdened with heavy thoughts. The Azure Pawn sect's actions are concerning. There must be many secrets behind the ambush and murder of the Immortal Mansion's disciple. I hope Jinger remains safe in the sect and doesn't get involved in anything bad. Chapter 73. Retaliate. After running for a while, Li Xiangping stumbled upon a small orchard enclosed by brown wooden fences. The oranges bearing on the trees suggested that the orchard was well taken care of by the local farmers. Judging by the distance I've run, I'm probably deep in the Jai family's territory now. This family must be under their governance. The night's escape had drained Li Xiangping. His face was pale and the talisman in his hand had dimmed, likely exhausted. He took out the bluish-gray mirror from his chest pocket and closed his eyes to concentrate. Upon sensing the aura of the pursuing old Taoist behind him in the distance, he cursed under his breath. From within the mirror, Lu Jiangxian observed the scene with clarity. The old Taoist took several pills to stabilize his condition before chasing after Li Xiangping on his flying shuttle, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. "If this old Taoist tries to use some sort of spell on me or assault the mirror directly, I'll feign a counterattack and seize the moment to eliminate him." Lu Jiangxian frowned, noting the loss of the old Taoist's left arm and the disruption in his mana flow. The effects of the Supreme Yin profound light lingered within him, occasionally forcing him to close his eyes and regulate his breathing. His advance was slowed, but he remained undeterred in his pursuit of Li Xiangping. "Once I catch up to him, I'll kill him with a single blow to end his resistance and secure the mirror." A mixture of anger, greed, and a strategic rationale oscillated in the old Taoist's mind. If the mirror holds such power in the arms of a cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm, I can't imagine the immense potential it will hold in my hands. The fact that he's reluctant to keep using it suggests that it must have drained him considerably, leaving him vulnerable for some time. The old Taoist slowly increased the speed of his flying shuttle. Soon, a village appeared before him. Among the orange trees in the orchard ahead, he spotted a person running through it. His movements were no longer aided by the buoyancy of wind beneath his feet. This was a clear indication that he had exhausted his talismans. Clutching the last of his talismans, Li Xiangping prepared for a final confrontation. The Vajra talisman in his grasp would turn his flesh and bones as hard as steel, potentially enough to withstand the old Taoist's onslaught and fight for his life. As the old Taoist descended with his flying shuttle, Li Xiangping suddenly turned around, holding the mirror high in the air. Again, the old Taoist nearly coughed up blood as his frustration peaked. He abruptly changed the direction of where he was flying and landed awkwardly on the branch of a tree. Li Xiangping stood next to the tree, staring at him with a cold smile on his face. HMPH, you got me. Instead of anger, the old Taoist's face lit up with delight. He stowed his flying shuttle away into his storage pouch, then gently descended on the ground. As soon as he did, Li Xiangping charged straight toward him. Without uttering a word, the old Taoist conjured a dazzling golden light from his hand and directed it straight toward Li Xiangping. The force of the spell clashed against Li Xiangping. A shield of white, soft light appeared, attempting to neutralize the golden light. Despite its efforts, the golden spell penetrated his defenses, striking him with such force that it sent him reeling backward. Li Xiangping felt the impact on his internal organs, prompting him to cough up blood. He struggled to maintain his grip on the mirror, which was just moments away from dropping to the ground. The old Taoist's focus was immediately drawn to it. The white hair of his horsetail whisk extended like a spectral hand, reaching out to grasp them. A murderous glint flashed across Li Xiangping's eyes. While the old Taoist's attention was diverted by the mirror, he readied a golden light spell on his left hand and prepared to launch a retaliatory strike aimed directly at the old man's head. Watching the hair of the horsetail whisk reaching toward him in the mirror, Lu Jiangxian felt strongly repulsed. He felt as though he was watching an insolent child pointing a pair of chopsticks straight at his eyes. Seizing what he perceived as an opening, he thought, "This is my chance." As the hairs of the whisk grabbed onto the mirror, they recoiled as if they had been scorched by charcoal. The bluish-gray mirror seemed to be offended, rising a foot into the air and emitting sporadic bursts of white light. The 12 runes around the mirror's frame began glowing, and the intense white light created a rippling effect on the mirror's surface. The light from it was so dazzling that it seemed almost as though a small sun was suspended in midair above the two men. An overwhelming sense of danger coursed through the both of them, freezing them in place. Oh no. The old Taoist's heart raced with regret as he thought, "I shouldn't have used that horsetail whisk to capture the mirror." With his years of experience, the old Taoist had heard tales of Dharma artifacts possessing great sentience and requiring respectful handling. There were also many taboos surrounding them. The frosty absolute sword of the Azure Pond sect, for example, would not respond to anyone other than the wielder that it acknowledged. "This is bad, very bad. I didn't expect the mirror to react this way. I must have triggered some taboo." Li Xiangping attempted to unleash a golden light spell on the old Taoist, but found himself immobilized by the oppressive force. As he witnessed the mirror ascend into the air while being bathed in white light, he realized it was much like the night his father and second brother had described during their encounter with the wolf demon years ago. Li Xiangping instantly realized that the old Taoist's actions had likely triggered a retaliatory response from the artifact and let out a sigh of relief. Li Xiangping could not comprehend how, but he heard the faint voice of the old Taoist echoing in his ear. "Young friend, I was as foolish as a pig and have accidentally violated some taboo, triggering this Dharma artifact to retaliate against us. If you have any spells to stop it, please save us. I promise to reward you generously." Li Xiangping rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore the old Taoist's rambling. Lu Jiangxian observed the old Taoist's immobilized state and gained a deeper understanding of his own abilities. So the Supreme Yin Profound Light can immobilize even a cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm as long as they are close enough. With his divine sense, Lu Jiangxian detected movement in the nearby farmhouse. A young man, dressed in tattered linen clothing, cautiously approached and hid behind a tree, watching the two men. "I better end this quickly." With a mental command, the pure white Supreme Yin Profound Light descended, disintegrating the old Taoist along with his horsetail whisk before he could even utter half a word. A small brocade pouch fell to the ground. The whisk's handle, made of some spirit material, transformed into a piece of pale green metal and dropped on the ground as well. Lu Jiangxian then gradually extinguished the white light and remained suspended in the air. Li Xiangping, finally freed from the oppressive force, coughed up more blood and collapsed weakly onto the ground. Just as Li Xiangping was attempting to regulate his breathing, he was struck so hard on his head that he could see stars. He managed to roll over and caught sight of his attacker. Before him, a raggedly dressed peasant boy brimming with greed and delight straddled atop Li Xiangping. He grabbed a rock and began mercilessly hitting Li Xiangping with it. "Damn it, how dare you! How dare you lay hands on an immortal cultivator?" Li Xiangping summoned the last remnants of his mana and deflected the rock that was coming down on him with his left hand. He fumbled around with his right hand until he grabbed a hold of a sturdy tree branch. He quickly imbued it with a golden light spell and thrust it toward the young man. The branch, sharpened by the golden light spell, pierced through the young man's neck. The young man's eyes widened in shock as he promptly coughed up several mouthfuls of blood while clutching his throat and writhing on the ground. Li Xiangping collapsed to the ground, watching the young man's desperate struggles. Fearful that the commotion might draw more attention, he struggled to his feet. He quickly stashed the pouch and the metal block into his chest pocket, then retrieved the mirror and made a staggering escape toward the outskirts of the village. Chapter 74, Leader Who Hesitates. Li Tongye remained in the prefecture for a few more days. Upon receiving word of the Golden Tang Gate's withdrawal, he quickly bid farewell to the Xiao family and got onto his carriage to make his way home through Gili Road and the Mushroom Forest Plain. Since he had no coachman and lacked horse-riding skills, he relied on an ox cart for the journey. After 2 hours on the Gili Road, he could not help but cover his nose. The stench of corpses is overpowering. The previous day's rain had soaked and bloated the corpses by the roadside, causing bubbles to swell up on their skin, filled with festering dark flesh and blood, emitting a nauseating and vile stench. After a morning of exposure to the sun, the smell had only intensified even more. What a tragedy. As Li Tongye drove the ox cart, he had to stop frequently to clear the corpses from the road. The journey grew increasingly arduous due to the severed limbs and lifeless torsos obstructing his path. Before long, the oxen, overwhelmed by the pervasive stench of decay, refused to proceed any further. Left with no choice, Li Tongye abandoned the ox cart and continued on foot. Covering his mouth and nose, Li Tongye had to pause frequently to wipe away tears triggered by the pungent fumes. He was overwhelmed by inexplicable and intense emotions after walking alone among countless corpses without eating for a day and a night. He could not help but wonder, what will the Azure Pond sect document about this? In a mocking tone, he replied to his own question. Summer in the 4th month, the Golden Tang Gate invaded the Mushroom Forest Plain and withdrew within a few days. He moved a stack of corpses, then sat down on a blood-stained boulder, sneering bitterly. During his journey, Li Tongye encountered living people, but the villagers who had clawed their way out from the mountain of corpses seemed to have lost their ability to speak. When they encountered one another, they would just hug each other and weep. After their tears had run dry, they would begin a desperate search through the ruins, scavenging for any morsel of food they could find. Li Tongye, with his clothes relatively clean and unstained with blood, as well as a long saber at his side, looked like a mere merchant passing through the Mushroom Forest Plain. Before long, a group of children, most around 5 or 6 years old, began trailing behind him, casting pitiful glances in his direction. Li Tongye continued along the mountain trails in silence, occasionally hunting wild boar or wolves, which he would then cook to feed the hungry children following him. His journey eventually led him to the outskirts of the Wan family's territory. The village that was once inhabited by the members of the Wan family now stood abandoned, devoid of life, leaving behind only a landscape marred by decaying corpses and blood. Xuanfeng. While walking, Li Tongye noticed a small figure walking around a mountain of corpses. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Li Xiangping's eldest son, Li Xuanfeng. The boy looked disheveled, his body smeared with dried blood as he picked his way through the corpses. What's going on? Where's your father? Why are you rummaging through these dead bodies? What if you catch a disease? Li Tongye furrowed his brows, his heart pounding as he grabbed the boy. Looking at the boy's dry and cracked lips, he grew increasingly concerned. Li Xuanfeng pouted and kicked a severed hand on the ground before saying dejectedly, "I'm looking for my father." An ominous feeling gripped Li Tongye as he asked softly, "Xiangping, has your father not returned home yet? Brother Xuan won't tell me. My father was supposed to go help the Wan family, but I don't know where he is right now." Li Tongye pondered for a few moments after hearing Li Xuanfeng's response. His face turned serious as he said, "Come home with me first." "All right," Li Xuanfeng responded in a subdued tone. "The Jai family is really fierce. They've killed everyone in all the 5 villages of the Wan family. Why would they do such a thing?" he asked. "They're killed by the Golden Tang Gate and the Azure Pond sect," Li Tongye replied without much thought. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanfeng froze for a moment and then mumbled to himself, "Golden Tang Gate and their young master are truly heartless. When I grow up, I'll make sure to kill all of them and kick that young master's head around like a ball." Li Xuanxuan sat alone in the courtyard, his heart heavy with worry. He had scoured the entire Lijiaku village for the past few days but found no signs of any conflict, let alone any trace of his uncle, Li Xiangping. "I don't know where Fenger has gone either. I've sent people to search all day, but there's no sign of him." Li Xuanxuan had a horrible headache. After Li Xuanfeng received the talisman seed, he dashed off into the mountains and later returned, pressing Li Xuanxuan to search for Li Xiangping. Left with no choice, Li Xuanxuan had to find a way to pacify him. However, Li Xuanfeng was a clever child. He often eavesdropped on the adults and had likely pieced together the situation with the Wan family, deducing that something dire had happened, so he ran away from home. As the eldest in his generation, Li Xuanxuan could not act impulsively and venture into the Jai family's territory like Li Xuanfeng. He needed to maintain a calm facade, reassure the villagers, and try to control the situation before Li Tongya returned, even if it pained him to do so. Young family head. While Li Xuanxuan was lost in his thoughts, he heard footsteps approaching from outside the courtyard. Li Yesheng entered with a smile and announced, "The immortal master is back." Li Xuanxuan was taken aback, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. He smiled with joy and rushed down the mountain to greet Li Tongya. Li Tongya had made some arrangements for the children who had followed him all the way home before making his way up the mountain. When he met Li Yesheng and Li Xuanxuan, his face remained stoic. He patted Li Xuanfeng on the shoulder and said, "Go take a bath and get some rest." Seeing Li Xuanfeng nod and leave, Li Tongya entered the courtyard with Li Xuanxuan. He dismissed Li Yesheng and then whispered, "Tell me, what's going on?" Li Xuanxuan recounted the events of the past few days in a solemn manner. After Li Tongya heard everything, he asked, "Have you investigated the situation at the Wan family's territory?" Li Xuanxuan shook his head and replied, "I've only ordered the people of Lijiaku village not to reveal their whereabouts to the east, but I haven't sent anyone to cross the border." Li Tongya sneered and said, "The Wan family has been wiped out for over a month, and you've yet to realize that Mount Huaqian stands empty. Your uncle has vanished for more than a month, and yet here you are, aimlessly walking around with those managers without a clue. To make matters worse, you let Fenger sneak into the Jai family's territory alone. What the hell have you been doing, Li Xuanxuan?" As if struck by lightning, Li Xuanxuan found himself kneeling in the courtyard, tears brimming in his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but words eluded him. What is there to be afraid of? Li Tongya shook his head and continued in a deep voice. "Even if you were to send village soldiers to patrol the forest after your third uncle hadn't returned overnight and dispatched Li Qiang to guard Lijiaku village, no one would dare to go against you as long as you hold the power of the Li family in your hand. Even if there are whispers or suspicions about Li Xianping's fate, who would dare to voice them?" With a sigh, Li Tongya continued, "There's no need to fear the managers. They are mere lapdogs of our Li family. If you're feeling generous, you can throw them a few bones as a reward. If they dare to go against you, you can just deal with them swiftly. The power of our Li family is rooted in our blade and cultivation. We must be decisive, ruthless, and unafraid to take lives. The Li family doesn't need a leader who hesitates or fails to act. We need someone who commands with the ferocity of a wolf and the courage of a tiger." Chapter 75. Xianping returned, seeing Li Xuanxuan hanging his head. Li Tongya's tone softened as he continued, "Well, it's good that you didn't make any mistakes since this is your first time overseeing the family affairs." After a moment of reflection, Li Tongya cast a look at him and gently advised, "Go clear your head in the cave dwelling on Mount Mike. Come back when you've broken through to the Azure Essence stage. Thank you, second uncle." Li Xuanxuan cupped his fist respectfully, appearing to be relieved as he withdrew. Li Tongya then retreated to the backyard to change his attire. Seated in the main courtyard, he reviewed the records maintained by Li Xuanxuan. With a furrowed brow and in a serious tone, he instructed, "Go get Yesheng." A soldier standing by the door promptly went off to relay the message. Soon after, Li Yesheng entered the main courtyard with great haste, only to find Li Tongya engrossed in a wooden slip, not bothering to even lift his gaze to acknowledge him. Feeling apprehensive, Li Yesheng mumbled to himself, "Oh no, he must have realized it." Li Xuanxuan had been groomed by Li Xianping and Li Tongya since young to be the next family head. Although it was a decision made before the birth of Li Xuanfeng and Li Xuanling, no one knew what was going through the minds of the two boys. Li Yesheng had noticed Li Xuanxuan's mistakes, but chose to remain silent so that he could test the two boys. Realizing that his scheme had been uncovered as Li Tongya remained silent, Li Yesheng hastily kneeled in apology. Li Tongya merely frowned and gestured for him to stop. "You'll explain yourself to the family head when he returns," he said. With that, Li Tongya put away the wooden slip he had been reading and ordered, "Sound the drums to gather the troops." Li Xianping found refuge under a large tree where he sat to meditate, regaining a small fraction of his mana. Once slightly recovered, he cast the divine movement spell on his legs and continued his journey southward, despite the fatigue. After 3 hours of walking, Li Xianping finally allowed himself a moment of rest. He climbed a towering curtain fig tree, drifting between sleep and wakefulness for hours on one of its branches to regain his stamina. To sustain himself in the desolate area, Li Xianping caught a rabbit for his meal and devoted several days to breathing spiritual qi and tending to his meridians before resuming his journey south. Although his external wounds had nearly healed, his internal injuries were difficult to treat. He could still feel the pain in his internal organs, and he had only partially regained his strength. To avoid any encounters with demons, Li Xianping traveled cautiously, only reaching the Li family's territory after more than a month. Upon entering his family's territory, Li Xiangping noticed patrols of clan soldiers in the forest. Looks like home is still safe. The Jai family hasn't invaded us from the west, he thought to himself. Despite recognizing the uniforms that the soldiers wore as the ones from his family, Li Xiangping chose a discreet path to Lijiang village. Only when he observed the normalcy and calm of the village did he allow himself a sigh of relief before proceeding up the mountain. There, he found Li Tongya cleaning his sword. At the sound of footsteps, Li Tongya looked up, his expression shifting from surprise to amusement upon seeing Li Xiangping's disheveled appearance and smile. "I knew you were too cunning to die out there," he remarked with a chuckle. With a light scoff, Li Xiangping seated himself at the table and quenched his thirst with a bowl of tea. "I got chased after by a Qi cultivator for a day and 2 nights and was nearly beaten to death by his palm." He then proceeded to recount his harrowing adventure of evasion and pursuit over the past 20 days. Concluding his tale, Li Xiangping removed his robe and placed the mirror on the table. He watched as the bluish-gray mirror slowly floated in the air, then took out a brocade pouch alongside a block of pale green metal. "Take a look at these." Li Tongya nodded, then extended his spiritual sense into the storage pouch, spilling an assortment of items in it with a clatter. Aside from a collection of clothes, trinkets, and money, there were 25 spirit stones in the old Taoist storage pouch, along with multiple healing pills of the embryonic breathing realm, and a jade vial labeled Jade Sprout Pill. They also found a dozen old talismans and a jade pendant emitting a soft white glow. The final item to fall out of the pouch with a clink was a long, light gray sword. As soon as Li Xiangping reached for the jade pendant, Lu Jiangxian, who was nodding off in the mirror, immediately felt a surge of energy. He looked at the jade pendant that was only an inch away from him, then tried to establish a connection with it. Like an energetic bird, the pendant suddenly flew toward the mirror. Everything happened so unexpectedly that Li Xiangping could only watch in astonishment as the pendant stuck itself to the mirror. A stream of white qi burst forth, weaving into the mirror like a weary bird finally finding its way back to the haven of its forest. The 12 runes on the mirror's frame lit up one by one. A refreshing sense washed over Lu Jiangxian as he felt his divine sense expanding. Information began pouring in, prompting him to delve deeper into it to unravel the message. Li Xiangping and Li Tongya saw the pendant's white glow dimming before it fell back onto the table with a clack. They exchanged glances with one another, then returned the mirror to its stone platform. After a period of waiting without observing any noticeable changes, they decided to resume their inventory in the main courtyard. The old Taoist seemed to lead a modest life, as all his healing pills and medicine were only of the embryonic breathing realm. Li Xiangping carefully put away all of them along with the 25 spirit stones, then proceeded to cautiously open the Jade Sprout Pill. As soon as he did, they were greeted by the refreshing fragrance of the pill that seemed to invigorate their mana. The potency of this pill seems to surpass the snake essence pills we have at home. Since the snake essence pills were known to be beneficial for those in the embryonic breathing and qi cultivation realm, this Jade Sprout Pill must specifically be for cultivators in the qi cultivation realm. He quickly resealed the bottle of the Jade Sprout Pill, then turned his attention to Li Tongya, who was already admiring the longsword with great care. Li Xiangping smiled and asked, "How's the sword?" Li Tongya shook his head and smiled wryly in response. "It's probably the weapon that person used while he was still in the embryonic breathing realm. It seems to be worth only 3 to 5 spirit stones. Even so, it surpasses ordinary iron in quality." That reminded Li Xiangping of his ebony bow, a Dharma artifact with considerable weight even though Li Tongya had bought it with only 2.5 spirit stones. He had initially planned to immediately withdraw after launching the Supreme Yin Profound Light, so he left the bow behind for fear that it would slow him down, only to find himself weaponless when facing the old Taoist. Well, you can't say that. The bow could have slowed me down and the old Taoist could have caught up to me if I had carried it with me. While Li Xiangping was lost in his thoughts, Li Tongya proceeded to examine the set of talismans, trying to identify them with the help of the Spiritual Talisman Method Manual. They seem like talismans of the embryonic breathing realm, designed to create Dharma shields, he concluded after a while. He counted them. There were a total of 24 talismans, valued at approximately 8 spirit stones. I guess they could serve as protective measures for the kids, especially Xuanfeng who likes to wander outside. Li Xiangping chuckled as he recalled how angry the old Taoist was when he had to spend 12 of those talismans to create a huge shield. That old man was kind of poor, but I tricked him twice into using his precious spells. No wonder he was so upset. Li Tongya examined the mysterious pale greenish-colored metal block but failed to identify its purpose and origin. He gazed at Li Xiangping and then frowned. "Are you hurt? You should take some medicine and rest up." Chapter 76. Requesting for cultivation method, Li Qijing sheathed his sword. The bluish-white swirled around him like living water, casting a glow that danced like moonlit ripples on water. Behind him, Zio Unc dispelled the battered remnants of his Dharma shield with a wave of his hand. He chuckled softly and said, "Junior brother's sword chi is truly sharp. The condensed through the moon lake autumn reflection technique is indeed remarkable." Li Qijing frowned as he broached a more somber subject. "I've heard that the Golden Tang Gate has invaded the Mushroom Forest Plain." Zio Unc sighed. Despite the concern on his face, he tried to offer reassurance. "My family told me that the Li family remains unscathed. Junior brother, you needn't worry too much." Li Qijing hung his head, tightening his grip on his sword as he voiced his concern. "Senior sister told me that too, but why have I heard that the Mushroom Forest Plain is undefended?" Caught off guard, Zio Unc hesitated, his voice dropping as he spoke. The Golden Tang Gate seized the moment during Azure Pond Sect's guard rotation to launch their attack. The defenders were outmaneuvered. As Li Qijing pondered over Zio Unc's fragmented explanation, Zio Unc swiftly shifted the conversation. "The demons haven't been at their best behavior in the south in recent years. The sect has decided to bolster the southern defenses by deploying cultivators there. According to the roster, aside from our master, Kingsui Peak is expected to send 2 more members over." Li Qijing tilted his head to the side and asked, "So what's master's plan?" Zio Unc leaned in closer and smiled. "To send both you and me there too, of course. Yuan Tuan isn't good at battling, so she will remain here on the peak." He playfully patted Li Qijing on the shoulder as he continued, "Your dedication to swordsmanship requires real battle experience. How else to refine your skills if not amidst the harsh trials of battle? And as for myself, with my modest talents in alchemy, it seems the clan envisions me providing logistical support for you." Realization dawned on Li Qijing. Caught by the spontaneity of the moment, he responded with a laugh, "That's going to be quite an adventure ahead of us. I wonder how long we'll be gone." Zio Unc nodded and advised, "Indeed, it would be wise to send a letter and inform your family. Remember, the sect's request comes with the opportunity to negotiate for benefits, ensuring our efforts are well compensated." Li Qijing's spirits lifted at the suggestion, eagerly asking, "Could we request a cultivation technique from the sect?" "Technique?" Zio Unc gave him a puzzled look. "You've already mastered the Moonlake Autumn Reflection technique, why request for another?" After a brief pause, realization dawned on him. "Ah, you want to request one for your family." Li Qijing nodded in affirmation, prompting Zio Unc to reflect further before cautiously responding. "Cultivation techniques are deeply guarded secrets among families. Requesting one outright could prove challenging. It's been quite some time, and my brothers back home have reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. Yet they lack chi cultivation techniques. I was hoping to acquire one for them." Li Qijing laid his sword on the table, then continued dejectedly, "Cultivation techniques are treasures not easily parted with. Rarely do families bring their prized technique manuals to market, and even at the brink of disaster, they would rather see them destroyed. Finding an appropriate cultivation method for my family has indeed been a great challenge." Zio Unc nodded and then offered a solution. "Why don't we do this? The Zio family is willing to provide a cultivation technique. In return, I'd ask you to request an essence gathering pill from the sect for my family." Essence gathering pill. Li Qijing was taken aback by the request and hurriedly asked, "Senior brother, are you about to break through to the Foundation establishment realm?" Zio Unc shook his head and clarified, "It's actually for an uncle within my clan. The essence gathering pill could marginally increase the success rate of breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. Its ingredients might be common, but the recipe is closely guarded by the sect, making the pill a rare commodity that can only be obtained as a reward. I'm willing to offer you a grade 3 cultivation method in return." Li Qijing smirked and said, "Senior brother, you really are a sly one. Although the essence gathering pill is of the chi cultivation realm, it is still a very valuable item. It cannot be traded for a mere grade 3 technique." Seeing the dismay on Zio Unc's face, Li Qijing laughed heartily and countered, "I propose an exchange for any 2 grade 3 cultivation methods from the Zio family and a chi gathering method." Zio Unc gave him a look and then proposed, "How about 1 grade 3 and 1 grade 2 cultivation method, along with a chi gathering method?" Li Qijing agreed with a smile. "Fine, but don't try to fool me with those common stuff sold at the market. I want true arts, not ancient or secret techniques." Zio Unc laughed at his comment and then described the few cultivation techniques available. After Li Qijing listened to all of them carefully, he frowned and asked, "Do you have any chi cultivation technique that uses Golden Autumn in Lake? My home is near Moongaze Lake, so such techniques would be ideal." Zio Unc shook his head and replied, "That's wishful thinking. The only technique I've known to harness the Golden Autumn in Lake is the Moon Lake Autumn Reflection technique that you've already mastered." Li Qijing nodded. After a moment's thought, he made his decision. "Then let's settle for the River One Chi technique and Pure Spiritual Essence technique. The geography of our home, with its abundance of reeds and rivers, would complement these techniques perfectly." Meanwhile, in the cave dwelling on Mount Mike, Li Xiangping emerged from days of seclusion. He had finally returned to his best condition, and the mana coursing through his body was so much more refined. He let out a long sigh. His cultivation, stagnant for years, had now advanced and edged him a step closer to a breakthrough in the Jade Capital stage, the fifth stage of the embryonic breathing realm, which was a pleasant realization for him. Stepping out of the stone chamber, Li Xiangping was greeted by the sight of Li Tongya, who was quietly drawing talismans in the cave's hall. Meeting Li Xiangping's gaze, Li Tongya smiled and said, "You're out." The 3 stone chambers of the cave dwelling on Mount Mike had been thoughtfully organized. One served as a store for spirit rice and other spirit items, while the other 2 were dedicated to cultivation in seclusion, with Li Xuanxuan currently in one of these chambers. As Li Xiangping settled at the stone table, he listened intently as Li Tongya recounted his travels and the recent happenings within their family. Li Xiangping's brow furrowed in concern. The Azure Pond sect and Golden Tang Gate are beyond our control. However, we need to stay vigilant against the pressing threat posed by the Jai family, as they have already trapped our family in the mountains. Although the Golden Tang Gate has withdrawn, the Jai family's strength still overshadows ours. Li Tongya, with a solemn nod, shared further unsettling news. Mount Huaqian and the Wan family's territory is now a complete ruin. When I passed through the Lu family's eastern territories, I heard about their loss of Qi cultivators to the Jai family, igniting a bitter feud that's unlikely to dissipate. "That's a good thing," Li Xiangping commented, taking a sip of tea before continuing. With the Lu family preoccupying Jai Dengqi to the east and the ruins of Mount Huaqian below, the Jai family will be tied up for the next 10 or 20 years. This delay could give you plenty of time to attain the Qi cultivation realm, second brother. "Indeed," Li Tongya agreed, setting his brush down. "I plan to sell off the possessions we have acquired from the old Taoist the next time I visit Cloud Crown Peak. It should allow us to afford a portion of minor pure spiritual qi." Li Xiangping narrowed his eyes as he spoke in a serious tone. As for Xuaner, his resolve is still lacking. It could be because he has yet to witness bloodshed. By the time he breaks through to the Azure Essence stage, we should let him lead our forces and confront the demons. He shook his head and said, "Well, I can't blame him. He's only 14 or 15. Li Tongya chuckled and playfully teased him. What does age have to do with anything? Back when he was only 14 or 15, someone killed and dismembered a body to feed them to the wolves. Yet after all that, he could still come home to eat a big bowl of noodles like it was just any other day." Chapter 77, Plea for Help. Li Xiangping smiled and was about to respond as Li Yisheng entered the cave dwelling respectfully. Turning toward him, Li Xiangping asked, "What's the matter?" Family head, a group of about a dozen children from the Wan family has descended from the mountain. They mentioned that their families were once allies and friends of ours. Now in their time of despair, they seek our protection and support, Li Yisheng replied. The brothers were taken aback by the news. Li Xiangping set aside his tea bowl and with a conflicted look on his face, he asked softly, "Does anyone among them possess a spiritual orifice?" Qiyang has assessed them. The leader of the group is a cultivator of the profound scenery stage. The rest, however, are mortals, Li Yisheng reported. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiangping instructed, "Let's integrate these Wan family members into our villages. Those aged 10 and above will receive parcels of land to establish their own homes. As for the children under 10, we'll enroll them in the academy for now, with the younger ones placed under the care of foster families. And bring the leader to meet with me directly," he added. Wan Tianjing led a group of children and sought refuge in the mountains for a night. Witnessing the collapse of the grand formation on Mount Huaqian filled him with despair. Recalling his clan uncle's parting words, he led the children westward with tears in his eyes. Throughout their silent journey, the heartache was palpable. The children who followed him were instructed to remain silent by their families, their quiet sobs punctuating the somber march. Wan Tianjing, steering clear of the familiar village paths, scoured the wilderness for fruits and rabbits to sustain the children trailing behind him. Their journey inadvertently led them into the Li family's territory, prompting Wan Tianjing to seek out someone who could provide guidance and answers. It was not long before a cultivator from the Li family appeared. Li Qiyang was a young cultivator in his early 20s and from the side family of the Li family. Nevertheless, his demeanor was courteous and empathetic upon learning of their plight. He escorted Wan Tianjing to Mount Mike, engaging in quiet conversation as they walked. "Are all of you cultivators?" Li Qiyang asked. He had been stuck in the celestial whirl stage, the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm, for 2 or 3 years now, but still saw no signs of an imminent breakthrough. There were not many cultivators in the Li family for him to compare his progress, so he was curious about Wan Tianjing's cultivation progress. "I am currently at the profound scenery stage," Wan Tianjing replied. Li Qiyang was instantly reassured by Wan Tianjing's response, given that he seemed to be only 14 or 15. I guess not everyone can match Li Xuanxuan's pace of cultivation. With just 7 years of cultivation, he has reached the third stage of the embryonic breathing realm at the mere age of 14 or 15, he thought to himself. The Li family was known for their swift actions. Within moments of their brief conversation, a middle-aged man of refined presence approached to guide Wan Tianjing further. Wan Tianjing followed him along a stone path leading up the mountain, eventually entering a cave dwelling. Wan Tianjing lifted his gaze and saw a middle-aged man reading in his seat in the main hall. "Family head, I've brought him here." The middle-aged man lifted his gaze and raised his slender eyebrow. His sharp falcon-like eyes met Wan Tianjing's with an intensity that unsettled him. For a brief moment, Wan Tianjing felt a rush of fear, prompting him to quickly kneel in deference as he recognized the significance of the figure before him as the head of the Li family. Li Xiangping nodded to Li Keang, then stood up. He gently set his wooden slip down and observed Wan Tianjing in silence. Wan Tianjing broke out in a sweat, only to hear a warm voice above him saying, "Raise your head." Encouraged by the kindness in Li Xiangping's voice, Wan Tianjing looked up. He saw not only the head of the Li family, but also another friendly figure beside him. The figure had a sword on his waist and a green talisman brush in his hand. He offered a reassuring smile to Wan Tianjing. "What's your name?" The family head finally broke the silence. Wan Tianjing fell into a contemplative silence for a few moments before responding with a mix of sorrow and defiance. "Wan Tianchu." "My name is Wan Tianchu." Li Xiangping nodded, then briefly spoke with Wan Tianchu about the event that had transpired on Mount Huaqian that night before dismissing both Wan Tianchu and Li Yesheng. Turning to Li Tongya, he remarked quietly, "He lacks courage and strategy, yet possesses some redeemable qualities. We can use him, though he's not nearly as commendable as Wan Tiankang." Li Tongya shook his head, then softly added with a smile, "The Wan family's true threats were Wan Xiaohua and Wan Tiankang. Had either of them survived, the Wan family might have had a chance to rise again. Alas, they perished on Mount Huaqian." Li Xiangping waved his hand dismissively and commented, "Unless Wan Huaqian could rise from his grave, the Wan family's fall is sealed. We should focus on what lies ahead." "Are you ready to break through to the 6th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, second brother?" he asked. Li Tongya nodded and confirmed, "Just a few more days and I'll be ready for seclusion." Li Xiangping prepared a pot of tea, then cleared the wooden slips from the table, making space to mark down some thoughts on a piece of cloth. "Second brother is on the verge of a breakthrough to the nascent spirit stage, the 6th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. I too am about to break through to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Our remaining family members, including second sister-in-law, Li Keang and Xuanxuan, have all reached the 3rd stage. Wan Tianchu has reached the 1st stage, while Xuanfeng and Chen Dong are newly initiated into the immortal path," he said. "Excluding Jinger, our current strength mirrors that of the Wan family back then," he concluded. "You're right." Li Tongya nodded in agreement, but suddenly recalled something else. People have reported the recent unusual movements of beasts in the western forests, including the sighting of a demonic beast. Thankfully, its cultivation was modest, and Keang was able to subdue it with the villagers. "I only worry this is an ominous sign." Li Xiangping thought for a few moments and then responded, "I've had scouts investigate Mount Yue, yet heard nothing. Given the historical presence of the Mount Yue tribe in that area, they might be stirring this unrest. We have to remain cautious. I've commanded our men to delve deeper into this mystery. Hopefully we'll uncover something soon," he added. Li Tongya put the talisman ink away. Together with Li Xiangping, they exited the cave dwelling and made their way toward Mount Lijing while conversing. Lu Jiangxian combed through the information flooding his mind. His divine sense wandered out to see the familiar sight of the stone platform and roof window. The cracks on its reflective surface remained mostly unchanged, but there were now glittering white threads on its mirror frame. The white qi from the jade pendant did not strengthen the supreme yin profound light, but bestowed upon the mirror a new ability. This newfound ability allowed the mirror to combine the talisman qi gathered through the essence conversion technique with the supreme yin moonlight to condense a talisman pill. An immortal cultivator could only consume 1 pill per major cultivation realm to achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation. The extent of its effectiveness hinges on the talisman qi in the pill. It could work wonders on even cultivators of the Foundation Establishment and Purple Mansion realms. However, similar to the profound pearl talisman seed, consuming the pill would leave a talisman mark within the consumer's Shenyang mansion, enhancing their ability to channel spiritual qi. Upon the consumer's demise, their vital qi would be transformed back into talisman qi and be reclaimed by the mirror. The mirror remains as resourceful as ever, capitalizing on whatever is at hand. Reflecting on this, Lu Jiangxian sighed in defeat. He recalled acquiring the essence conversion technique years earlier. However, the stringent prerequisites proved too challenging, leaving him no choice but to wait until Li Tongya's breakthrough to the qi cultivation realm before they could attempt this. Chapter 78, Attack Ahuasai, having journeyed across mountains and forests over the past few days, arrived with his tribe at Big Fish Creek, where he summoned their shaman to drive out the wild beasts in the mountains so that they could establish their base. This decision, however, drew concern from an elder of their tribe. Great King, venturing further east into the Great Fish Creek brings us into the Devil Gates territory. It would be wiser to retreat. Ahuasai turned around and glared at him. The beast's fangs and the jade he wore on him jangled noisily as he retorted, "You want to turn back and fight Giant Ixi, that malevolent wolf, old fart. Offer ourselves as sacrifices on Mount Lee. Or perhaps you possess some sort of magic to whisk all 900 of us across Moongaze Lake to safety." Silenced and disheartened, the elder could only withdraw with a sigh. With a dismissive snort, Ahuasai turned his attention back to his fruit wine. Just then several of his men barged into the tent, dragging a bound figure who was dressed neatly even to his hair. They tossed the captive before Ahuasai, declaring with a mix of pride and amusement, "Your Majesty, we found this man lurking about our camp and apprehended him on the spot." The captive was one of the Lee family's scouts, unaccustomed to the stealth required in the wilds, thus easily apprehended by Ahuasai's men. Ahuasai rubbed his face, which was marked with 4 tattoos that indicated his status as a cultivator of the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. He grabbed the captive and said in an icy voice, "A living person. It's been some time since we've seen one of those." The captive's eyes widened in fear as he began to struggle. Ahuasai merely sneered at his reaction. He threw the captive on the ground and then summoned his men. A shaman immediately came forward and took the captive. Venomous bugs and bee needles were prepared, and soon the air was pierced with agonized screams. By the time Ahuasai savored a glass of fruit wine, the scout divulged all he knew: a tribe bearing the name Lee. Ahuasai knitted his brows together in contemplation. He listened to the shaman's detailed account for a while, but heard no mention of any Chi cultivator. "Who cares? We'll rob them first, then think about the rest later. Everyone to your tasks," he yelled. With more gray hair in his sideburns than before, Chen Erniu lived his days in contentment for the past few years. Chen Dong, his youngest son, had embarked on the path of immortality. He would often boast about his youngest son's achievements to anyone willing to listen. When Dong was born, he cried very loudly. Chen Erniu was so enamored with him that he discarded the name he had initially thought of, instead seeking a better name from Han Wengsu, the scholar. Han Wengsu, amused by Chen Erniu's visit on a cold winter day with gifts of wine and meat jerky, named the child Chen Dong, honoring the Chen family's tradition of naming their offspring after bodies of water. Chen Dong had always been a sharp kid since young, bringing Chen Erniu immense relief since his older sons were lost causes. The discovery of Chen Dong's spiritual orifice a few years back was the icing on the cake, prompting him to send the boy to cultivate under Li Xiangping's guidance. Lying in bed one evening, Chen Erniu's thoughts wandered to recent events. Wan Tianqing had died on Mount Huaqian, and Wan Tianchu was the newly appointed guardian of Lichuanku. The kid had quite a good attitude and got along fine with Chen Erniu, yet the appearance of wild beasts from the forest in the west kept him on edge and awake at night. Just as sleep was about to claim him, he was jolted awake by a scream. "Father, father." Chen Sanshui burst into his room, his loud entrance sending Chen Erniu tumbling to the floor from his bed. "Wretched boy, what the?" Before Erniu could scold him, Chen Sanshui dragged him to the door, urging him to look eastward. "What the hell is that?" Gripping the doorframe, Chen Erniu stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the ominous glow of torches dotting the eastern mountain slopes. Emerging from the shadows were the warriors of Mount Yue, their torso bare and adorned with tattoos, their laughter chilling as they brandished their long swords. Like a serpentine dragon, they surged down the hills. The village below was already under siege, its plight marked by distant cries and screams of despair. Behind him, Chen Sanshui was frantically gathering the valuables. With a trembling voice, he urged, "Father, we must flee before it's too late." Chen Erniu nearly collapsed and died of frustration. He delivered a stern slap on Chen Sanshui's head and snapped, "Go, inform the main family now." Seeing Chen Sanshui standing there in a daze, he kicked his son on his rear and propelled him into action. While Chen Sanshui ran out of their home, Chen Erniu grappled with a surge of despair. What a useless boy. Collecting himself, Chen Erniu went back inside to rouse his second son, Chen Qiushui, who was sleeping like a log. The family head has already noticed the disturbances to the east for some days now. Our clan soldiers are already positioned behind the village. Get moving and check on the situation immediately, he hissed at him. Chen Qiushui's dazed response only fueled Chen Erniu's frustration further. With a resigned sigh, Chen Erniu closed his eyes and mumbled to himself, it's fine, we still have Dong." Arming himself with a saber and donning his rattan armor, Chen Erniu stormed out of the courtyard with his jaw clenched. He navigated the maze of alleys, his figure merging with the shadows as he moved toward the looming threat. Family head. Li Xiangping slowly opened his eyes, only to see Li Yesheng burst into the courtyard, his appearance disheveled and coated in dust. Mount Yue has launched an attack on Lichuanku village from the west, he reported. Alarmed, Li Xiangping sprang into action. He swiftly donned his armor and took his ebony bow, while Chen Dong secured the quiver to his side with practiced efficiency. What's the situation? How many are there? Are there any cultivators among them? From what I could see, there are hundreds of them. I haven't spotted anyone flying. Li Yesheng, though not an immortal cultivator himself, was not entirely ignorant of its hierarchy. His daily observations of cultivators engaging in battles against demons had imparted to him a basic understanding that demons that roamed on land typically posed a lesser threat. Li Xiangping and Li Tongya had emphasized the importance of retreating and reporting back to the mountain if anyone ever encountered adversaries in the air, whether they were humans or demons. This directive made it abundantly clear that those capable of flight were to be regarded as formidable opponents. Li Xiangping cast a divine movement spell on his legs and commanded, "Get someone to call Li Keang and Li Xuanxuan here." He momentarily considered alerting Li Tongya, but chose against disturbing his seclusion. With a determined stride, Li Xiangping descended the mountain. "Yi Sheng, lead the village men to our aid." As Li Xiangping vanished into the mountain, Li Yesheng hastened to fulfill his task. Navigating the winding path toward Lichuanku village, Li Xiangping was greeted by the sound of urgent drumming, where the 800 clan soldiers were gathered. The centurions, tasked with leading them, displayed visible concern. Amidst this chaos, Li Xiangping's attention was drawn to a solitary figure seated on the ground, burying his face in his hands and crying. The figure bore a striking resemblance to Chen Erniu. Without a word, Li Xiangping tossed his jade token toward the group and continued running westward. The centurions had already recognized Li Xiangping before he did that. The presentation of the jade token was merely a procedural act. The clan soldiers quickly followed Li Xiangping's lead, plunging into the forest that lay between them and Lichuanku village. Chen Qiushui was left behind in a daze. Bewildered by the sudden turn of events, he rose, dusting himself off and looking around in confusion, uncertain of his next move amidst the unfolding chaos. Chapter 79. Repelling the invaders, Lichuanku village was aflame, and the village men were busy fending off the invaders from Mount Yue to protect their families. Most of the villagers were running away in different directions, leaving their possessions behind for those from Mount Yue to plunder. As Li Xiangping and his clan soldiers arrived, the invaders were dispersed throughout the village, looting indiscriminately. With a frown, he directed his men toward the courtyard with spirit fields amidst the turmoil. About a dozen soldiers from Mount Yue gathered beside the courtyard. They were discussing something amongst themselves in their native language and attempting to breach the courtyard with a large rock. Fortunately, a formation plate had been set up within the courtyard, causing the large rock to wobble in midair before tumbling back outside the courtyard. Good thing that the spirit fields are safe. It seems Wan Tianchu has some knowledge in formations. I'll find the opportunity to have him document his knowledge for us to study, Li Xiangping remarked with a nod of approval when he arrived with his men. With a decisive gesture, he directed his soldiers to capture the invaders. Startled, the invaders from Mount Yue attempted to flee, but were swiftly overcome and apprehended by Li Xiangping's clan soldiers. Upon spotting Li Xiangping's arrival from within the courtyard, Wan Tianchu hurriedly deactivated the formation and called out, "Family head." Amidst the Wan family's abrupt downfall, Wan Xiaohu had destroyed all of the family's legacy on Mount Huaqian that fateful night. The Li family never received the promised legacy formation. Wan Tianchu escaped with only a few formation plates and a limited understanding of his family's legacy and formations. Of the 10 formations of the embryonic breathing realm, he only learned 3. His limited expertise, however, proved sufficient to protect the spirit fields from devastation. Just as Li Xiangping was about to order his men to split up and pursue the invaders, a deep horn sounded in the distance. The soldiers from Mount Yue began to retreat like a receding tide. Li Xiangping raised an eyebrow at the sight. He readied his ebony bow, swiftly drawing an arrow and nocking it. After listening intently for a few moments, he released his grip. With a swift motion, the arrow soared into the mountains. "Let's give chase." With a wave of his hand, his clan soldiers surged forward, hastening in the direction the Mount Yue tribesmen had fled. How did they arrive so quickly? Ahuasai sat amidst the dense forest, watching as a group of clan soldiers advanced the village. Springing to his feet, he urgently commanded, "Gather the troops. We mustn't engage with these soldiers, plunder what we can and make our escape." With only a few hundred remnants of his army left, Ahuasai knew that their priority was preserving their numbers rather than fighting with those soldiers. As long as he could preserve his remaining forces, he knew he could still find refuge among other tribes, bargaining for sustenance if needed. But if all of them perished here, his power and influence would diminish significantly, relegating him to the status of a mere mercenary. The clan shaman beside him swiftly produced a horn and sounded it. Watching as his tribesmen began to retreat into the mountains, Ahuasai let out a sigh of relief and settled back against a tree. Just as he began to relax, he suddenly saw a streak of white flying toward them. Before he could react, the clan shaman's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering Ahuasai's pale face with a gruesome red. What the hell? Ahuasai recoiled in horror, his eyes fixed on the long arrow that had embedded itself in a tree, the end of its shaft quivering from the impact. Taking a few steps backward, he gulped. "I'll retreat deeper into the forest," he ordered, his voice barely above a whisper. Another clan shaman shakily sounded the horn twice before quickly ducking for cover. Ahuasai felt a surge of irritation at the shaman's cowardice, yet he found himself hesitating to take up the horn and blow it himself. Peering out from behind a massive tree, he surveyed the scene in the distance with his keen eyesight granted by the embryonic breathing realm and heaved a sigh of relief. Down the hill, the clan soldiers found themselves in disarray, with nearly 100 of their comrades occupied with the tribesmen. Amidst a wave of curses and pleas for mercy, the rest of Mount Yue's group managed to slip into the forest. As the clan soldiers contemplated pursuing into the dense woods, the drums and gongs in the village sounded. The soldiers abandoned their chase and returned to the village with their captives. Bah, fucking wimps. Ahuasai spat out in disgust. Turning around, he led his men deeper into the mountain forest. After successfully repelling the invaders into the forest, Li Xianping quickly ordered a retreat. Observing the dozens of captured men from Mount Yue, he felt some of the anger in his heart dissipate. Upon seeing Chen Erniu, who had returned from the front lines drenched in blood, Li Xianping cupped his fist and said, "You've done great, Manager Chen. You flatter me." Chen Erniu humbly responded, amidst coughs. Li Xuanxuan, clad in armor, stepped forward, followed by a line of captured men from Mount Yue behind him with their hands bound. Li Xianping nodded approvingly and instructed, "Xuaner, have the men rest here. We cannot let this incident slide. The audacity of Mount Yue to plunder the goods and children of Lichuanku village will not be overlooked." He waved at Li Yesheng, who had just arrived at Lichuanku village accompanied by a few village men. Li Yesheng promptly made his way over and Li Xianping announced, "I'm heading back to Mount Lijing. Make sure the men and horses are ready. We must resolve this matter by tonight." With everyone acknowledging his instructions, Li Xianping turned and began his journey back. As soon as he arrived at Mount Lijing, he encountered Li Tongya, who had just emerged from seclusion as a cultivator at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. "Now that you have emerged from seclusion, our chances have significantly improved," Li Xianping remarked through gritted teeth, with anger flashing in his eyes. After changing into fresh clothes, Li Xianping entered the ancestral hall to pay his respects. Passing by the altar adorned with offerings of fruits and candles, he respectfully bowed before the mirror resting on the stone platform and carefully took it down. "Proceed with caution." An aged voice suddenly appeared. It turned out to be his father, Li Mushin. Li Mushin, aged and frail, sat quietly in the courtyard. His voice was hoarse as he strained to speak. The old man dozed off in the courtyard most of the time and was barely seen awake. He relied on Li Xuanfeng to remind him to eat, yet remained remarkably alert to the sound of footsteps. It was Li Xianping's presence in the courtyard that woke him up. "Yes, father," Li Xianping replied, a pang of worry tugging at his heart as he looked at his frail father. The thought of his father leaving them at any moment brought a pained look to his face. Gritting his teeth, he exited the backyard and turned to Li Tongya. "There's no need to use the Supreme Yin Profound Light. We'll just use the mirror to locate the enemies and catch them off guard. Even if they have Qi cultivators among them, they won't escape unscathed with the mirror's aid." "Sounds good," Li Tongya agreed, following Li Xianping down the mountain. He nodded as he listened intently to his younger brother recounting the events of the past few days, then fell into a contemplative silence. The two brothers did not rest until they reached the garrison late at night. The villagers and clan soldiers were sleeping fitfully with their faces covered. At the two sounds made by a large gong, everyone sprang into action. They quickly donned their armor and then grabbed their sabers and shields. In moments, they were assembled and ready. While waiting for Li Xuanxuan and Li Qiyang to rally their respective forces, Li Xianping shut his eyes and took a moment to connect with the mirror, his focus extending across the entire mountain. Then, with the grace of a seasoned archer, he launched several arrows from his ebony bow into the mountainside, each finding its mark among the sentries of Mount Yue lurking in the forest. With the path now clear, Li Xianping slung his bow over his shoulder and declared with authority, "Move out." Chapter 80, Capturing Ahuasai. As Ahuasai gathered the plundered goods and captives, he divided grains, food, and other goods first, then moved his gaze to the captives. Picking out a woman who stood out for her beauty, he held her in his arms. Observing the way she trembled, he laughed heartily and said, "Nothing beats the charm of a captive woman." His comment sparked laughter among his men, but Ahuasai's tone turned bitter as he reflected on their plight. "If it weren't for Jianixi, that starving wolf, we wouldn't be in this mess. My Ahui tribe, once strong with 3,000 warriors, was decimated by his hand." The mention of Jianixi silenced the crowd, their faces painted with a mix of fear and resentment. One of them quietly said, The folks in the south say that Giant Ixi is destined to be the wolf king of the northern foot of Mount Yue. Another added, I heard he's the offspring of a human and a wolf. Ruthless like a wolf and cunning like a fox, he's pushing eastward by ancestral decree. Ahuasai shivered and cut his men off sharply. Enough of that nonsense, he's bad luck. He raised his cup and yelled, come on, drink up. We've just raided the Li family's tribe. Let's celebrate with a feast. Each of you gets to pick a captive for yourself. His call reignited the crowd's spirits, though internally Ahuasai harbored concerns. That archer's skill was formidable. We should steer clear of the Li family's tribe to avoid retribution. Wait a minute. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden realization. Has anyone seen our scouts return recently? He roared. A burst of laughter erupted from the group as someone replied loudly, Don't worry, great king. Those people will never be able to detect our scouts. All of a sudden, Ahuasai felt a sharp sting on his face. He looked up abruptly, only to be met with a blinding white light before his eyes. Ahuasai's legs gave way beneath him in shock, and he collapsed to the ground. Crawling backward, he watched in disbelief as an arrow struck the ground right before his eyes, sending a shower of sandy soil into the air. The mountains and forests were soon ablaze as battle cries echoed in the air. The soldiers from the Li family stormed into Mount Yue, armed with sabers. The drunken Mount Yue tribesmen were mowed down like wheat in a field, their bodies riddled with arrows. Ahuasai rose slowly to his feet, his mouth agape in disbelief. How could this be? Gripping his sledgehammer tightly, Ahuasai roared angrily, Get up, all of you stand. The scattered Mount Yue tribesmen gathered around him with newfound resolve. Ahuasai quickly did a head count, realizing there were only 200 to 300 men by his side. The rest of the tribesmen were scattered into 4 or 5 groups, struggling against the onslaught of armed soldiers. It's over. Yet just as despair seemed to take hold, Ahuasai's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man approaching who was clad in light armor, wielding a light gray longsword that gleamed with a soft light. The gray light pulsated menacingly, causing Ahuasai's eyelid to twitch at the sight of it. Shit, he cursed. The man advanced swiftly, closing the distance between them, and aimed his sword directly at Ahuasai. Ahuasai attempted to block with his sledgehammer, but the force of the impact nearly knocked it out of his hand. Pain shot through his body as he realized the vast difference in their strength. Li Xuanxun's cultivation at the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm granted him formidable prowess amidst the chaos of battle. Although the adult tribesmen were armed to the teeth, he cut through them effortlessly. He could easily take on 3 or 4 opponents at the same time, possibly beating any single one of them to death with just a punch. Surrounded by 12 elite clan soldiers who dutifully protected him, Li Xuanxun's presence on the battlefield was commanding and lethal. As he fought fiercely, the thrill of battle awakened a certain ruthlessness within him. His eyes were ablaze with intensity as he seized an elderly Mount Yue tribesman, intending to hurl him aside. However, their eyes accidentally met. The old man's terrified gaze, his gray hair, and the deep wrinkles on his face struck Li Xuanxun unexpectedly, like a hard slap across his face. It halted Li Xuanxun in his tracks, and he stared at the old man who was old enough to be his grandfather. The old tribesman, with tears streaming down his face, bit down on Li Xuanxun's arm in a desperate act, only to lose his already bad teeth in the process. The impact of his retaliation once again struck Li Xuanxun like a hard slap across his face, leaving him shaken and reflexively pushed the old man away. The old man collapsed to the ground in agony and broke a few bones in his body. Blood and fecal matter exploded from the lower half of his body. He let out a wail of agony that sounded nothing like a human and glared at Li Xuanxun with hatred in his eyes, causing tears to well up in Li Xuanxun's eyes. Li Xuanxun was shaken to his core. He stood rooted to the spot for a few moments, feeling a shiver traveling from the top of his head down to his spine. For a moment, the chaos of the battle and screams on the battlefield faded into silence. The veil of his sheltered existence was lifted, revealing the harsh realities of the world. I see. He drew the saber at his waist slowly, surging emotions in his heart quelled as he began to calmly dispatch his foes without uttering another word. Meanwhile, not far away. Hurry up and retreat now, great king. Despite the terrified pleas of his tribesmen, Ahuasai shook his head. His sledgehammer had slipped from his grasp after attempting to block Li Tongya's attack. How can I retreat? We're surrounded. There's no escape. Ahuasai yelled back, watching his tribesmen falling one by one in despair. Stop, stop, I surrender. He pleaded loudly. Li Tongya, his sword's light fading, regarded Ahuasai in silence. Around them, the remaining Mount Yue warriors, recognizing their defeat, surrendered and echoed the call. Those who surrender will be spared. The battlefield, once filled with the clamor of combat, silenced as the word spread, marking the end of the conflict. The gray light on Li Tongya's blade slowly faded. He watched Ahuasai in silence. Realizing the futility of their resistance, the remaining tribesmen swiftly clutched their heads and crouched in submission. The clan soldiers were shocked by their display, but soon heard a commanding voice saying, "Those who surrender will be spared." More and more tribesmen dropped their weapons and kneeled down. Ahuasai, with a heavy sigh, followed suit, tossing away the other sledgehammer he had on him as he, too, kneeled with his head bowed. The clamor of battle gradually subsided. The clan soldiers from the Lee family bound the arms of the captives quietly without saying a word. In this moment of stillness, Ahuasai wrestled with his thoughts. Is surrendering no different from a death sentence for us? Would it have been better to fight to our last breath? How did he manage to evade my scouts in the mountains anyway? Forget it, we've lost this time. Caught in his contemplation, Ahuasai was startled when a pair of gray wolfskin boots came into his view. Looking up hastily, he saw a chiseled face with narrow eyebrows framing a pair of intense eyes. Jianixi. For a moment, Ahuasai's heart leaped in his chest and his lips quivered. Shock gripped him as he nearly sprang up from the ground. Upon closer look, Ahuasai's fear momentarily subsided as he realized the eyes that bore into his were not the nightmare-inducing brownish yellow, but a serene grayish-black. Chapter 81. Information. Li Xiangping peered down at Ahuasai before him, his gaze lingering on the man's neck. Though this man is cunning and unreliable, he might have some worth. The forces under his command from Mount Yue are wild and unruly. If we don't keep a tight grip on them, they could pose a risk to our family. Ahuasai felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed the intense scrutiny in Li Xiangping's gaze fixed upon his neck. In a desperate attempt to break free from his plight, he pleaded, "Great King, we were driven eastward by Jianixi's massacre, seeking only survival. Spare our lives, and we will pledge our allegiance to you." Jianixi will undoubtedly advance eastward within the next 10 years, and will certainly prove our worth to you, Great King. Li Xiangping, with a dismissive laugh, gestured for Li Xuanxuan and Li Keang to restrain Ahuasai. Turning away, Li Xiangping decisively ordered, "Return the belongings to each family, and escort these captives away from Mount Yue. As for you, you'll be detained at Mount Lijing for now." As Li Xiangping strode forward alongside Li Tongya, Chen Erniu watched from behind, shaking his head in disapproval. Glancing at Chen Sanshui, who was following behind him with his head bowed, he muttered under his breath, "Never mind about being under the thumb of Li Mushan. Look at the difference between our sons. This fool can't even hold a candle to Li Yesheng's son. At least Li Zhuan has been working diligently at Lidyaku village all these years." Recalling Li Mushan, Chen Erniu's mood soured. Gazing toward Mount Lijing in the distance, he mused with a conflicted look on his face. How is that old wolf still alive? Has he stumbled upon some elixir of immortality? He has remained secluded on the mountain for over a decade, keeping us all on edge. "Speak," Li Xiangping commanded from his seat, while Li Tongya stood beside him, his gaze fixed on Ahuasai. Sipping on his hot tea, Li Xiangping stared at Ahuasai, who was kneeling before him, and asked with a smile, "So what kind of person is Jianixi?" Ahuasai, sweating profusely and momentarily stunned by the question, received a sharp reminder from Li Xuanxuan's sword hilt to his head, prompting him to stutter, "Jianixi. He's like a great king." Internally, Ahuasai marveled at the similarity in demeanor between Li Xiangping and Jianixi. Although they look different, they have the same demeanor and look in their eyes. Their commanding presence is like that of tigers, he mumbled under his breath. Interrupted by another knock on the head from Li Xuanxuan, he looked up angrily, only to see Li Xuanxuan flushed with indignation as he corrected him. "A mere leader of Mount Yue cannot possibly compare to my uncle." Li Xiangping frowned and waved his hand to cut off the chatter. "Enough of that. How many men does he command? How strong is he? Does he have any shamans serving under him?" Ahuasai smiled in an obsequious manner and quickly answered, "When we were driven out of our lands, Jianixi had already unified a dozen tribes, boasting 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers. He is a chi cultivator himself, supported by 2 shamans who had absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Among his forces, there are more than 10 tribesmen and shamans who have attained the embryonic breathing realm. So a force of 4,000 men, 3 of whom are chi cultivators and over 10 are cultivators of the embryonic breathing realm." Li Xiangping and Li Tongya exchanged looks with one another, their eyes reflecting a mutual understanding of the gravity of the situation. The Li family, despite years of diligent cultivation and ruling over their 4 villages, had a modest population of merely 10,000 people. Their military capabilities were limited, comprising only 1,000 trained soldiers, along with an additional force of 1,000 to 2,000 villagers who could be mobilized in times of conflict, though with minimal combat proficiency. Confronting Jianixi will be more daunting than confronting Jai Dengqi, Li Xiangping sighed inwardly. Turning his attention back to Ahuasai with an expressionless face, Li Xiangping gently set down his tea bowl and asked, "You and your tribesmen are accustomed to hunting and foraging. Do you all know how to farm?" Caught off guard by the question, Ahuasai responded hesitantly, "Well, to some extent. We cultivate a few crops like medicinal herbs and cotton." "Good." Li Xiangping rubbed his chin contemplatively and then said, "Your remaining 500 or 600 men can be dispersed among the villages. Let them work as hunters or take up trades like leatherworking or carpentry. there's a chance for them to lead honest lives. Given the limited casualties from the recent raids, the villagers might not bear too much resentment against all of you, as long as there's no further trouble caused. Ahuasai, who was still kneeling, nodded eagerly in agreement. With hope in his voice, he assured, "We used to live peacefully and only resorted to raiding when our homes were destroyed. I'll make sure my people behave. You'll start by planting spirit patties at the foot of Mount Lijing," Li Xiangping instructed while standing up. "I'll arrange for someone to teach you and your men how to read and take care of the spirit patties. It would be a waste killing a cultivator who has reached the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm," he added with a smile. Meanwhile, on the Azure Pond Peak, Si Yunbai kneeled quietly before a stone door adorned with intricate spiritual patterns. He pursed his lips tightly as he gazed at the formation before him with a complex mix of emotions. "Old ancestor, please rescind your order." His clear voice echoed in the cave, eventually fading in. From within, a sigh resonated, followed by a voice, aged yet profound. "Yunbai, why persist in this manner?" Closing his eyes, Si Yunbai looked rather weary as he continued repeating, "Please, old ancestor, rescind your order." As the person behind the stone door fell silent once again, Si Yunbai's resolve hardened as he declared softly, "Kingsui Peak will not journey to the southern border. Enough with that nonsense." An enraged response thundered in Si Yunbai's ears, causing them to bleed. Unfazed, Si Yunbai snorted coldly and retorted, "You think I don't know about your intentions? You want to eat Jinger. I bet the demon kings at the southern border have already heated up their pots. The mortal lives that will be sacrificed, the treasures and spirit items to be collected from the southern border, it's all been discussed, hasn't it? Si Yunbai, how dare you?" The pressure from an expert of the Purple Mansion realm bore down on Si Yunbai, causing him to cough up blood. Wiping the blood away from the corners of his mouth resentfully, Si Yunbai hissed through gritted teeth, "You all sent Yuxi there back then, claiming to collect all 12 strands of the Supreme Yin Moonlight. I pleaded for 156 days. You said that he would be the last one. To think that I actually believed all of you." Silence. Another invisible force struck Si Yunbai, slamming him against the stone wall. Si Yunbai coughed up a mouthful of blood but laughed maniacally. "Azure Pond Immortal Sect, huh? What an immortal sect." Si Yunbai's hair was disheveled and his eyes were ablaze. He rose defiantly with mana swirling around him. "Si Yunbai, your heart is clouded, but I will overlook this," the aged voice declared, subduing Si Yunbai with his aura. "Seal his cultivation and imprison him in the town." Chapter 82, The Collapse of a Pillar. When Lu Zhongxian was brought back to the stone platform, he quietly surveyed the courtyard with his divine sense. Watching Li Mushin slowly make his way in, leaning against the door frame to catch his breath with his eyes closed, evoked a wave of emotions within him. I didn't realize that so much time had passed. The day Li Xiangping picked up the mirror from the river, Li Mushin was still the solemn head of the Li family, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of years gone by. Now he appeared as an elderly man, weakened by the passage of time, spanning over 70 years. Ever since Lu Zhongxian transmigrated to this world, he had always been drifting in and out of sleep within the mirror and thus experienced time differently. Nearly 20 years had passed, yet to him, it felt like mere. The Li family had risen to prominence, establishing itself as an emerging force in the world of immortal cultivation. Li Mushin's health had been deteriorating with each passing day. It almost seemed as if he had expended his remaining strength to push the Li family's rapid growth, leaving him like a candle flickering in its final moments. Through his divine sense, Lu Zhongxian could tell that Li Mushin's life force was ebbing away, and his final days were drawing near, with only a few days remaining at best. Sitting peacefully by the door, Li Mushin's solemn expression softened into a faint smile as he watched Li Xuanfeng speaking with a bow in hand. Clearing his throat gently, Li Mushin voiced his first request in over a decade. "I'd like to have some mutton noodles," he said. Li Xuanfeng was baffled for a moment, listening as Li Mushin repeated his request again. "Your grandfather wants some mutton noodles." Li Xuanfeng responded promptly and dashed off without glancing back. His grandfather's peculiar manner of speaking stirred a profound sense of concern within him. His request sounded more like a plea than a command. Li Xuanfeng, who had always been astute, felt a chill run down his spine. "Grandpa wants some mutton noodles." Li Xuanfeng's announcement left Ren Pinger stunned. Seeing tears welling up in the child's eyes, she quickly gathered a few women in the household and then patted Li Xuanfeng on his shoulder. "Go get your father home at once," she urged. The steaming mutton noodles, garnished with a bit of scallion and glistened with oil, released a rich fragrance. It was served on the table in a porcelain bowl with a small chip on its edge, along with a pair of wooden chopsticks. Li Mushin had used the same bowl for 31 years. The small chip was accidentally made by Li Xiangping during his youth, resulting in the child receiving a beating for it that left him in tears and wary of Li Mushin for several days afterward. Li Mushin slowly took his seat at the table, then shakily picked up some noodles with his chopsticks. The tangy and spicy soft noodles, combined with the inviting aroma of mutton soup, caused his limbs to tremble. Its flavor evoked a flood of memories, causing him to break down into tears as it reminded him of the mutton noodles that his father, Li Jianshui, had personally cooked for him. Although it was less flavorful, with less vinegar, more spices, and not enough broth, both his mother and Li Mushin knew it was a form of apology from his father. However, Li Mushin threw the bowl on the ground and left home, never returning until 28 years had passed. Li Mushin had scolded his father for his indecisiveness, as it would only bring ruin upon the entire family. His father, Li Jianshui, scolded him in return, accusing him of being heartless and ruthless as a wolf, and condemning him for being the vile spawn of his wife and a wolf. In his anger, Li Mushin pointed a knife at his father, who was so livid that his lips turned purple and his face was stained with tears. 28 years later, when Li Mushin returned home, he discovered that his father had died at the hands of the Yuan family, as he had expected. He later presented the heads of the members of the Yuan family to his father's grave with a cold smile, then divided up the fields at home. Yet he often woke up at night to find his pillow soaked through. These memories flashed through Li Mushin's mind in a mere dozen breaths, as he collapsed after just one bite of the noodles. A searing pain erupted within him, as if charcoal had lodged in his chest, scorching his flesh and searing his skin. Intense pain seized his body, and he felt as if a steel blade was slicing through his belly. The charcoal seemed to bounce from his chest and rush into his mouth, drying out his tongue and throat. His limbs stiffened and became rigid, making it impossible for the women around him to lift him. "Grandpa, Grandpa." Li Mushin could hear the faint cries of Li Xuanling. He recognized him as Li Tongya's eldest son. Though only 5 years old, he was known for his composure, just like Tongya when he was little. Feeling a surge of panic, Li Mushin attempted to make some noise, hoping to reassure everyone that he was all right. However, all that escaped his lips were a few weak, wailing sounds, reminiscent of a distressed dog's cries. "Move him to the bed, to the bed." Ren Pinger called out through her tears, urging those present to transfer the old man to his bed. She had only bid farewell to her own father, Ren Pingyan, a few years ago. Now seeing Li Mushin on the verge of death, she could not bear to let him pass away on the cold, unforgiving floor. "Where's mother?" Tian Yun asked urgently, only to learn that Li Mushin's wife, her mother-in-law, had descended the mountain to visit her own family a few days ago. It took several people to carefully move the rigid body of Li Mushin onto the bed together. In the backyard, Lu Jiangxian observed the scene with a mixture of emotions. He quickly cast a tranquil mind spell, harnessing the energy of the moonlight to sustain the old man's fading life force. Only when he noticed Li Xiangping and the others hurrying up the mountain did he cease his efforts. "He's reaching the end of his lifespan," Lu Jiangxian commented as he sensed Li Mushin's life force gradually fading. Li Xiangping and Li Tongya finally entered the courtyard, with the tearful Li Xuanfeng following behind them. With a worried expression, Li Tongya held Li Mushin's hand. The mana of the peak embryonic breathing realm slowly flowed into Li Mushin's body. Li Mushin jerked slightly and with a deep exhale finally opened his eyes. "Xiangping, Tongya." He whispered the names of his sons, his gaze drifting over the faces of those gathered around him. He moved his mouth, but his voice was barely audible. Tears streamed down Li Tongya's face as he bent down to listen to Li Mushin's words. "Chen Tian Liu, families have deep roots in the village. Gather them with their clans back to Lijing village. Transform the village into a town. Don't worry about their ambitions." Li Xiangping, trying to hold back his emotions, urged, "Father, you need to rest first. We can talk about this once you're feeling better." However, Li Mushin shook his head and persisted. "The disciples of the Li family have become more bossy. We must establish a hierarchy and exercise more control. The direct 4 descendants should form the major sect, while the rest of those bearing the Li surname should form the minor sect. The rest should become the branches. Make sure all of them work together. Xuanxun can handle the family affairs, but you and the others must watch over him. Xuanfeng is highly intelligent, but we must prevent him from indulging in violence. Xuanling is steady and calm, capable of achieving great things. Jingshan has beauty, but she must be protected. You must beware of Mount Yue too." As Li Mushin's voice grew weaker and weaker, Li Xiangping leaned in closer with tears welling up in his eyes. Suddenly, the old man violently grabbed his wrist with a force that did not belong to a dying man. His eyes flashed with intensity as he writhed on the bed. Speaking through gritted teeth, his voice suddenly turned loud as he said, "Abandon all 4 villages, if needed. Do not be like the Wan family. As long as a descendant of the Li family survives, anything is possible." Tears were streaming down Li Xiangping's face as he replied through gritted teeth, "I'll keep that in mind, Father." Upon hearing Li Xiangping's response, Li Mushin released his grip. His breathing stopped, leaving the room in mournful silence and tears. Yet the old man's gaze remained fixed on the bowl of mutton noodles nearby. The spicy and tangy broth was still piping hot. Chapter 83, River One Chi Technique. Li Mushin's funeral procession was a sight to behold, transforming the somber occasion into one that resembled the passing of a high-ranking official rather than a common elder. The villages were decorated with long white cloths, and the direct descendants of the Li family, clad in white, solemnly pulled the hearse along the stone path. News had spread rapidly through all the villages. Chen Erniu had just begun his day when Chen Sanshui relayed the news to him, leaving him shocked and speechless. Chen Erniu set down the willow branch in his hands. He washed his face and sat by the table, engulfed by a wave of sadness that was difficult to put into words. Regardless of one's status or power, it is impossible to escape death. Without attaining immortality, we're all destined to return to mere yellow soil. Chen Sanshui, however, disagreed with him. He curled his lips and commented, "Only the three brothers of the Li family are immortal cultivators. Do they have to cause such a scene over an old mortal's death? It's not like Li Mushin is someone important." Chen Erniu narrowed his eyes and proceeded to beat Chen Sanshui with a willow branch while scolding, "Fool, your ignorance will be the death of you. Fiyan, fourth brother is the best for possessing a spiritual orifice." Chen Sanshui muttered under his breath in response, dismissing Chen Erniu's anger as he left the table and walked out of the courtyard. Meanwhile, on Mount Lijing, Lu Jiangxian gazed upon the courtyard, now draped in white, and the absence of Li Mushin from his usual spot on the wooden chair in the backyard, feeling a pang of melancholy. As he watched Li Mushin's burial, he was suddenly alerted by his divine sense to a stream of light darting across the sky, coming to a stop just outside Mount Lijing's protective formation. "It's me, Xiao Yuanci from the Xiao family. Kindly grant me entry to the mountain." Although the protective formation of the mountain was useless against him, a cultivator at the 8th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, the man waited respectfully at the foot of Mount Lijing. Shortly after, Li Xianping and Li Tongya deactivated the formation. Xiao Yuanci slowly walked into the courtyard on the mountain. Upon noticing the courtyard draped in white and the two brothers dressed in white mourning attire, Xiao Yuanci's smile faded as he solemnly asked, "Is your father?" Seeing the two brothers nodding in response, Xiao Yuanci sighed and offered his condolences. "Jinger and I will soon embark on a journey to the southern border, and it may be decades before we're able to communicate again. Junior brother managed to secure a Qi cultivation method and Qi gathering method for both of you, and he has requested me to pass the manuals to you since I'm making a trip home. This is the River 1 Qi technique, a grade 3 manual that requires harnessing the river pure Qi. Seek out areas where the river network is dense and wetland plants thrive. Harvest the Qi at dawn or dusk, that's when pure Qi rises and murky Qi settles. Using the Qi gathering method, you can gather a wisp in 6 months. 10 wisps make a portion." Xiao Yuanci then took out a brocade pouch and retrieved a few jade slips from it. This is the Pure Spiritual Essence Technique Manual. It's a grade 2 technique that uses minor pure spiritual Qi, a type of spiritual Qi that can be easily gathered. Although it pales in comparison to the River 1 Qi technique, it still surpasses the common techniques available in the market. Li Tongya quickly accepted the jade slips from Xiao Yuanci and expressed his gratitude. Xiao Yuanci sighed softly before a conflicted look appeared on his face. Kingsui Peak can only offer so much protection. In a time of changes, please take great care of yourselves. His mentor, Si Yunbai, had suddenly gone into seclusion without leaving a word for his disciples on Kingsui Peak. On top of that, the escalating pressures from the sect to deploy them to the southern border made Xiao Yuanci extremely suspicious. Recalling the Mushroom Forest Plain, one of Kingsui Peak's assets, being silently forfeited to the raiders from the Golden Tang Gate sent shivers down Xiao Yuanci's spine. He felt as vulnerable as a mere pawn in the grand schemes of those cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. The Immortal sect has been increasingly active lately, taking control and governance over mortals time and time again. Could it be that one of the cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm within the sect is nearing the end of their lifespan? This thought alone was enough to send a shudder through him. Roused from his contemplation by the repeated calls of Li Tongya and Li Xianping, Xiao Yuanci managed a forced smile and responded to them. "What did you say?" Li Tongya cupped his fist and repeated, "I was asking if you have any river pure Qi with you right now, Immortal Master. We have some savings and would like to purchase a portion." Xiao Yuanci was lost in his own thoughts after saying something so cryptic, stirring unease in the two brothers. Spending up to 5 years to collect the river pure Qi, and another 4 or 5 years to break through to the Qi cultivation realm was too long. Li Tongya would like to break through to the Qi cultivation realm as soon as possible, given the looming threats from Mount Yue and the Jai family. The items they obtained from the old Taoist that Li Xianping previously killed, probably worth about 30 to 40 spirit stones. In addition to the old Taoist storage pouch, that should be a total of 80 to 90 spirit stones. This amount was definitely sufficient to buy a portion of river pure Qi. "I do," Xiao Yuanci affirmed with a nod, With a smile, he untied a little jade bottle at his waist and said, I have a portion of it. This is usually priced at about 50 spirit stones. Are you able to afford it? Li Tongya nodded, then took out a block of pale green metal from the storage pouch that they acquired from the old Taoist. Can you appraise this item? He requested respectfully. Zhao Yuanxi took a look at it and frowned, then weighed it in his hand. After a moment of silence, he said, This is probably green patterned steel, a material of the Qi cultivation realm. This should be worth about 20 spirit stones. After exchanging a glance, Li Tongya and Li Xiangping nodded to each other. They took out the 25 spirit stones from the old Taoist storage pouch and an additional 5 that were saved over the years by their family. They handed this sum to Zhao Yuanxi in exchange for the river Pure Qi. The old Taoist storage pouch had a capacity of 1 cubic zhang, about the size of a courtyard. This made it extremely useful for both travel and storage, so the two brothers were reluctant to sell it. They presented the jade bottle, which used to contain the fire baleful qi, to hold the river Pure Qi, then showed Zhao Yuanxi the old Taoist's jade sprout pill. Zhao Yuanxi took a whiff of it and then commented with a smile, This is quite a decent item of the Qi cultivation realm. It's worth about 7 or 8 spirit stones. The brothers expressed their gratitude and then conversed a little more with Zhao Yuanxi before the man took his leave. Once he had departed, Li Tongya carefully examined the jade bottle's contents. Looking at the river Pure Qi, which shimmered as though it was under the sunlight, Li Tongya felt the 6 chakras of the embryonic breathing realm stirring within him, as well as the urge to consume this spiritual qi of heaven and earth right away. Li Xiangping chuckled and said, One second brother attains the qi cultivation realm, and we find a demonic creature of the qi cultivation realm. We'll be able to perform that sacrificial ritual for the mirror and explore the potential of the talisman qi. Li Tongya's face lit up with irrepressible joy as he carefully picked up the jade slip of the River One Qi technique, allowing his spiritual sense to gently sift through its contents. The complexity and length of spells and techniques of the Qi cultivation realm were extremely long. If transcribed onto wood, they would probably amass into a small mountain. Hence, such spells and techniques were recorded in warm jade, a material that allowed one to access vast amounts of information through a mere touch of spiritual sense. However, the fragility of jade meant that it was typically reserved for documenting techniques alone, while more robust materials like spirit silk fabrics were used for important information meant to be preserved. After carefully reading the technique detailed in the jade slip, Li Tongya stood up in excitement and announced, I'll be ready to seclude myself and make a breakthrough to the Qi cultivation realm after a few days of meditation. Chapter 84, Fighting a Beast. 5 years passed as swiftly as an arrow flying through the woods. Lejing Village had turned into Lejing Town. The prominent Liu, Chen, and Su families, enticed by the proximity to the Immortal Mountain, had relocated their clans, deeming it a blessed reward. Li Xuanxuan, now sporting a mustache over his upper lip, had attained the Azure Essence stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Appointed by Li Xiangping as the chief of their clan, his youthful demeanor had shed its gentleness, replaced instead by a mature composure that commanded respect and fear from the children of the Li family. Yet the talk of Lejing Town revolved around 12-year-old Li Xuanfeng. The boy had effortlessly broken 6 bows in the academy while laughing maniacally. Each time, he would cast aside the broken bow and yell, another one. He held his head high, laughing heartily and paying little heed to the terrified gazes of the clan's soldiers guarding him. With a bow in hand, he could strike down any bird or beast with ease. Li Tongya could only smile wryly as he returned from Cloud Crown Peak, bearing a sturdy, dark longbow for Li Xuanfeng. While lacking any special features beyond its resilience and endurance, it was enough to grant Li Xuanfeng the satisfaction he craved. In his early teens, Li Xuanling had been assessed and determined to possess no spiritual orifice. As Li Tongya's eldest and only son, he naturally received the profound pearl talisman seed. Trailing behind Li Xuanfeng along River Mike with a worried look on his face and seeing the older boy sneakily peering from behind a rock, he asked in a hushed tone, What are you up to, Brother Fenger? Look. With a wicked grin, Li Xuanfeng nudged Li Xuanling forward. The younger boy stumbled forward and accidentally caught sight of the supple shoulders and bubbly butt of a woman bathing in the river. Startled, Li Xuanling covered his mouth in shock and retreated. He glared at Li Xuanfeng and hissed, You're horrible, Li Xuanfeng. Li Xuanfeng watched Li Xuanling's flushed face in amusement and quietly asked, Did you enjoy the view? Not really, Li Xuanling replied, greatly disappointing the older boy who was expecting to hear something positive out of Li Xuanling's mouth. He indignantly swatted the younger boy's rear and muttered under his breath, What does a kid like you know? Li Xuanfeng, you have too much time on your hands. Li Xuanling shook his head, his small face turning serious as he asked, Have you broken through to the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm? Li Xuanfeng grinned and enthusiastically replied, I'm already in the 4th stage. A look of surprise appeared on Li Xuanling's face as he asked incredulously, "You've already caught up with Brother Xuaner?" Li Xuanfeng nodded casually, his smile unwavering as he affirmed, "Of course, look at this." Pulling out the large dark bow from behind his back, he placed his left foot on a rock and then expertly drew his bow. As soon as he did, his demeanor changed significantly. Shedding his previous debauchery, he exuded an aura of sharpness that seemed to cut through bone. Li Xuanling could not help but tense up. Li Xuanfeng aimed his bow at Li Xuanling. Even without an arrow nocked, the younger boy still felt a chill run down his spine. The cold wind felt like a blade against his face, and his ears buzzed from the tension. Amazing. Li Xuanling gulped, stepping away cautiously as he watched Li Xuanfeng remain focused on aiming with his bow. The sharp aura emanating from him intensified, causing the nearby shrubs to shake in response. Li Xuanling's eyes widened in astonishment, but noticed the quiver at Li Xuanfeng's waist gently vibrating. He blinked and hastily rubbed his eyes, but upon looking again, he realized that every arrow in the quiver was trembling, as if in anticipation of something remarkable. Catch! Li Xuanfeng suddenly released the bowstring, causing a nearby tree to explode with a deafening bang. Wood chips scattered, and a big hole appeared in the trunk before it collapsed to the ground, startling a flock of birds into flight. "Brother, are you currently cultivating qi?" Li Xuanling whispered in awe. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Li Xuanfeng took a few deep breaths, his face slightly flushed as he replied, "This is just a bow technique I developed using the spirit orifice on the palm, and coordinating it with arrow intent when drawing the bow and shooting. It's not that complex." Li Xuanling shook his head silently, but before he could respond, an awkward look appeared on Li Xuanfeng's face. He grabbed the younger boy's hand and took off running at lightning speed. "Those scoundrels were peeping while I was bathing." Upon hearing the shouting from behind them, Li Xuanling's face went pale. He moved his legs faster and exclaimed in terror, "That was Aunt Su who lives near the village entrance. Li Xuanfeng, why you?" Li Xuanfeng laughed awkwardly and whispered, "I was just curious." On Moongaze Lake, Li Tanya gently stepped on the water, hovering in the air. The clear and transparent river True Essence gushed out along the light gray longsword in his hand, forming pulsating sword auras. Standing quietly in midair and performing a series of hand seals, he lowered his head and watched the large, scaly beast circling in the water. Crimson blood slowly spread in the river as the beast struggled, causing the water's surface to shimmer with its movement. Dozens of transparent air blades sliced through the air, all aimed at Li Tanya. Li Tanya stepped forward, skillfully dodging most of the river beast's attacks. The shimmering water around his body flickered, blocking 2 of the air blades that came at him. The pure qi shield of this river 1 qi technique is quite reliable. This river beast doesn't seem to know any technique. It just expends its mana thoughtlessly. Although it has spent a huge amount of it, it still couldn't break my shield. This river crocodile had received no legacy. It simply cultivated brainlessly until it reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. After who knew how many years of cultivation, it had managed to condense a small amount of minor pure spiritual qi and advance to the qi cultivation realm. Seeing that its attack was ineffective, the river crocodile hastily dived and rushed upstream against the current, with Li Tanya naturally following closely behind. 2 years ago, Li Tanya had broken through to the first heavenly layer of the qi cultivation realm. He had intended to kill a demon of the same realm to perform the sacrificial ritual for his mirror. After searching the mountains for over a year, he realized that demons were either cunning or resilient, and it was not easy to find an opportunity. Therefore, when he stumbled upon this dumb river crocodile, he was determined to not let it escape so easily. Although the qi cultivation realm allowed him to walk on air, his speed still paled in comparison to that of a flying shuttle. Nevertheless, he was about 30 or 40% faster than a creature of the peak embryonic breathing realm running at full speed. Hence, the river crocodile, already wounded from his ambush earlier, could not get far before Li Tanya caught up to it. The profound water sword technique proved to be quite compatible with the river 1 qi technique, as the sword light he conjured out of thin air gained a noticeable increase in power, much to Li Tanya's delight. The 2 light-colored sword qi struck the back of the river crocodile, causing it to writhe in pain. Concerned about a potential counterattack in its death throes, Li Tanya cautiously followed behind, occasionally swinging his sword to further drain the river crocodile's strength. Finally, the river crocodile could endure no longer. With an angry hiss, it burst from the water, aiming to bite at Li Tanya in midair. Reacting swiftly, Li Tanya brought his sword down on the demonic creature's back before retreating to maintain a safe distance while he continued inflicting wounds on it. After an hour of intense struggle, the river crocodile finally collapsed on the shore. Instead of killing the creature, Li Tanya channeled river True Essence into it to lock its vitality and cultivation. Satisfied that the river crocodile was still alive, Li Tanya grasped the tip of its tail and began the journey back to the village. dragging the creature behind him like it was a small mountain. Chapter 85. Evade Death, Prolong Life. As soon as Li Tanya returned to Lijiang village with the river crocodile in tow, a few villagers came over to help. The Li family had been preparing for the sacrificial ritual ceremony for months. Most arrangements were already in place, and the ceremony could begin at the order of the Li family's direct lineage. All of the Li family members had arrived. The ones from the major sect stood on the round platform, while those from the minor sect stood below the platform, and those from the branches kneeled on the ground around the platform. Li Xiangping, the current head of the Li family, stood before the altar with Li Tanya right behind him. Along with Li Qijing, who was currently away at the southern border, these three were the second generation of the main family. Standing on the step of the platform were Li Xuanxuan, the clan chief, along with Li Xuanfeng and Li Xuanling behind him. The ceremony unfolded through its initial, lengthy processes until Li Xiangping offered a stick of incense on the altar. He then invoked the sacrificial ritual method to communicate with the mirror, and Lu Zhongxian slowly stirred awake. The Li family of Lijiang offers respect along with fine delicacies and wine with unwavering devotion year upon year. Living at the northern vein of Mount Li, we sow in the spring, nurture the wheat through summer, harvest in autumn, and exterminate demons in winter to safeguard the fields. Observing the 3 Yuan festivals and 6 regular festivals, we maintain reverence, ensuring to pay timely respects. Through the smoke of our offerings and the blood of our sacrifice, we call upon the gods, seeking their blessings. Upon completing the recitation, Li Xiangping advanced to the center of the round platform. With deliberate precision, he plunged the ritual knife into the river crocodile's brain. The demonic creature, already weakened with its limbs and meridians restrained by the river true essence, met its end instantly. Guided by Lu Zhongxian's divine sense, the essence chi of the river crocodile, along with its dispersing soul, flowed out from the wound made by the ritual knife like a stream of smoke. Unseen by human eyes, a faint golden mist rose from each person, converging into the smoke like swallows returning to their nests, tinting it a soft golden hue. The smoke rose briefly before dissipating into countless specks of gray light, invisible to the naked eye, drifting toward Mount Lijiang. Lu Zhongxian amassed all the qi and condensed it into a gray talisman. As he prepared to bestow it, an overpowering pull sought to connect with him across vast distances. The memory of the old Taoist's jade pendant momentarily flashed through his mind, instilling a swift surge of fear in Lu Zhongxian. He promptly retracted his aura, cutting off the burgeoning connection, and withdrew his divine sense back into the mirror. The lingering aura gradually descended. After lingering for a moment, it finally and reluctantly receded. The Golden Feather sect was one of the 3 sects in the Yue state, alongside the Azure Pond and Yue cultivating sect. Its disciples were renowned for their weapon mastery, and the main peak of the sect was named the Golden Feather Peak. Here, a talisman, believed to contain the essence of 6 Supreme Yang Sun essence, shone brightly, warding off evil spirits. There was a cave dwelling at the summit of the Golden Feather Peak, where cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm were often seen secluding themselves in. Since wisps of vivid purple smoke were frequently seen wafting out from it, the disciples of the sect called that place the Purple Smoke Cave. At this moment, the Purple Smoke Cave was chaotic. 3 cultivators of the Purple Mansion realms were struggling to hold a crystal-clear fragment, the size of a quail egg, with dark chains. The ground was littered with glowing fragments of shattered furnaces and Dharma artifacts. Why is the mirror shard suddenly going berserk? The crystal-clear fragment collided against the Dharma formation a few times, causing the expression of the cultivator to darken as he grumbled. It seems we might not be able to gather the profound light chi this time. Another cultivator mumbled to himself, could it be that the immortal mirror has appeared? No, that's highly unlikely. The 3 sects and 7 gates have scoured the Yue state without finding any sign of it. Could it have moved beyond our borders? What did the Azure Pond sect say? As soon as the cultivator asked the question, the first cultivator to speak erupted in anger. The entire sect is too occupied with seeking a spirit remedy to extend the lifespan of Kai Wei. They hardly have time for this. Never mind, then. The cultivator who previously asked the question shook his head, looking rather disappointed. Although Kai Wei is a nasty person, no one can deny that he's a great genius. He commented. The bad-tempered cultivator spat on the ground and yelled, "I'd rather he die soon. That nasty man deserves it." The third cultivator chuckled and teasingly commented, "Junior brother, our Golden Feather sect is no better. There's no need for such harsh judgment." The bad-tempered cultivator fell silent, pondering for a moment before finally letting out a deep sigh. The ability to enhance one's cultivation, sharpen the 6 senses, strengthen bones, improve innate abilities, and remedy various deficiencies. A good talisman chi indeed. Lu Zhongxian mused as a gray talisman emerged from the mirror. Guided by Lu Zhongxian's divine sense, it approached Li Xiangping, making a round around him before flying toward his Shenyang mansion. All of a sudden, Lu Jiangxian's vision was filled with several rows of big characters. The first row of words appeared in dark crimson, exuding an overwhelming aura strength to move mountains. Beneath it was a paler gray script that coiled like a serpent: prolong life and increase longevity. The final row of writing appeared neatly in vivid green: evade death, prolong life. Lu Jiangxian instantly understood that he was being given a choice to select the ability of the Gray Talisman. After a moment of contemplation, considering Li Xiangping's role as the head of the Li family, he chose evade death, prolong life. This ability of the talisman Qi could only be selected for people who had received a profound pearl talisman seed. For ordinary individuals, it only served to enhance their cultivation and root bone. Li Xiangping was taken aback, feeling his energy fluctuating wildly. Just a year prior, he had been at the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Yet now he found himself at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. Suddenly, a row of pale green words that read evade death and prolong life appeared in his mind. Before he could fully process this, Li Tongya, observing with concern, signaled for the ceremony to conclude. Li Xiangping then closed his eyes and began to contemplate deeply. As the assembly dispersed, he turned to Li Tongya and said, "Let's talk once we're back on the mountain." The two quickly ascended the mountain. As Li Tongya extended his spiritual sense, he immediately noticed that Li Xiangping's cultivation had reached the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. "Is it due to the talisman Qi?" he asked. Li Xiangping confirmed with a nod and shared his recent experience with Li Tongya, which left both of them pleasantly surprised. However, their joy was short-lived, as they were soon informed by clan soldiers of Mount Yue's movements to the east. In recent years, with Jianixi's relentless push eastward, resulting in the disbandment of many tribes, the influx of Mount Yue refugees to the east had increased. Sometimes they numbered in the dozens, other times in the hundreds. To safeguard the village from these incursions, Li Xiangping had strategically positioned clan soldiers in the west of Lichuanku. "What's the current situation?" Li Xiangping asked. "Rumors suggest that hundreds are assailing the military formation," the clan soldier reported. With the population under the Li family's protection swelling to over 15,000, including 2,000 Mount Yue refugees, the family's military force had grown to a formidable 1,000 soldiers. "Let's head to Lichuanku," Li Xiangping decided, sharing a knowing look with Li Tongya before they both swiftly made their way down the mountain. Chapter 86, Prelude to the Great Battle. The battle at Lichuanku was already nearing its end by the time Li Xiangping arrived, with Ahuasai standing out prominently among the battle formation, waving his sledgehammer in the air while pursuing the retreating enemy forces. As Mount Yue's incursions continued unabated over the past few years, Ahuasai had been summoned to Lichuanku by Li Xiangping to rally the tribes he was familiar with. His bravery in battle had earned him the respect of the clan soldiers, bringing a sense of relief to Li Xiangping. How many times have those from Mount Yue made their appearance here this year? Li Xiangping furrowed his brow as he gazed at the distant mountains, his unease evident in his voice. "This is the 6th time," family head, Li Keang, standing nearby, replied in a serious tone. His weary appearance suggested that he had just recently arrived. Now at the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm, Li Keang appeared much more mature than before. He had married the daughter of the Chen family and had a son and a daughter of his own. With a nod, Li Xiangping turned to enter the courtyard, leaving Li Keang with a parting instruction. "Go freshen up and send for Ahuasai to see me." Li Xiangping set the talisman brush in his hand down and gazed quietly at the cloth spread across the table. Having broken through the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm and condensed the jade capital chakra several years ago, he now found himself at the peak of the embryonic breathing realm. With his current cultivation, he had long been able to wield the draw talismans with ease. Meanwhile, Li Jingshan was in the room attending to the oil lamps. The girl was 12 years old this year and had blossomed into elegance with her swift growth and nimble movements. Lu Jiangxian's 6 talisman seeds had been distributed among the 3 surviving brothers of the Li family, 2 of which were allocated to Li Xuanxuan and Li Xuanfeng, while the remaining one was reserved for Li Tongya's family. Chen Dong strode into the courtyard, clad in leather armor with a sword strapped to his waist. His gaze briefly lingered on Li Jingshan's profile by the window. "Family head Ahuasai requests an audience," he announced with his brow furrowed. The young man, aged 17 or 18, had already attained the 3rd stage of the embryonic breathing realm. With his clean appearance, he bore a slight resemblance to Chen Erniu. "Come in." The beast fangs that Ahuasai used to wear on him were nowhere in sight, and his attire was now replaced by a fur coat similar to those worn by the folks of Lijiang Town. Great king, bad news," he exclaimed in a loud voice as soon as he entered the court. Behind him, Chen Dong suppressed the urge to smack Ahuasai's head and instead kept his head bowed and discreetly positioned himself behind Ahuasai to avoid Li Xiangping's gaze while stealing a glance at Li Jingshan. Meanwhile, Li Jingshan was busy trimming the wicks of the oil lamps by the window. The faint yellow light cast a soft glow on her profile. She was not an exquisite beauty, but she radiated poise and elegance. Her facial features were full of vigor, with round eyes that took after her mother, Tian Yun, adding a touch of sweetness to her demeanor. "What is it?" Li Xianping asked, his lips curving slightly at the sight of Li Jingshan, who was focused on lighting up the lamps. Having condensed the jade capital chakra, his spiritual sense was now heightened, allowing him to perceive the courtyard's events without relying on sight. "My brothers crossed the Big Fish Creek last night to deliver me a message. He said Jianxi has dealt a heavy blow to the enemy army and will soon advance eastward." Ahuasa explained breathlessly. The news sent ripples of concern through the courtyard, jolting Li Xianping and Chen Dong. Even Li Jingshan turned her attention in their direction, listening attentively. "And what of Jianxi's current strength?" Li Xianping asked with a frown. Ahuasa lowered his head somberly before replying, "Jianxi should be at the middle stage of the qi cultivation. He has unified all the 100,000 people of Mount Yue in the northern foot of Mount Li, and likely commands 5,000 or 6,000 troops, along with 4 shamans of the qi cultivation realm who have absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Additionally, he also has dozens of generals of the embryonic breathing realm under his command. Fortunately, they're all stationed throughout the northern foothills and do not accompany the main army." At these words, Li Xianping hesitated, his brows furrowing deeply as he said, "Year after year, the Li family has faithfully made offerings to the Azure Pond sect. We have lived under their rule. Yet now Jianxi, a mere representative of Mount Yue, dares to brazenly advance toward the east. Does he truly believe that Azure Pond sect is powerless?" Ahuasai hurriedly kneeled down, pressing his forehead firmly against the ground. With a trembling voice he reported, "According to the accounts of those who fled west, the Devil Gate. The Azure Pond sect won't intervene in this." Li Xianping lowered his head, feeling a mixture of anger and powerlessness welling up inside him. Even Mount Yue's pawns knew that the Azure Pond sect would not intervene. As the head of a clan under the Azure Pond sect's governance, he was left ignorant of whatever deal the two factions had struck. "All of you are dismissed for now." Ahuasai and Chen Dong quickly took their leave. Once they were gone, Li Xianping sank back into his seat, closing his eyes in silence. "Father," Li Jingshan called out softly. She approached Li Xianping, bowing gently before saying, "Our family faces the risk of becoming pawns for others. We must plan ahead." Li Xianping raised his gaze wearily and prompted Li Jingshan to continue. Li Jingshan lowered her gaze and said, "Jianxi's bold advance suggests that the Azure Pond sect and Mount Yue's leaders have reached an agreement to cede territories and the mortals. However, they've failed to inform our Li family, suggesting they wish to catch us unprepared. Do you mean to say that our family has also become wheat ready to be harvested?" Li Xianping raised his eyebrow and looked at his eldest daughter. "I believe the Azure Pond sect's deal with Mount Yue only permits looting and pillaging, rather than total annihilation. With fourth uncle still in the sect and our alignment with the Xiao family, the Azure Pond sect should not abandon us without warning. That's why I believe they have permitted Mount Yue's incursion primarily for looting and pillaging, rather than killing the entire Li family," she explained. Li Jingshan met her father's gaze firmly and then continued, "The Azure Pond sect interacts with various territories of Mount Yue, involving numerous tribes and clans. Therefore, given that Azure Pond sect has struck a deal, it must feign ignorance regarding Mount Yue's incursions. Each family is expected to rely on their own abilities to fend for themselves." As Li Xianping listened, he stowed away the wooden slip he held and raised his head. "What course of action do you propose for the Li family?" Li Jingshan's eyes held her father's gaze earnestly as she spoke tentatively. "We must abandon our subjects and retreat to safety. Mount Yue's raiding parties will not linger here. We can return to Mount Lijing within a day." "No." Li Xianping's firm rejection brought a smile to Li Jingshan's face, causing her round eyes to look even cuter. "If we do that, we'll be no different from the Azure Pond sect," Li Xianping said while shaking his head. When he saw Li Jingshan about to speak again, he raised his hand and cut her off with a weary expression on his face. "I know what to do already. You can head back to Mount Lijing first." Li Jingshan nodded obediently and took her leave. Li Xianping slowly walked out of the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the mountain forest under the moonlight. A sense of foreboding gripped him. Jianxi was the most formidable opponent he had seen in years. He was a young leader with keen senses in wars, a cunning brain, and absolute strength. What kind of agreement has the Azure Pond sect made with Mount Yue, and how much time do we have left? Chapter 87. Yi Mountain City. Li Qijing stood on the towering light gray walls, gazing down at the frenzied beasts below in silence. His appearance was untouched by the passage of time. He still retained his youthful appearance, though his demeanor now carried the weight of maturity. Fighting at the southern border for the past 5 years had honed his swordsmanship to a remarkable degree. Mastering various sword techniques of the sect, Li Qijing had carved a name for himself. Everyone knew about the existence of a formidable little sword immortal with unparalleled swordsmanship. Wiping the blood from his long sword, Li Qijing exhaled deeply. A wisp of pure white spiritual qi escaped his lips as he faced the rising sun. Yi Mountain City truly stands strong, another disciple from the Azure Pond sect remarked with a smile. He was none other than Deng Qiaji, with Dharma beads hovering on his hand. Li Qijing nodded, then consumed the spirit elixir in his hand and concentrated on recovering his mana as swiftly as possible so that he could handle the upcoming wave of enemies more easily. Great, this is just our luck. The moment we're assigned to Yi Mountain City, we're greeted by not one but multiple beast tides. Deng Qiaji remarked with a cold sneer. The sarcasm in his tone drew the attention of those around him. Observing Li Qijing's unwavering concentration on his cultivation, Deng Qiaji sat down and murmured ominously, "It's unfortunate that the others have to die here simply because these beasts want to devour you and me. He's losing it again. Isn't that typical of the Deng family?" Murmurs began to spread among the crowd as curious and wary eyes fixed on Deng Qiaji. Li Qijing frowned upon noticing the murmurs and said, "Enough chatter. Focus on replenishing your mana unless you fancy needing to be rescued once more." Deng Qiaji appeared to be caught off guard by the comment and began laughing while shaking his head. However, a sudden cheer from below interrupted them. "They're retreating. The beasts are finally retreating." The siege of the beasts had finally ended, offering the defenders a much-needed respite. Joy erupted as they descended from the city walls. Li Qijing, too, allowed a rare smile to grace his lips, pondering over writing a letter home as he made his way down. Deng Qiaji followed behind him persistently. Facing the dazzling morning sun, he smiled and asked, "Doesn't something feel off to you?" "In what way?" Li Qijing raised an eyebrow at him as he returned his sword to its sheath. He looked at Deng Qiaji and teased, "You've been acting rather peculiar lately. Could it be that delving deeply into that cultivation method has caused a qi deviation?" The two had weathered countless battles together on the southern border for over 5 years. The initial misunderstanding between them had long been forgotten and transformed into a deep bond of camaraderie. Every time we're at our limit, the beast tide just conveniently withdraws as if on cue. Curious, isn't it? Deng Qiaji asked smilingly, yet his eyes shone with seriousness. "The battle has left every disciple here exhausted, not just us." Li Qijing dismissed him, smiling as he greeted one of the men at his side. Deng Qiaji patted him on the shoulder and then said, "Think about it. If you were the Demon King, would you squander your forces in vain? Why not consume their hearts yourself to bolster your power? Do you really think these demonic beasts are enough to breach Yi Mountains? It's foolish to send these beasts to the enemies from the 3 sects and 7 gates." He continued, "And if the Demon King truly wants to kill the disciples of the sect, it could just send these beast tides relentlessly to wear us down. These intermittent, half-hearted assaults seemed more like feeding us than fighting us." Li Qijing greeted another passerby with a smile, interrupting Deng Qiaji. Feeling annoyed, Deng Qiaji glared at him and leaned in toward his ear, whispering, "Do you know when was the last time Yi Mountain City was breached?" With a smile on his face, Li Qijing replied, 25 years back, a catastrophe occurred that claimed the lives of many from the 3 sects and 7 gates. Among them was Yu Yuxi, a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm, who had practiced the coiling Qi Jade True technique and absorbed the supreme Yin moonlight. Shock filled Deng Qiaji's eyes as he stuttered in realization. "So, you knew?" "Of course," Li Qijing affirmed with a smile. Both of them ascended the mountain silently and entered the cave dwelling where Li Qijing stayed. Once inside, Li Qijing cast a spell to isolate themselves from the outside world to protect their privacy. He then turned to Deng Qiaji with a solemn look. "It's been 5 years since I came to this hellhole. I've read every document available in the city. With what happened in the Mushroom Forest Plain, of course, I can tell that something's amiss. But one question remains: when will they act? How long are they going to continue feeding me? But you, why are you here too?" Deng Qiaji clenched his fists and replied through gritted teeth, "The Azure Pond sect has long stopped the legacy of the supreme Yin moonlight. Due to the unique constitution of the Deng family members, every generation of the family is coerced into practicing that secret technique to refine a panacea to trade with the Demon King of the southern border for spirit resources. The secret technique wasn't perfected in earlier years, so everyone in my family who practiced it eventually lost their minds. With modifications made to the secret technique progressively over the centuries, practicing it no longer affects us mentally. However, we have to continue feigning madness." Li Qijing listened in silence, taking off his robe and settling at the stone table where he began to prepare tea. Deng Qiaji sighed deeply, then said, "I took a look at the spirit elixirs and pills provided by the sect. All of them have lasting effects. They're meant for refining human pills." Human pills. Li Qijing filled their teacups to the brim, his tone remaining light despite the dark topic. "I wonder which Demon King in the southern border is aiming for a breakthrough. That's really a huge deal." Although Deng Qiaji felt slightly better after seeing the smile on Li Qijing's face, he could not help but remark in exasperation, "I can't believe you can still laugh about this. What choice do we have?" Li Qijing shook his head and continued, The Azure Pond sect is extremely powerful. Both of our fates are already sealed. If I were to perish here, it would be seen as a sacrifice for the sect on the surface. At least my family would receive compensation and gain something from it. We can't simply flee and bring destruction upon our family. Deng Qiaji sipped on his tea, then hung his head indignantly. You have a point, but to think that our lives are mere fodder for demons. The smile on Li Qijing's face faded, replaced by a somber expression as he said, We're nothing but fish on the chopping block, subject to the whims of those more powerful. Your family has endured through generations, haven't they? The Azure Pond sect's reign may have spanned 5 centuries, but nothing lasts forever. There will come a day of decline. As long as our families endure and continue to quietly amass strength, there will come a time for vengeance. Immortal cultivators live long lives. Rarely does the retribution of today get resolved tomorrow. Each generation has its own mission to carry out. He slowly rose from his seat, his gaze resting on the sword in his hand. Our duty lies in sustaining the Azure Pond sect, providing our families a moment of respite amidst the turmoil. But beyond that, what can we do? It's not as though we can attain the Purple Mansion realm overnight and force the Azure Pond sect to retract their commands. We must play the long game. Settling into a meditative posture, Deng Qiaji echoed the sentiment with a heavy heart. Escape is not an option. Fleeing Yi Mountain City would only spell doom for our families back home. Chapter 88. He has arrived as Li Xiangping lifted his gaze to the distant peaks. The sound of a horse's neigh echoed from the mountaintop. A magnificent horse, its coat a seamless ebony without a hint of another hue, reared and galloped freely across the turf. Its hooves barely seemed to touch the ground as it navigated the rugged path with ease. It turned out that it was a demonic creature of the Qi cultivation realm. The horse, with hooves barely disturbing the mud on the ground below, soared through the air. Its rider, clad in leather armor, was devoid of any adornment made of bones or jade and seemed rather human. Jianixi gently patted the horse on its head and squeezed its body between his legs, then glanced over the village below. Legends in the northern foothills spoke of Jianixi possessing 4 eyes and 8 arms, yet in truth, he had an ordinary appearance with somewhat small eyes and sparse eyebrows. One might pass him by without a second glance if he stood silently in the fields. However, once those yellowish-brown eyes opened and locked onto someone, they instilled a deep sense of unease. Great King, we are now entering the territory of the Demon Gate, announced the attendant with a long braid trailing behind him. Jianixi, with a subtle lift of his eyebrow, surveyed the military formation below the mountain. They'll break in a quarter of an hour, he stated with a light, almost nonchalant tone as if discussing something mundane. The attendant bowed slightly as he silently listened to Jianixi. Behind them, not a single soldier or horse was in sight. As the king who unified the northern foot of Mount Yue, Jianixi ventured into Azure Pond sect's territory accompanied only by his attendant. At this point in time, he was only about a kilometer away from Li Xiangping's encampment. After a cursory inspection, Jianixi's interest waned. With a gentle nudge, his horse turned, making its way back effortlessly on the rugged terrain as if it were a smooth road. The long-braided follower immediately followed closely behind, voicing his caution. We don't have much time. There's no need to delay any further. The living can be cunning. We don't know how many shamans there are within this Demon Gate army. It's best not to underestimate the enemy. A low chuckle escaped Jianixi's mouth. The sword at his side glinted under the moonlight peeking through the clouds. Who said anything about fighting them? When Chen Sanshui had awakened, he found a tribesman from Mount Yue standing before him, clad in leather armor. His grip on the collar of Chen Sanshui's shirt was so firm that it nearly choked him. Thrown out of the courtyard unceremoniously, Chen Sanshui hit the ground hard, resulting in the loss of 2 teeth and leaving him with a dizzying vision. Under the gaze of the 2 Mount Yue soldiers standing rigidly on either side of the entrance, Chen Sanshui wiped the blood away from his face and began scouring the ground for his lost teeth. However, a heavy boot pinned his hand to the ground. Lifting his eyes, he met the gaze of a pair of yellowish-brown eyes. He was forced to face the grim reality. Lichuanku village had fallen in his brief lapse of consciousness. Chen Sanshui's mind raced with questions. How had the clan's soldiers, under Li Xiangping's command and stationed across the river, been overtaken so silently? Where were Li Tongya and the other immortals of the Li family during this silent capture of Lichuanku village? His confusion deepened, the pain from his mouth now secondary to the flood of inquiries in his mind. Where is the stronghold of the Li family? The man who was stepping on his hand asked calmly. Chen Sanshui, under the weight of those piercing eyes, had only one question left in his mind: what his father, Chen Ernyu, would have done in such a dire situation. His thoughts were abruptly cut short as Jianixi ripped his left arm off with a swift motion. Flesh and tendons were torn apart as a gush of blood painted the ground red. Chen Sanshui's eyes rolled back in agony. The excruciating pain obliterated his ability to think, reducing his existence to sheer agony. That hurts. Jianxi lightly tapped Chen Sanshui's head, casting a spell to retain his lucidity so that he could feel the excruciating pain head-on while not succumbing to his injuries too quickly. "Mount, Lai Lijing," Chen Sanshui uttered. His fleeting aspiration to heroism was quickly overshadowed by his incontinence, a humbling reminder of his averageness compared to figures like his father and Li Xiangping. Besides, Li Xiangping might not be any better than him if he found himself in the same situation. "Bring us there." Chen Sanshui was hoisted and found himself dangling upside down, his gaze landing on the moving feet of the Shan Yue soldiers. The keen instincts that his father, Chen Erniu, had painstakingly instilled in him over the past 2 decades were now fully awakened. Recognizing his inevitable fate, memories of his life's follies flooded his mind, leaving him with a profound sense of desolation. The Mount Yue warriors advanced with stealth. The runes on their ankles silenced their steps, as 2 contingents escorted Jianxi from Lichuanku village toward Mount Lijing. Observing the captives in the hands of the Mount Yue man behind Jianxi, the stalwart from the village, Chen Sanshui realized that lying about their destination would only prolong his suffering. What a cunning man, he thought bitterly. Chen Sanshui grew up overshadowed by the 4 brothers of the Li family, much like his father, Chen Erniu, who was overshadowed by Li Mushan. He would often hear his father say, among the 4 brothers of the Li family, Li Changhu is gentle and unassuming like a deer, Li Tongya is cautious and calculating as a serpent, Li Xiangping is cunning and fierce like a starving wolf, and Li Qijing is clever and graceful as a white fox. What about me? What am I? Chen Sanshui would ask, his eyes filled with a mixture of hope and yearning for his father's approval. Trash. The blunt dismissal crushed Chen Sanshui, leading him down a path of aimlessness, marrying and fathering children without purpose, and living off his father's name and influence while indulging in frivolity. However, that changed the day Jianxi tore his left arm off. The pain jolted him awake from his aimless drift. He regretted not meeting Jianxi and having this awakening sooner, sparing his father years of worry. When was the last time you had contact with those troops? Jianxi asked softly. He could tell that Chen Sanshui was terrified and unlikely to deceive him, yet unaware that Chen Sanshui had undergone a profound transformation deep down. The spirit of the man he was hoisted over was no longer that of the carefree 30-year-old Chen Shanshui, but that of his 60-year-old father, Chen Erniu. 6 hours ago, Chen Sanshui replied, making sure that his voice was quivering even though his heart was calm. He was finally at peace with having not entirely wasted the privileges of his upbringing for the past 2 decades. As Mount Lijing loomed ahead, Jianxi halted his horse, swiftly decapitating Chen Sanshui in a single fluid motion. Observing the headless body as it collapsed and the ground stained with fresh blood, Jianxi scoffed. What a piece of useless trash. Chen Sanshui's head landed softly on the ground by the roadside, his gaze fixed on the cloudy night sky above. The last thought that crossed his mind before his consciousness faded was Li Xiangping. This is as much as I can help. You've been impressive, but you'll truly meet your match this time. Chapter 89, Progressing Westward. After sending his daughter Li Jingshan away, Li Xiangping found himself besieged by an unease that disrupted his meditation attempts. Unable to find peace, he finally rose and summoned his men. Chen Dong, who had been standing guard outside the tent in his armor, responded promptly to Li Xiangping's call. Yes, family head. Any news from the scouts yet? Chen Dong shook his head and replied, none. It has been 2 hours since we've last heard from Lichuanku village. Send someone to check on it. Li Xiangping shook his head and watched Chen Dong leave to execute the order. Jianxi's victory 2 days ago should have left his forces depleted. He can't be launching an eastward assault so soon, right? And with our scouts scattered throughout the western mountains, how could silence prevail? Li Xiangping rose to his feet and donned his armor. Watching the burning fire in the brazier that cast a red glow over his eyes, his heart skipped a beat as he considered the worst possibilities looming on the horizon. That man has battled through the northern foothills for over a decade and claimed countless victories. Judging him by common sense is folly. I better withdraw the troops across the river first. Picking up his long saber and carrying his ebony bow on his back, Li Xiangping yelled, beat the drums. The call to arms was sounded. Drums echoed, rallying the troops. As Li Xiangping emerged from his tent, he was met with Chen Dong's urgent approach. Family master. Chen Dong stepped forward, his voice filled with shock as he leaned in to whisper, Lichuanku village has fallen under the control of Mount Yue, and the scouts we've sent there have been killed. There are 2,000 to 3,000 enemy soldiers stationed on the other side of the river, and they've destroyed several bridges. Our escape route has been cut off. The news hit Li Xiangping like a thunderbolt. For a moment, he stood frozen, unable to speak. He gripped the hilt of his long saber so hard that his knuckles turned white. Has this news spread among our ranks? Chen Dong shook his head vigorously and whispered back, no, I've kept it under wraps, fearing it would demoralize the troops. With a deep exhale, Li Xiangping commanded, reorganize our troops. As Chen Dong withdrew with a grim look on his face, Li Xiangping closed his eyes and began strategizing. Crossing the river to retake Lichuanku village with our limited forces is out of the question. It's unlikely that Jianixi came with only 2,000 soldiers, especially when he's a cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm. His rear defenses are likely weakened after his recent victory. We should attempt a westward attack. Every moment we delay here brings greater peril. Li Xiangping slowly made his way to the back of the tent, where he surveyed the towering stacks of grains. After a brief calculation, he began storing them in the storage pouch tied around his waist. The storage space of the old Taoist's pouch was as vast as a courtyard, enough to accommodate the rice and beans with ease. Stepping forward to address his clan soldiers, Li Xiangping inhaled deeply. He gritted his teeth before barking out, "Head west." Instantly, the 800 clan soldiers and 200 Mount Yue soldiers mobilized, embarking westward into the forest without looking back. Meanwhile, Jianixi's forces had just entered the territories of Lijiang Town. His aura as a cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm immediately alerted Lu Jiangxian. With his divine sense, he quickly assessed the situation. Looks like Jianixi has secured Lichuanku village and is advancing eastward toward Lijiang Town, he mused silently. Expanding his divine sense as far as he could, Lu Jiangxian immediately located the key members of the Li family. Li Tongya and his wife, Liu Raoxuan, were busy gathering river pure qi for his third brother, Li Xiangping, for his breakthrough to the qi cultivation realm. They were currently waiting for dawn when pure qi would ascend and murky qi would descend. Li Xuanxuan and Li Xunfeng had just finished exterminating demons in the western part of Lidiaku village and were now aiding the wounded in the village. The streets that the demonic creature destroyed would require repairing. On Mount Lijiang, Tianyun and Renpinger shared a conversation by the fireplace. The women had aged considerably, especially Renpinger, who was now in her 40s and had trouble sleeping well at night. Meanwhile, Li Jingshan leaned against the window, her round eyes filled with concern as she gazed into the distance. The gentle night breeze ruffled her black hair. Beside her, Li Xuanling was asleep soundly on the bed. Despite his ability to observe all the cultivators of the Li family, Lu Jiangxian's divine sense was confined to the boundaries of Lijiang Town. After a moment of consideration, he cast an illusion spell, directing it into Li Xuanling's sleeping mind. With his divine sense far superior to that of an average cultivator, Lu Jiangxian easily gained access to Li Xuanling's dream, considering that the boy was only a cultivator of the second stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Li Xuanling, who was jolted awake by the jarring sound of shattered porcelain, found himself in a cold sweat. He sat up on the bed, staring blankly at the now empty windowsill. His older sister, Li Jingshan, was on her knees, carefully picking up the broken pieces of the teapot she had accidentally dropped. "Sorry, I woke you up, Linger," she murmured an apology. With sweat beading on his forehead and body, Li Xuanling felt slightly more awake as a gust of cold wind blew in through the wind. "Sister, I saw so many corpses in my dream. Jianixi has defeated Uncle and led his soldiers up the mountain, killing many of us." Li Jingshan's concern intensified upon hearing his words, reflecting the fears that had kept her awake at night. She mustered a gentle smile and tried to soothe Li Xuanling. Li Xuanling merely nodded half-heartedly. After a few moments of contemplative silence, he mumbled, "I'm going to take a leak." With that, he slipped out of bed and made his way to the backyard, avoiding Li Jingshan's gaze. In the solitude of the night, he came upon a worn wooden chair. Li Xuanling pursed his lips. It reminded him of Li Mushan's absence. Entering the room where the mirror was kept, the familiar scent of sandalwood and dim candlelight greeted him. His eyes fell upon the cold stone platform, atop which sat a small bluish-gray mirror, with white moonlight gathered around it. He stood on his tiptoes, sticking his hands through the moonlight that felt rather cold, and carefully reached for the mirror. To his surprise, the Dharma artifact felt warm in his hands. Recalling his father's words, Li Xuanling raised the mirror in his hands and solemnly recited, "As a disciple of the Li family, I, Li Xuanling, respectfully request the profound light to grant me the supreme yin profound light to vanquish evil, cleanse impurity, and subdue demons." In response, Lu Jiangxian nodded silently, granting his request. Li Xuanling felt himself lifted, soaring high above Lijiang Town. The tranquil moonlight bathed Lijiang Town in a peaceful slumber, but Li Xuanling's gaze was drawn to the distant Lichuanku village, now overrun by Mount Yue's forces. He observed two teams of soldiers clad in leather armor marching from the south. Their destination was unmistakably Clear Lijiang Town. Li Xuanling immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he hastily withdrew from his heightened perspective and stowed the mirror in his arms before he hurriedly left the backyard. Chapter 90. Escape, let's go, sister. Li Xuanling rushed into the side courtyard and crossed the threshold. Grabbing Li Jingshan's arm, he began to pull her toward the front yard, his sudden action sending her into a state of confusion. "What's happening? There's no time to explain. Jianixi's troops will be at Mount Lijiang in less than 15 minutes. Trust me." Li Jingshan's eyes widened in shock. She quickly gathered her long black hair into a bun, then retrieved a dagger hidden under her pillow. She concealed the weapon in the pocket of her sleeve as she followed behind her younger brother, her voice tense with worry. "Have you alerted Mother and the others?" Li Xuanling nodded affirmatively, securing a long saber behind his back. "I've sent clan soldiers to notify them earlier. I've also instructed the few remaining soldiers at the front to escort them down the mountain immediately before I came back to the side courtyard to get you." They quickly exited the side courtyard, but Li Jingshan, who was not an immortal cultivator, struggled to keep pace with her younger brother. Li Xuanling cast the divine movement spell on his legs, then lifted her in his arms and hurriedly descended the mountain. Meanwhile, Li Jingshan tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. As she watched the swiftly passing scenery, her mind was heavy with concern for their father, Li Xiangping. She looked up at Li Xuanling enviously and commented, "If only I had a spiritual orifice too." After covering a distance, Li Xuanling used the mirror to check on Jianixi's movements. He discovered that one of the troops from Mount Yue had already invaded Lijiang town, seizing control of several exits. Another group was cleverly ascending the mountain from another side, aiming to cut off their escape to Jingyang village. Without the mirror, Li Xuanling would have walked straight into them. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and muttered under his breath, "This Jianixi is really cunning." He quickly moved in another direction, descending the mountain before they were surrounded, and sought refuge in an old, seemingly abandoned courtyard in Lijiang town at the foot of the mountain. Covered in a thin layer of dust, the courtyard appeared abandoned, as if its owner had been absent for a long time. Li Xuanling kicked open the door and quickly entered with Li Jingshan. Li Jingshan searched around the house and found 2 sets of plain clothes in a cabinet. Changing into them, she noted that they fit her perfectly. It appeared that the family who used to live here had a daughter of her age, about 12 or 13 years old. Li Xuanling was not yet fully grown, so Li Jingshan had to quickly modify the clothes to fit him. By the time she finished cutting up their clothes made of silk and shoving the fabric under the bed, footsteps approached the door. They listened intently for a moment, but the footsteps soon faded into the distance. Li Xuanling looked up at his sister's strikingly valiant face, then innocently commented, "Sister, you stand out too." Li Jingshan nodded at her younger brother's reminder, then drew a bucket of water from the well and proceeded to mess up her makeup. She furrowed her eyebrows and lowered her gaze, adopting the appearance of a girl from a humble, ordinary family. Li Xuanling could not help but sigh. Despite Li Jingshan's efforts, her inherent elegance made it difficult to dull her natural beauty. The transformation softened her features, replacing her usual heroic aura with a vulnerable charm that momentarily took Li Xuanling aback. After their efforts to disguise themselves, they finally looked like the typical inhabitants of the town. Peering cautiously outside, Li Jingshan whispered, "The Misty Maze formation is merely a minor obstacle for someone like Jianixi. It's fortunate we've escaped from the mountain. As long as we remain hidden here for a day and a night, Jianixi's forces should retreat." Li Xuanling nodded, reassured by the familiar warmth of the mirror in his grasp. Meanwhile on Mount Lijiang, Jianixi narrowed his eyes as he listened to his men's report. At the end of it, a smile tugged at his lips. They led the troops over the mountain. Yes. He raised an eyebrow, then cast a cold glance at the stone platform, as well as the incense and candles flickering at his side, before kicking over the altar in front of him. Crash! The altar collapsed, and the fruits and offerings placed on it were scattered across the floor. Jianixi's yellowish-brown eyes drifted to the now overturned table, his mouth curving into a sardonic grin. "Mu Jiaoman, what kind of Dharma artifact requires such elaborate offerings?" The attendant with the long braid behind him shook his head, scanning the area cautiously. After a moment of reflection, he ventured, "I've heard tales of a large tribe in the Mushroom Forest Plain that worships a wooden statue, believed to wield great powers. Seems like the Li family holds a valuable treasure." Jianixi remarked with a chuckle as he strode out of the courtyard. "This Dharma artifact must be in their military camp right now. Lucky we didn't attack blindly, otherwise we'd have played right into the Demon Gate's trap." Mu Jiaoman commented in relief. Jianixi walked around the main and side courtyards, inspecting the clothes and warm bedding his men presented to him. He nodded thoughtfully and then commented, "That child is pretty smart." Stepping forward, Jianixi gazed down upon Lijiang town at the foot of the mountain below. Spread his arms wide apart as if to embrace the vista, then after a moment of contemplation he declared, "Gather all individuals between the ages of 7 to 15 from this town. Leave none behind." Mu Jiaoman acknowledged the order, then the 2 men left the Li residence. Jianixi paused, and with a playful smile on his face he added, "Keep an eye out for the ones in fine clothes and pretty faces. If anyone shows signs of cultivation, capture them immediately and bring them to me." After saying that, Jianixi climbed onto his horse and descended Mount Lijiang, with Mu Jiaoman trailing closely behind. In a hushed tone, Mu Jiaoman reminded, "There isn't much time left, great king." Jianixi acknowledged with a nod, then suggested, Let's make a swift retreat after we've taken the villagers and their possessions before the demon gate draws more reinforcements, which would only lead to unnecessary losses. As the pair descended the mountain, the town echoed with cries, as well as the sounds of villagers fighting with the forces of Mount Yue. Giant Ixie's forces had efficiently rounded up the youth, and the air was filled with cries and screams. Observing the scene, Mu Jiaoman mused quietly, "I guess we can take them back and make them work as slaves and servants." Giant Ixie's expression darkened at those words. A violent, murderous intent flashed across his eyes, but no one realized it since his back was facing them. Giant Ixie's neck was once marred by a slave brand. After he exacted revenge on those who had enslaved him and bought his tribe, he coerced a shaman to remove the brand. From that point on, Giant Ixie refused to mark his body in any way despite his many achievements. Mu Jiaoman continued saying, "These girls certainly have a certain charm." Giant Ixie responded with a nonchalant nod and picked up his long saber, but Mu Jiaoman's next comment caught his attention. "With the northern foothills now unified and under your command, perhaps it's time to consider having an heir. The mountains are full of ambitious rivals, so having an heir could ensure your legacy." Giant Ixie merely hummed in response, adjusting his stance in the saddle before propelling his horse westward. "Move west, we'll go have fun with that guy," he said. Chapter 91, Entering the Stronghold, Amazing. Li Xuanxuan praised, stepping on the massive carcass of a brown-haired pig demon and scrutinizing the bowl-sized wound with admiration. Beside him, Li Xunfeng slung his longbow on his back and wore a grin of pride. "How is it? My shooting skills aren't something you get to see every day. It's indeed impressive." Li Xuanxuan nodded with a smile on his face as he continued saying, "It's a shame that you ruined such fine leather, though." Li Xuanfeng's smile faltered and was about to retort, but he was interrupted by a clan soldier rushing toward them. The clan soldier's armor was drenched in blood. He dropped to his knees and reported with despair, "Young family head, Mount Yue has taken control of Lijiang Town and has ascended Mount Lijiang as we speak." Li Xuanfeng looked at him in disbelief, then single-handedly lifted the clan soldier off the ground. "Do you even know what you're saying?" he yelled. Fenger. Li Xuanxuan, visibly shaken, hastened to the clan soldier's rescue, disregarding the blood staining him. "Why are they in Lijiang Town? Where are the clan soldiers led by the family head? What happened to Lichuanku village?" The soldier quickly reported, "The family head and 1,000 clan soldiers are gone. We went to look for help from Lichuanku village but got assaulted. Lichuanku village has also been taken control by Mount Yue." A chill ran down Li Xuanxuan's spine, and he took a step back as countless terrifying images appeared in his mind. "Scout Lijiang Town and Lichuanku village again to gather more information," he ordered. After pondering for a few moments, he added, "Send someone to the reeds to look for second uncle." "No need." Li Tongya descended from the sky and approached Li Xuanxuan with a grim expression. "I've already scouted Lichuanku. There are currently 3,000 soldiers stationed there, with one cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm among them. Lijiang Town is overrun by over 3,000 tribesmen from Mount Yue, including at least 3 cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm." Li Tongya was collecting river pure Qi on the riverbank. Upon reaching the shore of Lichuanku, he spotted torches peppering all over the village. The sight of numerous figures moving about filled his heart with unease. As he drew closer to the village in midair, the presence of people with distinct hairstyles and tattoos everywhere sent a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, a Mount Yue cultivator of the Qi cultivation realm soared into the air and unleashed a dense, black mist toward Li Tongya. Li Tongya exchanged a few blows with the cultivator. His profound water sword technique, empowered by the river True Essence, soon proved too overwhelming for the rogue cultivator from Mount Yue, forcing his opponent into a reluctant retreat. "Family head is." Li Xuanxuan spoke anxiously, only for Li Tongya to cut him off with a shake of his head. "When I arrived at Lichuanku village, it was already blocked off. There were no signs of a military formation on the riverbank, nor any evidence of fighting. Xiangping must have withdrawn or headed in another direction." Li Xuanxuan exhaled deeply in relief, and Li Xuanfeng's tense expression also eased slightly. Li Tongya then slapped his brocade pouch and produced a jade seal. It was a symbol of the Azure Ponsec's authority, and it bore a short message endure. With a grim expression, Li Tongya put the seal away. He had sought aid through it earlier, only to receive a dismissive message after an hour of waiting. "We can no longer count on the Azure Ponsec. Our next steps depend on Giant Ixie's actions." Li Xuanling and Li Jingshan had barely rested when the door was violently kicked open. A group of Mount Yue men barged in. Among them was a figure who appeared to be the leader, brandishing a saber. His eyes lit up upon seeing Li Jingshan as he commented happily, "What a fine catch this little lady is." The abrupt intrusion startled both Li Xuanling and Li Jingshan. While Li Jingshan wondered how Giant Ixie could have located their hiding place, a few mortals stepped forward. Her suspicions deepened, sensing that something was amiss. Li Xuanling clenched his fists, silently weighing their odds. Though I have no doubt that I can easily defeat these people, I'm worried we'll draw unnecessary attention. Engaging them might attract their other allies on the streets, who could potentially be cultivators. If that happens, it'll be difficult for us to escape. The leader of the group scrutinized them before waving and commanding loudly, "Take them away." Two of his men approached with ropes to tie the twins up. Li Xuanling cast a glance at Li Jingxin, only to see the subtle shake of her head, so he allowed these people to tie them up. Li Xuanling tested the rope's hold and found them to be ridiculously weak. The fact that he could easily break them just by applying a little force showed that these men underestimated a 10-year-old boy like him and failed to recognize that he had attained the second stage of the embryonic breathing realm. As they were led out of the courtyard, they caught sight of other youths being herded like livestock toward the forest, under the watchful eye of a figure marked with distinctive tattoos and wearing long braided hair. Qi cultivation realm. Li Xuanling mumbled under his breath before he was led into the forest along with Li Jingxin. He feigned clumsiness, deliberately stumbling into the mud to smear his face with it. I've spent a lot of time at the foot of the mountain over the past few years, so everyone knows me. I'd better disguise myself in case some idiot accidentally blows my cover. Cocking his head to the side while smoothing down his clothes, Li Xuanling kept his head bowed in an attempt to look as inconspicuous as possible. He glanced ahead at Li Jingxin and secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, Big Sister has remained secluded in the mountains for the past few years. Otherwise, given her outstanding beauty, everyone would be able to recognize her even through her disguise. Before them lay Big River Creek, beyond which stretched Mount Yue's territory. Li Xuanling quietly touched the mirror hidden beneath his clothes, then retracted his hand with a bitter smile. The group ahead was overseen by 3 cultivators of the Qi cultivation realm hovering in the air, with vigilant Mount Yue soldiers behind them, making an escape seem impossible. Fortunately, the spiritual senses of the 3 cultivators were limited, preventing them from noticing Li Xuanling below. The two had no choice but to continue forward, traversing through the day and night until a simple stronghold came into view. The stronghold was bustling with activity, as numerous individuals had their feet bound in shackles and were strained under the weight of equipment and provisions. Escape seems extremely difficult for these mortals, but for cultivators like me, I'll just break these shackles and escape with Big Sister when night falls. Li Xuanling felt a surge of relief at the thought. He then saw a group of captives shackled and kneeling ahead of them on the ground, waiting for horizontal lines to be painted on their neck by the shamans of Mount Yue as a symbol of their status as slaves. Meanwhile, some men came over to undo their ropes and led the girls away. Li Jingxin was singled out from the crowd, drawing gasps from both Mount Yue men and fellow captives. Whose daughter is that? What a beauty she is. What a beautiful little lady. Despite the mud smearing her face, it was impossible to conceal Li Jingxin's sharp nose and the elegant outline of her face contours. Her clear grayish-black eyes, inherited from Li Xiangping, were captivating in their own right. Li Xuanling, now shackled in wood due to Mount Yue's scarcity of metals, watched helplessly as a Mount Yue shaman marked him with the symbols of servitude. Despite the dire circumstances, his concern remained fixed on Li Jingxin, especially when a Mount Yue leader with a distinctive long braid took a keen interest in her, stepping forward to examine her more closely. Meanwhile, Li Xuanling was ushered into the stronghold, where the Mount Yue men promptly secured him with wooden shackles. Those from Mount Yue were not adept in smelting, so all the metals they made were reserved for making weapons rather than restraints, which were made of sturdy wood. As a Mount Yue shaman painted horizontal stripes on his neck, Li Xuanling discreetly monitored the movements near Li Jingxin. A Mount Yue man with a long braid slowly descended from the sky and inspected her closely. Chapter 92, Yi Tian, Mu Jiaomen descended gracefully from the air, prompting the clan shamans and tribesmen below to immediately drop to their knees and respectfully greet General. Ignoring the greetings of those around him, Mu Jiaomen glanced sidelong for a while. He felt his left eyelid twitching as he observed Li Jingxin, who kept her head bowed. Having been a Qi cultivator for over a decade, Mu Jiaomen had never experienced such involuntary movements before, let alone the feeling of breathlessness and the inability to avert his gaze. Mu Jiaomen began to utter a word, but the surrounding clan shamans and tribesmen nodded eagerly. "We know, General, we know," they said with an understanding smile. Mu Jiaomen, having spent so many years in the tribe, knew what the others were implying. Observing Li Jingxin's resentful gaze, he tried to clarify himself, but eventually chose silence instead of explanation. The tribesmen quickly led Li Jingxin away. Mu Jiaomen turned around coldly, then soared into the air once again under everyone's gaze. As he moved through the air, Mu Jiaomen suddenly felt an elation tempting him to abandon his usual restraint. Yet he maintained his composure as he made his way to the tent. Meanwhile, Li Jingxin was escorted into the stronghold. She was released, and her face was washed clean of the mud before it got painted on with the colorful pigments commonly used by the Mount Yue tribe, the colors extending to her neck. She was then dressed in Mount Yue clothing, adorned with feathers, beast fangs, and shiny jades. The wild outfit and accessories actually added a regal air to her natural beauty, leaving the elders attending to her in awe as the movements of their hands slowed. By the time the lengthy preparations were complete, the sky was already dark. Li Jingxin was being led into a dimly lit military tent, where she overheard a gruff voice as soon as she approached the entrance. The great king gave his command for us to head west in order to guard against any disturbances at the sandbank. The general was to organize the rear troops and escort the slaves to the great Jueding first. Meanwhile, I was ordered to lead a troop of 1,000 strong to pursue the foreign forces. How did it go? Li Jingxin recognized the deep and hoarse voice. It belonged to the long-braided Mount Yue general she saw during the day. I gave chase, but the man led his troops into the depths of Mount Lijing without even looking back. I was afraid of startling the great demons in the mountain, so I withdrew the troops. Mu Jiaomen frowned, slightly tightening his grasp around the cup in his hand as he asked skeptically, "You led the charge yourself, yet that man still managed to escape. I thought he was only a cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm." The Mount Yue tribesman who was kneeling on the ground quickly lifted his head and was about to explain just as Li Jingxin entered the tent. The beast fangs she wore clinked against the jade stones. The man quickly glanced behind him, appearing equally stunned as Mu Jiaomen. Accustomed to the rugged appearance of Mount Yue women with entangled and muddy hair, neither of them had seen such a woman with bright eyes, white teeth, and a clear, piercing gaze. Both men were momentarily lost in their thoughts. Damn, no wonder why the ancestors had always spoken of the beauty of mortal women. Li Jingxin, however, observed them quietly. Seeing their diverted gaze, she recalled the dagger hidden in her clothes, which had been confiscated. She heard faint discussions about her father outside and was anxious to hear more, yet she was pushed into the tent instead. Now, in the presence of these two men, she maintained her composure. The tribesman kneeling on the ground gulped audibly, snapping Mu Jiaomen back to his senses. He shot a glare at the man, then cleared his throat. He was going to chase Li Jingxin out of the tent, but the words that came out of his mouth were, "Please wait outside." As Li Jingxin turned around and exited the tent, the tribesman stumbled over his words while attempting to respond to the earlier question, "He." Upon calming himself down, the tribesman mustered the courage to speak under Mu Jiaomen's angry gaze. The man seemed to be blessed by the gods. He effortlessly evaded every trap we laid out and even summoned a demonic creature to his aid. The creature disregarded hundreds of them and focused its relentless attacks only on us. "I've heard enough, get out of here." Mu Jiaomen, no longer interested in hearing the man's excuses, dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Noticing the man's reluctance to leave the area after exiting the tent, Mu Jiaomen let out an annoyed snort. The fourth heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm's aura radiated from him, frightening the man into a hasty retreat. As Li Jingxin was pushed back into the tent by a clan shaman outside, Mu Jiaomen abruptly rose from his seat but quickly sat back down again. His demeanor was fraught with the same nervous anticipation he had felt during childhood when he was assessed for a shamanic orifice. He met Li Jingxin's gaze, then slowly began, "You." Li Jingxin remained unfazed as she stared right back at Mu Jiaomen, who was physically stronger than her. "Lay a finger on me and I'll end my life right here in this tent," she hissed through gritted teeth. Her bold statement surprisingly eased her tension. "If I die here, Xuanling won't have to worry about me. He'll be able to escape easily alone." Mu Jiaomen quickly waved his hands, then gently asked, "What's your name?" Li Jingxin immediately grew wary, furrowing her brow as she quietly responded, "Yi Tian." Knowing she could not reveal her true identity, she quickly fabricated a name. Observing Mu Jiaomen's stoic face, Li Jingxin could not help but wonder why the leader of Mount Yue was panting so badly. Mu Jiaomen, who was captivated by Li Jingxin's frown, felt a turmoil of emotions he had not experienced in his decades of loyal service to Jianixi. It terrified him, and he could hardly remain calm. "No, I must keep this woman out of Jianixi's sight. Young family head, Mount Yue has completely withdrawn." Li Xuanxuan's gaze was fixed on Mount Lijing, his expression fraught with worry, when suddenly the voices of the clan soldiers below broke through his thoughts. Their proclamation filled him with relief, and he glanced around at the expectant faces surrounding him, feeling a surge of responsibility. Second uncle has set out westward in search of third uncle. "The burden of the family falls on me now. In times of crisis like these, Li Xuanxuan must remain vigilant." He reminded himself sternly, clenching his fists in determination. The situation was dire. With Li Kegang and Chen Dong accompanying Li Xianping to the territories of Mount Yue, there was only a handful of inexperienced young cultivators left at home, aside from his aunt, Liu Raoxuan and Li Xuanfeng, who had attained the fourth stage of the embryonic breathing. We must first assess the damage and casualties at Lichuanku village and Lijing town, he declared. Liu Raoxuan, who looked like she was still in her 20s rather than 30s due to her immortal cultivation, nodded in agreement as she gazed toward the west in concern. Leave Lichuanku village to me, she said. Tianchu, Li Xuanxun called out. Wan Tianchu quickly stepped forward, listening attentively to Li Xuanxun's instructions. You've been stationed in Lichuanku village for many years. Since you know the area well, please accompany my aunt on her journey. After receiving a nod of understanding from Wan Tianchu, Li Xuanxun exhaled deeply and said, I'll personally oversee the matters in Lijing town. Chapter 93. Returning to the mountain on Mount Lijing, Li Xuanxun stood amidst the messy courtyard, accompanied by Li Yesheng's eldest son, Li Ziyuan. Li Ziyuan, who had been reassigned back to this place by Li Ziyingping in recent years, now assisted Li Xuanxun in managing the clan affairs. With Li Yesheng following Li Ziyingping westward, it fell to Li Ziyuan to assume his father's responsibilities. Shaking his head with concern, Li Xuanxun furrowed his brow and asked, Still no sign of Jingshan and Xuanling. We've scoured the surrounding mountains and forests, but haven't located them, young family head. A pang of worry gripped Li Xuanxun's heart as he surveyed the messy courtyard. He grabbed a fallen wooden stool and sank onto it. Brother Xuan, Mount Yue has taken away the youths in the village. The casualties in Lijing town were minimal, but there were many deaths at Lichuanku village, including the eldest son of the Chen family. Li Xuanxun nodded somberly, mumbling, It could have been worse. Our losses are manageable. The youths from Lijing town had already been tested for spiritual orifices. The children found to possess one recently were disciples who did not bear the surname Li. They were all safe as they had been following Li Xuanxun around. As long as Chen Dong survives, the other deaths in the Chen family don't matter. Go tell the men who are willing to retaliate against Mount Yue to rescue their children and gather at the foot of the mountain. We'll assemble a troop out of them. But young family head this is. Li Xuanxun shook his head and reassured, The family head has taken away our clan soldiers, so we'll need to assemble a new force to maintain order in the villages. This is just a symbolic gesture. Mount Yue holds considerable power now, and I won't act recklessly. As Li Ziyuan departed to carry out the orders, Li Xuanxun retreated to the backyard. He pushed open the door of a small house, but was immediately greeted by the sight of an altar table that had been knocked over and an empty stone platform. Damn it, Li Xuanxun muttered, feeling a surge of frustration and anger in his heart. After a few moments, the emotions subsided into a long sigh of helplessness. He glanced at the broken wooden chair where Li Muxian used to sit, then took a seat in it and stared blankly at the empty stone platform. All of a sudden, the door creaked open, and Li Tongya entered the room, covered in dust from his travels. He looked around at the scattered objects on the floor in silence. Quickly rising to his feet, Li Xuanxun respectfully asked, Second uncle, have you found any news of family head? Shaking his head, Li Tongya used the purifying spell to brush off the dust from his clothes. I explored the territory of Mount Yue for 4 hours but found no traces of them. However, I did notice that those from Mount Yue have established a stronghold in the west, guarded by 4 Qi cultivators. Seeing Li Xuanxun's crestfallen expression and his gaze drifting to the empty stone platform, Li Tongya remained composed and offered reassurance with a smile. There's no need to panic. If I couldn't find them, those from Mount Yue won't either. Ziyingping's safety shouldn't be a concern for the time being. Besides, Linger is smart. He has taken the mirror away in advance. As Li Tongya lifted the altar table, he continued, Jianixi's surprise attack on Mount Lijing was clearly aimed at capturing Xuanling and Jingshan to extort a ransom from us. But since nothing has happened, it's likely that Xuanling has escaped when they ascended the mountains, foiling Jianixi's plan. Li Xuanxun nodded thoughtfully in response. I see. Xuanling must have sensed the danger and fled with the mirror, but was intercepted and taken westward. Li Tongya rearranged the offerings on the altar table as he said, I'll look for another opportunity to act. You focus on calming down the people at home and assessing the damage to the spirit fields. Chen Dong and Li Keiyang are with the army in the west, so the spirit fields should be managed accordingly. All right, be careful out there, second uncle. Li Xuanxun expressed his concern, but Li Tongya waved it off with a smile. These people from Mount Yue are mere savages, relying on sheer numbers and primitive qi. With my profound water sword qi, a few of them won't be able to pose a threat to me. There's no need to worry. If your fourth uncle Qijing were here, even 5 of them wouldn't be enough to handle him. With those reassuring words, Li Tongya stepped out and headed west. Li Xuanxun exhaled a deep breath and sat back on the worn wooden chair. The glimmer of hope caused his lips to curl up into a small smile, but it was at this moment that he noticed some wonky words carved onto the chair legs. Harmony at home leads to prosperity in the family. The words reminded him of the old man who had spent half his life secluded in the mountains due to a rumored sighting of a cultivator of the Foundation establishment. Wiping away the tears that gathered in his eyes, Li Xuanxun stepped out with resolve. As soon as he exited the house, he bumped into Li Xuanfeng, who was carrying a pitch-black longbow on his back. Observing his urgency, Li Xuanxuan called out to him, "Fenger." Li Xuanfeng lifted his head. After Li Xuanxuan shared with him the conversation he had with Li Tanya, Li Xuanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. However, concern still lingered on his face as he said, "Father is alone with his troops in the territory of Mount Yue. I'm still worried about him. You mustn't act recklessly." Li Xuanxuan immediately cautioned. Li Tanya had just left to rescue Li Xuanling and Li Jingxin. He could not afford to have Li Xuanfeng fall into the same trap, so he quickly consoled him. "Family head knows what he's doing. You mustn't venture into the territory of Mount Yue to search for him. It'll only cause more trouble for everyone. I know, it's because I'm still too weak." Li Xuanfeng waved him off dismissively, then lamented, "If only I had attained the Qi cultivation realm. Dealing with those from Mount Yue or Jianixi would be as easy as shooting an arrow." "Whatever." Li Xuanfeng gritted his teeth and waved his hand in frustration. "I'm going into seclusion to condense the Jade Capital Chakra so that I can attain the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm." Hearing his determined tone, Li Xuanxuan felt a pang of concern. Is breaking through really just about secluding oneself? Doesn't it involve waiting for an opportunity? Having been stuck at the 4th stage of the embryonic breathing realm for over 2 years, Li Xuanxuan let out a sigh and took out a jade bottle from his chest pocket. "This is the snake essence pill leftover from the time when Senior Zio helped our family refine them. We had 3 in total. The elders used 1 each to break through the Jade Capital stage. This last one is reserved for my breakthrough, but you can have it first," he offered warmly. With another sigh, he lamented softly, "It's a pity our family lacks a legacy in alchemy. We've been holding on to 3 snake dragon fruits for years, yet we haven't been able to put them to good use." Li Xuanfeng expressed his gratitude and accepted the jade bottle. "Don't worry, Brother Xuan. Our family has only been on the immortal cultivation path for a little over 30 years. We can't possibly compare ourselves to those well-established clans. When we have more Qi cultivators in our family, I'll find a rogue cultivator who has legacies in pill refinement and take what we need by force." Li Xuanxuan shook his head at the idea and chuckled. "Your inclination toward violence is concerning. These legacies aren't acquired by just quickly killing a few people. We need to save up spirit stones to purchase them." Li Xuanfeng shrugged indifferently. "As long as we're stronger than them, whether we mug or buy is irrelevant, isn't it?" With that, he chuckled lightly and headed toward the cave dwelling on Mount Mike to begin his seclusion. Chapter 94. Planning an escape. Li Xuanling had to labor within the stronghold for over 10 days. While the other slaves were whining in exhaustion, he was doing well thanks to his cultivation at the 2nd stage of the embryonic breathing realm. He only had to feign weariness to blend in. The living conditions for slaves were dire, confined within an enclosure reminiscent of a sheep pen, where human waste accumulated in heaps and the air was thick with foul odors. The area was closely guarded by over a dozen Mount Yue soldiers, making any thought of escape daunting. Li Xuanling desperately wanted to escape by the end of the 1st day, yet he stayed for over 10 days, hoping to hear from Li Jingxin. Mount Yue appeared to be in the process of building a huge stronghold for the purpose of surveillance and countering the Li family. Surveying the layout, Li Xuanling considered his escape options. He concluded that the best time to escape was when moving the woods outside the stronghold. As long as he was far away from the experts in the stronghold, a swift elimination of a few soldiers would secure his escape. Although it's easy for me to just leave, it'd be very difficult for Big Sister to escape. Li Jingxin's frequent movements in and out of the command tent made Li Xuanling extremely nervous. He always tried to linger around the area, hoping to find a chance to take Li Jingxin away. As Li Xuanling carried wood around the stronghold, he quietly observed his surroundings and eavesdropped on a conversation between 2 Mount Yue shamans. "We're setting off for the Great Jueting tomorrow, aren't we?" "Indeed. Rumor has it that the Great King has plans to erect a huge stone platform there to perform a shamanic ceremony in order to commemorate the unification of the northern foothills. After centuries of turmoil, it seems we're on the brink of a new era of stability." Li Xuanling was taken aback by what he had heard. "I must take action, regardless. Once we're taken into the great city of Mount Yue tomorrow, there will be no escape." After carefully placing down the wood he was carrying, Li Xuanling reached into his clothing to consult the mirror concealed within. He quickly located Li Jingxin and promptly headed toward her direction. Lu Jiangxian was perplexed as he observed the situation through the mirror. As Li Xuanling advanced westward, a mysterious energy seemed to connect with him from afar. Lu Jiangxian sensed the powerful presence that stood out like a beacon in the night in surprise. How could this be? Talisman Qi. The source of this familiar aura from the distant mountain was none other than a talisman Qi. Lu Jiangxian was certain that it was one that was bestowed by the mirror. It was not the gray talisman in Li Xiangping, but a shimmering, yellow one. The mirror's talisman Qi included various colors: gray, white, blue, yellow. Each of them corresponded to different cultivation realms: Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, purple mansion, and golden core respectively. This yellow talisman was condensed by the mirror through offerings and incense of the golden core stage. As Li Xuanling pressed on, Lu Jiangxian managed to connect with the talisman Qi but remained cautious in his approach. This is. Lu Jiangxian fell into a brief contemplative silence before a name slowly appeared in his mind. The disciple of the immortal mansion, Li Jiangquan. He quickly dismissed the thought amidst growing confusion. Li Jiangquan was merely a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm when he was pursued by the cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm from the 3 sects and 7 gates. How could he possibly possess a yellow talisman within him? Process requires not just a corpse of the Golden Core realm, but the sacrifice of a living demonic creature and an immense amount of incense. Lu Jiangxian could not figure out the puzzle, but he could sense danger in the air. We must avoid the Great Jueting at all costs. It could be a den for demons awaiting their next victim. This incident involving Li Jiangquan is a prime example. The forces behind the mirror's pursuit aren't limited to mere sects and gates. There's a larger power. Li Xuanling had been anxiously pacing outside the tent for quite some time before finally catching sight of Li Jingshan. He had swapped duties with a slave who was responsible for delivering water and deliberately took his sweet time delivering the water toward the vat, also that he could bump into Li Jingshan. Li Jingshan, wearing beast leather, jade, and jewels, cast a discreet glance at Li Xuanling, who was clumsily transporting water, and she suddenly said, "Hold on." The Mount Yue tribesmen following her around instantly smiled fawningly as they awaited further instruction from Li Jingshan. "Include him as well," she said. 2 of the tribesmen approached and led Li Xuanling away. Walking with his head bowed, Li Xuanling heard the 2 men chuckling. "You're fortunate, child. The general has agreed to let the young lady pick 10 of her own slaves, and you're the first one she picked." Realizing that Li Jingshan had found a means to communicate, Li Xuanling willingly followed them. After a simple rinse of his body, Li Xuanling was unceremoniously shoved into Li Jingshan's tent. Those from Mount Yue paid little attention to etiquette, so Li Xuanling, still damp, stepped onto the mat and glanced around. To his relief, he saw only Li Jingshan inside and let out a soft sigh of relief. Li Jingshan set aside what she was holding and hurried over, whispering urgently in his ear, "I've gathered information about Family Head." It turned out that over the past 10 days, Li Xiangping had been pursued relentlessly to the west, deep into the territory of Mount Yue. He had been raiding Mount Yue villages and rallying desperate vagrants in Jianixi's territories, causing significant unrest in the area. Upon hearing of these disturbances, Jianixi, who was raiding the clans under the governance of the Golden Tang Gate in the north, ordered Mu Jiaoman to return there to suppress the troops. This was why they were departing tomorrow. Li Xuanling was taken aback as he murmured in disbelief, "What is Family Head thinking?" As he snapped back to his senses, he whispered back, "Let's not care about all of that first. Tonight when the crescent moon is high, I'll be gathering wood far from the stronghold. That's when we'll make our escape. I'll create a distraction and you'll pretend to leave the tent to use the restroom. I'll take care of the Mount Yue guards and then get you out of here." Li Jingshan, concerned, whispered back, "Will it really work? We must be wary of Mount Yue patrols." "Don't worry," Li Xuanling reassured her confidently. "I've been monitoring the tents where those Mount Yue soldiers of the embryonic breathing realm stay for days. They won't be able to notice us." After a moment of consideration, Li Jingshan nodded firmly and said, "And if we draw the attention of a large number of soldiers?" Li Xuanling paused for a moment before answering, "I'll leave you behind and head east to draw them away." Li Jingshan shook her head, her voice gentle but firm as she said, "Mu Jiaoman wouldn't do anything to me even if I were to be captured again. But you with a spiritual orifice are too valuable to take any chances with." Seeing Li Xuanling bowing his head in silence, Li Jingshan continued asking with a hint of concern in her voice, "And what if Mu Jiaoman personally comes after us, being pursued by a general of the Qi cultivation?" Li Xuanling's hand brushed against the mirror hidden within his clothing. He was not that confident about Mu Jiaoman's strength after getting struck by the Supreme Yin Profound Light. Given Mount Yue's notorious reputation, the both of us will surely face dire consequences if captured. We'll either be exploited and used to coerce our family. He locked eyes with Li Jingshan and gritted his teeth. With a tone as cold as steel, he declared, "If it ever comes to that, I'll kill you first before killing myself." Chapter 95. Escape. Li Jingshan froze, her expression reflecting a mix of emotions. She gently rubbed Li Xuanling's head and said softly, "I'll have to rely on you to do it." As soon as Li Jingshan said that, a commotion erupted outside the tent. Mu Jiaoman's deep, angry voice reverberated through the air. "You again? Who the hell are you? You've provoked us repeatedly. Do you really think we're easy targets?" Li Xuanling and Li Jingshan exchanged glances, then swiftly lifted the tent curtain to peek outside. A middle-aged man wielding a sword stood in midair, above the stronghold, with translucent light blue river true essence flowing around him. The man was calmly looking at the Mount Yue soldiers that were quickly gathering below him. He was none other than Li Tangye. His voice, amplified through mana enchantment, echoed throughout the stronghold. The Li family and Mount Yue have always coexisted peacefully, yet you have attacked our Mount Lijing without cause, stolen our spirit rice and taken our people hostage. And now you ask me who I am. Li Xuanling breathed a sigh of relief and whispered joyfully, "Father is here." Meanwhile, Mu Jiaoman soared into the air, accompanied by 2 Mount Yue shamans behind him. "The 4 ridges were originally promised as payment by your demon gate. Why are you all going back on your words now? The spirit rice, spirit fruits, as well as the people are now in our possession. They belong to Mount Yue." Scowling at the pulsating sword aura in Li Tangye's grasp, Mu Jiaoman clenched his teeth and declared, "Withdraw now and we'll spare your life." With a sneer, Li Tangye lifted his light gray sword, sending out several sharp sword chi that caught Mu Jiaoman and the other 2 shamans off guard. More than 10 days ago, Li Tangye encountered Mu Jiaoman and his group while crossing the border in search of Li Xiangping. Knowing that Li Tangye was a formidable foe, they hurriedly performed hand seals to cast their spells. Mu Jiaoman and the other 2 shamans cultivated their chi through secret techniques of the Mount Yue tribe. They had never used any legitimate chi gathering method and merely consumed various forms of unrefined chi. Therefore, the strength of their spells was way inferior to Li Tangye, placing them at a significant disadvantage once more. Having meticulously honed his profound water sword technique for nearly 30 years, Li Tangye's sword auras were swift and precise. Despite their attempts to evade, the 3 of them found themselves struggling to keep up, and chaos erupted in the barracks like a boiling cauldron. "Perfect chance," Li Xuanling exclaimed as he swiftly kicked off the shackles on his legs and grabbed Li Jingxin. With one hand, he snapped the necks of the Mount Yue guards at the entrance and hastily dashed a few steps before vaulting over the wooden fence. Outside the fence, 2 Mount Yue soldiers stood bewildered, mouths agape, staring into space. Li Xuanling swiftly incapacitated them with 2 golden light spells, showing no remorse for their demise. Ignoring their fate, he cast a divine movement spell on his leg, then carried Li Jingxin and disappeared into the mountain forest. His movements were fluid and swift, akin to a panther. While everyone was preoccupied with the scene in the air, it took just a short moment for Li Xuanling to reach the stronghold's outskirts with Li Jingxin. By the time a few soldiers near the army tent reacted, Li Xuanling had already vanished without a trace. There were no seasoned experts present in the surroundings. Those of the embryonic breathing realm had already departed to suppress the ongoing chaos. Furthermore, their spiritual sense could only be extended a short distance, barely reaching beyond 30 meters. "Damn it," Mu Jiaoman bellowed from above, his teeth clenched in anger. He shouted indignantly, "If the great king were here, he would never allow you to get away with acting so brazenly." Jianixi, a cultivator who had attained the 7th heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, had undergone a peculiar experience in his early years. His cultivation method was authentically passed down in sects, augmented by the absorption of spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. With his weapon mastery, he held sway over numerous factions in the northern foothills. Li Tangye paid no heed to his words as he silently assessed Jianixi's strength against that of Li Qijing in his mind. Gripping his sword, he thought to himself, "I'm only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation. One of these 3 people is at the 4th heavenly layer while the other 2 are at the 2nd heavenly layer. I'll eventually run out of mana if I rely solely on the profound water sword Qi. I must tread carefully." With a sweep of his sword Qi, Li Tangye managed to momentarily push back the 3 assailants who came forward to him. Glancing down, he observed the stronghold gradually regaining stability. "I wonder if the 2 kids have escaped. If not, I must withdraw after a few more exchanges and wait for another opportunity." After intercepting a dozen moves from the 3 enemies, Li Tangye once again repelled them with his sword. Then without a word, he turned around and fled east. Mu Jiaoman's angry shout echoed after him. "Such audacity! You think you can come and go as you please." He gritted his teeth and conjured a dense black Qi, but this caused his essence Qi to diminish slightly. He was using a formidable Mount Yue shaman's secret spell. The thick black Qi swirled and expanded, forming a large skull that hurtled toward Li Tangye. Watching from below, Lu Zhongxian was momentarily taken aback, sensing a familiarity with the black Qi. It felt like a product of the mirror, evoking an impulse to draw it closer with a finger and devour it. After a brief contemplation and a glance at Mu Jiaoman, Lu Zhongxian decided to prioritize self-preservation over fleeting indulgences. He continued to feign death in the mirror, while discreetly activating his divine sense to closely monitor Li Tangye's situation. Although Li Tangye could not identify the spell being cast by Mu Jiaoman, he sensed its malevolent nature. Dodging and weaving in the air, Li Tangye attempted to evade the surging black Qi, but it suddenly sped up and collided with his back. With a booming laugh, Mu Jiaoman taunted. This shaman's spell is extremely phenomenal. Your tricks won't save you, even if you flee to the ends of the earth. Feeling his limbs going cold, Li Tongya forced his mana to circulate in his body. His flight speed even decreased slightly. However, upon closer inspection, he detected no further anomalies. Is that it? Perplexed, Li Tongya glanced back and noticed that despite his slowed speed, he was gradually distancing himself from the three enemies. This unexpected turn left Mu Jiaoman infuriated and bewildered. Feeling his subordinate's stares boring holes into his back, he muttered under his breath, "What the hell is going on?" Meanwhile, beneath them, Lu Jiangxian chuckled inwardly as he studied the structure of the black qi that had attached itself to the back of Li Tongya's clothes. Most of it was currently under the control of his divine sense. It resembles talisman qi, although considerably weaker. The medium of the sacrificial ritual method is the mirror, but that seems to have been changed to the spellcaster. There must be a strong connection between shamans and the mirror. Recalling the yellow talisman of the Golden Core realm found in the direction of the Great Juoding, Lu Jiangxian quietly noted down this newfound insight from the black qi in his heart before quickly dissipating it. I suppose I can study this matter when I have spare time. At least it beats spending all my time sleeping in the mirror. Chapter 96, Losses. Mu Jiaoman and the two shamans chased after Li Tongya for some time, cursing loudly before they eventually ceased their chase and retreated with awkward looks on their faces. Li Tongya managed to glance back and watch Mu Jiaoman and the others leave, a subtle smile playing on his lips. After channeling his mana throughout his body for just one cycle, the slight discomfort brought on by the curse swiftly vanished. Perplexed and pausing to reflect, he deduced that the leader of Mount Yue had yet to perfect his skills, thereby bringing shame upon himself through his inadequate mastery. After regulating his breathing to restore his mana, Li Tongya glanced around and then glided close to the ground. The river pure qi he had consumed previously rolled in his Kihai acupoint, rendering him weightless and enabling him to move without his feet touching the ground. I should return first and see if those two kids are back. If not, I'll have to infiltrate the stronghold once more. Staying close to the ground and moving with deliberate care, Li Tongya flew for an hour. Upon finally sensing the presence of the two disheveled children, Li Xuanling and Li Jingxian, within the range of his spiritual sense, relief washed over him. Li Xuanling had cast a spell on his leg, causing them to glow in white, as he easily navigated through the forest with Li Jingxian in his arms. He was running so quickly that mud water splattered on his body. The kid avoided the eastern route toward Mount Lijing, for fear of running into Mu Jiaoman and the others who had failed to pursue Li Tongya. He deliberately picked the further route, which explained why Li Tongya had to spend a long time to locate them. Li Tongya gently landed before Li Xuanling, his smile broadening upon seeing their astonished expressions. Li Xuanling's eyes immediately reddened with tears. Having endured days of being a hostage and forced to face life-and-death situations, Li Xuanling was pent up with frustration. He released Li Jingxian, who already had tears streaming down her face, and cried out, "Father!" Li Tongya's heart clenched at the sight. He embraced his son, soothing him. There, everything's fine now. It's our fault as elders for making both of you suffer so much." With a sigh, Li Tongya lifted each of his children with one hand and ascended into the sky. "Jianixi has indeed proven to be a formidable enemy, driving our family to this state. Your third uncle's escape route had been cut off and he was forced westward. I've received no news of him since," he explained softly. Recalling the cold message he received on the jade seal from the azure ponsec that read, "Endure," Li Tongya gazed into the fading twilight and murmured, "We can only rely on ourselves and become stronger. Father, I've heard that our family head has ventured deep into Mount Yue's territory. Have you already heard about this?" Li Xuanling asked, wiping away his tears as he recalled the information he heard. Li Tongya hesitated, then reassured him, "Don't worry, your uncle will surely get out of there safely." Upon Li Tongya's return to Mount Lijing, he found that Li Xuanfeng was in seclusion. Li Xuanxuan had already managed the village affairs and organized a militia of 200 to 300 people to maintain order. Once Li Tongya put down the two kids, Li Xuanling went to the backyard to return the mirror. Li Jingxian was extremely exhausted from the entire ordeal. She went to the side courtyard to inform her mother, Tian Yun, that she was back safely, then washed up and retired to bed. Li Xuanxuan was also relieved to see them back and inquired about news of Li Xiangping. Li Xuanling shared the information he had gathered in the stronghold, but Li Tongya and Li Xuanxuan fell into contemplative silence after listening to him. It was at this moment that Li Tongya suddenly recalled that Li Xiangping had chosen the evade death, prolong life option when he received the talisman qi. Feeling slightly at peace, he asked, "Let's not worry about Xiangping for now. The Misty Maze formation has been broken. Did you manage to retrieve the formation flags?" Li Xuanxuan quickly produced 3 formation flags and explained, "When the grand formation was broken, All the 6 formation flags were scattered about the mountain. I have only managed to recover 3 of them. The remaining ones were probably taken away by those from Mount Yue. Apart from that, 5 spirit fields have been plundered. We've lost over 300 jin of spirit patties and more than 10 spirit fruits. I've arranged for people to replant the fields that were plundered. The overall estimated total loss is around 20 spirit stones, he reported. Li Tongya nodded in acknowledgement, but Li Xuanxuan continued lamenting. With the Misty Maze formation destroyed, Mount Lijing is now left vulnerable without any protection. We don't have any other formations at home, though. What about Wan Tianchu? Li Tongya asked as he carefully put away the 3 formation flags into his storage pouch. Li Xuanxuan shook his head and answered in disappointment. The kid's not a master in that field. He has only learned 2 formations out of the many formations in the Wan family's legacies. Both are small formations of the embryonic breathing realm, suitable for individual protection, but not enough to safeguard the mountain. Li Tongya, after a moment of reflection, suggested, Mount Lijing was plundered largely due to our lack of protective formations. Go set up a few small formations that could deter the mortals from coming up here. I plan to spend the next few years gathering river pure qi. If Xiangping doesn't return by then, I'll sell it and see if it's possible to bring someone from the Xiao family here to set up a formation of the qi cultivation realm. Li Xuanxuan looked troubled and said, this would mean wasting second uncle's valuable cultivation time to gather the pure qi. It's fine, Li Tongya replied, shaking his head. None of you have yet to break through to the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm and awaken your spiritual sense. Without it, you cannot gather this pure qi. Moreover, even with a spiritual sense, gathering qi as a cultivator of the embryonic breathing realm is exceedingly slow. We can't afford to wait 8 to 10 years. It's unfortunate that this type of spiritual qi of heaven and earth is very sparse. A vast expanse of reeds can only produce a portion of it over 5 years, he added. Li Xuanxuan nodded in understanding, and Li Tongya continued, besides, should another person from our Li family attain the qi cultivation realm, the Azure Pond sect will likely issue higher-level spirit seeds and change their demands on the tributes. Li Xuanxuan paused briefly before asking, that means our Li family needs to increase our tributes, right? I wonder if we can hide this from the sect. Li Tongya shook his head and replied, there's no need to do that. Delaying 2 or 3 decades won't change the inevitable. It's not worth it to risk offending the Azure Pond sect. Although they've seemed indifferent about us over the past few years, it's wise to remain cautious. The Azure Pond sect's motives are unclear, and we must be wary of their actions. The Azure Pond sect sees us as nothing more than livestock. It was at this moment they were interrupted by another voice. Li Xuanfeng strode into the room with a smile on his face. Li Tongya expanded his spiritual sense, then chuckled and asked, you achieved a breakthrough, huh? Li Xuanfeng nodded and answered, I've reached the 5th stage of the embryonic breathing realm and condensed the jade capital chakra. Having a spiritual sense is a truly amazing feeling. Li Xuanxuan offered him a congratulatory smile, tinged with envy, and a compliment. Li Xuanfeng shook his head humbly. He was worried about his father, Li Xiangping, and could hardly feel the joy over his achievement. Carrying his longbow on his back, he declared, I'll hunt some demonic creatures nearby to help support our family. Don't stray too far, Li Tongya warned. Although he knew Li Xuanfeng was capable of handling a few demonic creatures around Mount Dali, he was still concerned for his safety. Li Xuanfeng nodded, then left. Li Tongya returned his attention to Li Xuanxuan and encouraged him, you must also diligently pursue your cultivation. If you reach the qi cultivation realm stage, it will give me peace of mind. Understood. Li Xuanxuan nodded vigorously. Just then they heard a messenger report from outside, young family head. A visitor from the town has arrived, representing the Lu family of Mount Tiaoan from the east. Chapter 97, Wishes I, bring him here, Li Tongya instructed grimly after hearing the clan's soldiers' report. It must be about the Jai family. After all, the Jai family is situated between the Lu family of Mount Tiaoan to the east and the Li family of Mount Lijing to the west. Come to think of it, it is likely that the Lu family is thinking of launching a pincer attack against the Jai family. Just as Li Tongya was lost in his flurry of thoughts, an old man in a white flowing robe was escorted into the courtyard. His hair was as white as a crane's feathers, contrasting with his face, which was rosy-colored. He held a jade scepter in hand, immediately cupping his fist at the people in the courtyard. Lu Sisi from the Lu family of Mount Tiaoan, which is under the governance of Azure Pond sect. It's a pleasure to meet both of you, he greeted with a genuine smile. Li Tongya from the Li family of Mount Lijing. Li Tongya replied in the same cordial manner, returning the gesture. With his spiritual sense, he learned that Lu Sisi had attained the 5th or 6th heavenly layer of the qi cultivation realm. The jade scepter in the old man's hand glowed subtly, which indicated its quality, one that far surpassed the sword that hung at Li Tongya's waist, a weapon of the embryonic breathing realm. Please have a seat, Li Tongya said, gesturing for Lu Sisi to sit. As the old man settled into his seat, Li Xuanling and the others quietly left. Accepting the tea served by a servant, Li Tongya fell silent before asking the question that lingered in his mind. What brings you here, senior? Lu Sisi raised his gray eyebrows and his smile widened as he replied, I'm here to congratulate you, Junior Tongya. Li Tongya frowned, unsure and confused by the old man's words. What is there to congratulate me for? Those from Mount Yue invaded our borders and plundered over 10 families, destroying 6 of them in the process. When I ascended Mount Lijing, the mortals seemed mostly fine, save for a few that looked depressed and understandably so. I'm guessing that your family did not suffer significant loss. Now isn't that something worth congratulating? Lu Sisi pointed out quietly with a smile. Despite the softness in the old man's voice, Li Tongya was visibly tense. What are you implying, elder? He asked cautiously with a frown. Lu Sisi took a sip of tea before continuing. The Jai family has taken Mount Huaqian, and the Lu family wishes to reclaim it. The mountain is ours to keep, but will compensate your family with precious items and spirit stones. If we work together, we can remove our common enemy and avenge my family. Oh, what is the bad blood between your family and the Jai family? Li Tongya asked, appearing unfazed or swayed by the man's words. The Lu family actually sent a Qi cultivator to support Mount Huaqian back then, but unfortunately that person perished there. Lu Sisi revealed, his expression and voice solemn. Li Tongya decided to delve deeper. What's the background of the Jai family? How many Qi cultivators do they have in their family? Would you happen to know anything about that, senior? Lu Sisi nodded with the same solemn expression. The Jai family currently has 2 Qi cultivators. The head of their family, Jai Dengqi, is in the middle stage of the Qi cultivation realm, around the 5th or 6th heavenly level. One of their disciples just broke through the Qi cultivation realm in recent years too. And as for their background, there's a rumor that one of the girls from the Jai family is serving someone important in the Golden Tang Gate. Li Tongya smiled wryly, before finally shaking his head in resignation. If Senior Lu is already aware of this connection. Surely you must realize that we can't afford to offend the Jai family. Lu Sisi chuckled at the hesitation in Li Tongya's voice, before setting his tea bowl aside. Considering I decided to pay you a visit with such a demand, naturally it would have been because I've received good news. The old man lowered his voice and continued. A contact within the Golden Tang Gate informed me that they've reassigned many guards from Moongaze Lake over the past 3 years. If my guess is right, there must be some internal strife happening in the Golden Tang Gate. Oh, this piqued Li Tongya's interest immediately, and his ears perked up in response. What did the Azure Pond sect say about this? He asked carefully. They issued an order, Lu Sisi replied, producing a handwritten document branded with the word Azure Pond. It declared a significant territorial realignment, moving the boundary between the Azure Pond sect and the Golden Tang Gate thousands of miles northward, granting the Azure Pond sect ownership of the entire eastern shore of Moongaze Lake. This decree was issued by the prefecture just a few days ago. After seeing it and considering the timing of it all, I believe that the cultivator in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion realm from Golden Tang Gate must have reached the end of his life, thus leaving only a cultivator in the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Li Tongya's eyes immediately widened, momentarily taken aback by the news. The passing of a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm is a significant incident that the Golden Tang Gate would surely conceal. How is the Azure Pond sect so well informed? He asked, his voice still laced with concern. The 3 sects and 7 gates were esteemed organizations as they had at least one or several legacies within the Purple Mansion realm. It was rumored that each of the 3 sects had more than 3 of them, while the 7 gates had only 1 or 2. On top of that, the sects were guarded by cultivators of the Purple Mansion. With the passing of the Golden Tang Gate's cultivator in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion realm, their influence was bound to wane, though not to the extent of endangering their survival. Lu Sisi shook his head and replied, people like us will never know what happened between the cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. But that's enough talking. Will the Li family participate in this or not? Li Tongya shut his eyes and took a moment to consider, a furrow in his brow. Given the Li family's current need for legacies and resources, this was definitely an extremely tempting proposal. On top of that, it was an opportunity to address a long-standing issue. Still, Li Tongya remained cautious and sought further clarification. The Jai family's connection to the important figure in the Golden Tang Gate is rumored to be their young master. Does he have anything to do with that fallen cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm? He's the grandson of that very cultivator. That lineage, now uncertain of its standing, might be looking to assert its power within the gate. They won't have time to take care of the Jai family, Lu Sisi replied with emotion in his voice. Very well. Li Tongya nodded before gritting his teeth, appearing to be deep in his thoughts. I have a few conditions though. Please go ahead. First, should any of the Jai family's cultivation methods or secret technique manuals come into our possession, I intend to make a copy for the Li family. This is not to be considered part of our agreed compensation, Li Tanya stipulated, his voice full of resolve. Lu Sisi nodded without any hesitation. Fine by me. Secondly, I will act independently as a rogue cultivator from Moongaze Lake, instead of someone from the Li family of Mount Lijing. Should I encounter overwhelming opposition, I'll retreat immediately. Any loot from those I defeat will be mine to claim, Li Tanya continued. Lu Sisi was momentarily taken aback by this demand of Li Tanya's. He laughed wryly and could not help but express a mix of admiration and envy. Your prudence is commendable. If only my own kin possessed a fraction of your foresight, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Li Tanya smiled softly, remaining quiet. Lu Sisi thought for a while before finally responding. Fine, the assets from Mount Huaqian shall be equally shared. 30% of the spirit springs and fields will be compensated to your family in the form of spirit stones or treasures of equal value. Li Tanya sipped his tea thoughtfully, his eyes having a gleam in them. All right then, I would have to have you take a profound scenery spiritual oath. Without any hesitation, Lu Sisi nodded and agreed with a small smile. Of course, that is only proper. Together, they performed the oath, feeling a faint mark etched into their profound scenery chakras. Li Tanya then asked, when shall we depart? I'll come again in 3 days and we'll journey toward Mount Huaqian together, fellow Taoist. And to this, Li Tanya nodded in acknowledgement. After seeing Lu Sisi off, he returned to the courtyard and saw Li Xuanxuan, who was lost in thought. I still have a jade sprout pill in my storage, a trophy from Xiangping's previous conquests. I intend to enter seclusion to break through to the 3rd heavenly level of the Qi cultivation realm to enhance my chances of success, he spoke softly, informing the boy of his intentions. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanxuan immediately rose to his feet and cupped his fist respectfully. Rest assured during your seclusion, second uncle. I'll take good care of our home. Chapter 98, Wishes II. Li Qijing stood before the teeming beasts at the foot of the mountain, his cultivation radiating in great power. His white robe fluttered in the evening breeze, drawing admiring glances from those around him. Is that Li Qijing, the Kingsui sword immortal? They whispered in hushed voices. Indeed, just look at his aura. He's surely a mere step away from attaining the foundation establishment realm. Despite the gossip around him, Li Qijing was acutely aware of his own situation. In reality, he was closer than a mere step away from attaining the foundation establishment realm. As a matter of fact, he had to constantly suppress his true essence in order to prevent it from liquefying. With just a thought, he could trigger the liquefaction of the 6 chakras of the embryonic breathing realm within his body. His cultivation would then converge at his Qihai acupoint to form the foundation of the Great Tao, thereby breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. I can't keep delaying this. The sect has sent people to pressure me thrice already. As Li Qijing mulled over his situation, the handsome man in white beside him patted his shoulder. Junior, you're at the peak of Qi cultivation realm already, aren't you? Li Qijing sighed internally before turning around to face the man dressed in white. Yes, has Senior Kai come to urge me toward attaining the foundation establishment realm? He asked. Senior Kai was slightly taken aback by Li Qijing's response but nodded. Yes, the sect is looking forward to it. They have also prepared the pills to help you with your breakthrough. You can enter seclusion and focus on your breakthrough anytime now, junior brother. Li Qijing nodded in response with an appreciative smile. How kind of the sect. Qijing can only express his gratitude. Senior Kai nodded, though his expression changed briefly. Naturally, however, how confident are you in breaking through, junior brother? Senior Kai asked quietly, a hint of hesitance in his voice as he cleared his throat awkwardly. Li Qijing feigned a troubled expression and answered, less than 80%. 80%. Senior Kai frowned at Li Qijing's answer. An 80% success rate was extraordinarily high by any standard, yet considering the plethora of heavenly treasures Li Qijing had consumed, his mere 80% confidence left Senior Kai perplexed. Looks like I have no choice but to part with this essence-gathering pill. With a soft sigh, Senior Kai reached into his brocade pouch and retrieved a jade bottle, offering it to Li Qijing with a smile. I have another essence-gathering pill, you may use it. Li Qijing nodded and accepted the jade bottle with an expression of great gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. Senior Kai, concealing his dismay over the loss of his valuable resource, maintained a smile on his face as he gave Li Qijing words of encouragement. Prepare yourself well before entering seclusion to achieve your breakthrough. Li Qijing nodded vigorously, then descended from the mountain. As he walked past Senior Kai, a chilling remark from Senior Kai stopped him dead in his tracks. Li Qijing, you must succeed in attaining the foundation establishment realm. Failure is not an option, and you do not wish to face the consequences. This warning caused Li Qijing to pause momentarily, his gaze lifting to meet Senior Kai's seemingly kind smile. Li Qijing chuckled in response, shaking his head while he continued his descent down the mountain. Senior Kai watched Li Qijing's retreating figure coldly as he mumbled to himself. It's just a few pills for someone on the brink of death. the old ancestor's nascent essence pill. That's a treasure we cannot afford to squander. Li Qijing descended the mountain and took a moment to collect his thoughts before entering a small pavilion at the foot of the mountain. He climbed the slightly worn pearwood stairs, his attention drawn to a youth that was sprawled drunkenly across a square, brownish-red table. Deng Qiaji, Li Qijing called out as soon as he recognized the man, lifting the young man up from his drunken sprawl. With a quick flick of his wrist, the moon and autumn essences swiftly gathered in his hand, forming a handful of clear lake water, which he then splashed directly onto Deng Qiaji's face. It worked, and the cold water immediately startled Deng Qiaji awake. Water was trickling down his hair and face, evaporating into spiritual qi right away upon falling to the ground. The spell was cast with such finesse that it showcased the caster's profound cultivation. Blinking away his disorientation, Deng Qiaji recognized Li Qijing in his drunken stupor and greeted him with a sloppy grin. "Brother Jing, you're here early today." Li Qijing took a seat and managed to fill an entire cup from the remaining contents of the leftover wine bottles on the table. He brought it close to his lips and took a sip before speaking. "I'll be attempting to break through to the Foundation establishment realm tomorrow." Deng Qiaji, even in his drunken state, was taken aback by his statement. Tears welled up in his eyes, blinking once more as he tried to focus on the man in front of him. "Brother Jing, are you really sure?" he asked with concern and unsureness. Li Qijing nodded with a carefree chuckle. "We are going to get devoured." He grinned. Deng Qiaji quietly lifted his cup in response to Li Qijing's cheerful demeanor, only to find it empty. "You're really optimistic," he mumbled, a frown on his face. Li Qijing smiled and said, "We've already had it all figured out over the past few years anyway, and I'm the primary component, while you are the secondary component. I wonder what kind of divine elixir we'll become." After finishing the wine in his cup, Li Qijing stood up but stilled. After a moment of deliberation, he spoke. This wine isn't strong enough." After muttering these words, Li Qijing then turned and made his way out of the pavilion. His next stop was a cave dwelling on the mountain. He knocked on the stone door and waited. Not long after, it swung open. Jinger. The person who greeted him was none other than his senior brother, Zhao Yuanci, with herbs in his hands. Upon seeing Li Qijing, a look of guilt washed over Zhao Yuanci's face. "Aren't you going to invite me in, senior brother?" Li Qijing asked with a cheeky smile on his face. Zhao Yuanci, realizing his oversight, quickly stepped aside to welcome him in with a sheepish expression. He hurried to serve tea as they sat at a stone table, his gaze lingering on Li Qijing. "You've also reached the peak of qi cultivation realm, senior brother. How confident are you in attaining the Foundation establishment realm?" Li Qijing inquired. "My chances are not as favorable as yours, with only about 30 to 40%. I believe I'll need a few more years of preparation," Zhao Yuanci replied grimly with a shake of his head. Li Qijing nodded in response. After exchanging a few more words, he finally got into the purpose of his visit. "I've come with some matters that I hope you can help me with, senior brother." "What is it, Jinger?" Li Qijing took out a jade bottle from his pocket and showed it to Zhao Yuanci. "Jian gave me this essence-gathering pill. Please send this to my family," he requested. Zhao Yuanci nodded in understanding before hesitation filled his expression. "Then you," his voice trailed off as his eyes glanced at Li Qijing questioningly. "I won't be using it," Li Qijing announced, shaking his head with a confident smile. He proceeded to lay out several items from his storage pouch and explained, "Over the years, I've earned some merit and traded it for an alchemy legacy. I heard that Xuanfenger is skillful with bow and arrows just like his father, so I've obtained this secret technique for them. The rest I've exchanged for spirit stones, about 100 in total. I've also drawn some talismans throughout these years, so please help me take these back to them, senior brother." Zhao Yuanci naturally understood Li Qijing's intention, listening intently to his instructions with tears glistening in his eyes. With sorrow in his voice, he proclaimed loudly, "Jinger, Kingsui Peak owes you an apology." Li Qijing paused before shaking his head and chuckled lightly, dismissing his apology. "Senior brother, there's no need for such sentiments. Everything I've learned and gained came from Kingsui Peak, and now I'm merely giving back to the sect. There's nothing wrong with that, so let's not dwell on such thoughts." Despite this, Zhao Yuanci continued, "No matter the circumstances, both the Zhao family and Kingsui Peak have supported the Li family and myself extensively. We will always hold this kindness in high regard." With those words, Li Qijing rose from his seat and performed a deep and solemn bow first toward Si Yunbai in the north, honoring him despite his imprisonment, before turning to Zhao Yuanci. Tears welled in his eyes as he made a fervent plea. "Senior brother, I entrust the future care of my family to you. Jinger, as long as I, Zhao Yuanci, live, the Li family's legacy will be preserved." Zhao Yuanci expressed in great earnest, remaining in his solemn stance. As Li Qijing wiped away his tears and embraced Zhao Yuanci with a smile, he heard his senior brother whisper in his ear, "Li Qijing, do you have any other wishes?" Li Qijing laughed. "Oh, my wishes have been fulfilled." If I were to wish for anything more, it would be to convey my word to that old ancestor of the Purple Mansion realm who sought to use us as ingredients for his elixir. May his endeavor to break through to the Golden Core realm fail and his life force deplete, reducing him to mere dust. His voice was cold and his words sharp. Chapter 99, Siege I. Almost instantly after consuming the Jade Sprout pill, Li Tanya felt a surge of mana throughout his body, his Kihai acupoint brimming with unbridled energy. This enabled him to ascend to the third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm with great ease and barely any effort. The Qi cultivation realm was much more straightforward compared to the embryonic breathing realm, which was so filled with hurdles that some sects even split the Qi cultivation realm into 3 parts: early, middle, and late stages. Qi cultivation was akin to a buildup of cultivation, turning all hurdles into a strong barrier, which in itself was the foundation. After spending a night to break through the realm and an additional 2 more days to stabilize his cultivation, Li Tanya took a moment to reflect on his progress. I've now attained the third heavenly layer of the Qi cultivation realm, while Jinger is likely already at its peak. I wonder how close he is to attaining the foundation establishment realm, given how the southern border is fraught with danger. I hope he's unharmed. A wave of concern washed over him as realization suddenly dawned upon him. It's been years since Jinger has gone there, and yet, he hasn't sent a single letter home. Forcing himself to push aside his worries, Li Tanya exited the cave dwelling on Mount Mike and summoned Li Xuanxuan. Have the Wuzha worms produced silk this year? Yes, second uncle. We've collected 6 cocoons from them, Li Xuanxuan reported. His clothes were dirty and he looked like he had a terribly sleepless night, having been occupied with taking care of the demonic creature Li Xuanfeng had hunted. Li Tanya rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Have someone weave the silk into a piece of spirit cloth. Li Xuanxuan nodded obediently, immediately heading off to carry out his order. Only a spirit cloth could conceal one's identity as it can block the user's spiritual sense. It's a pity we don't have more silk. Making a cloak out of it would have been ideal, Li Tanya mused as he retrieved the wooden slips Li Qijing had left behind on a shelf. The cowhide rope holding the wooden strips together was extremely worn out at this point. Though Li Tanya had read these wooden slips countless times, each reading still never failed to provide him with fresh insights. Likewise, Li Tanya has been reading the Celestial Moon / Technique Manual for over a decade now. He could recite the contents of the manual word for word, yet he rarely used the technique during battles as its execution was far too exhausting. None of our swordsmanship can compare to his, Li Tanya remarked with a resigned smile. By now, all the younger generations of the Li family had studied the Profound Water Sword Technique Manual and the Celestial Moon / Technique Manual written by Li Qijing. It was only Li Tanya's son, Li Xuanling, who showed true promise in swordsmanship. Li Xuanfeng and Li Xuanxuan, however, could not make heads or tails of those techniques. After reading for some time, Li Xuanxuan returned with a piece of spirit cloth. Li Tanya accepted the gray veil before testing it with his spiritual sense. Upon finding it impenetrable as he had expected, he nodded in satisfaction and carefully put the cloth away before exiting the cave dwelling. He reached into his storage pouch, retrieving several jade bottles that were filled with healing pills before putting them away once again. Li Tanya then took off his storage pouch and handed it to Li Xuanxuan for safekeeping. It was right at this moment that he noticed Lu Sissy, who was riding grandly on the wind before alighting at the foot of the mountain. Li Tanya soared into the air and landed silently beside the old man. He cupped his fist respectfully. Senior. He greeted with a loud voice. Lu Sissy gave a mere nod in acknowledgement, and without wasting a moment, they both took flight and rode on the wind to journey eastward. Following closely behind, Li Tanya noticed the thick pure qi emanating from Lu Sissy, whose true essence also seemed superior to that of the qi cultivators from Mount Yue. I guess the Lu family really practices authentic techniques, probably consuming minor pure spiritual qi. Li Tanya recalled a conversation with Wan Yunkai years earlier when they were submitting tributes to the sect together. Wan Yunkai had mentioned that the Lu family's cultivation techniques involved harnessing the minor pure spiritual qi, and Li Tanya has finally verified the accuracy of Wan Yunkai's claim today. As they approached Mount Huaqian, Lu Sissy abruptly increased their altitude without any warning. With a swift motion, he clapped his storage pouch and a talisman appeared in his left palm. Swoosh. The talisman was launched into the sky where it burst into a brilliant red bloom. Almost immediately, Li Tanya could see a few figures sprinting through the forest below them. The response from Mount Huaqian was swift. A protective barrier sprang up instantly as 2 figures soared into the sky. One of them wielded a long saber with a solemn expression. It was Jai Denki. You're actually on Mount Huaqian, huh? Lu Sissy remarked with a strange expression, his jade scepter shooting out from his hand. With a smirk, he added, well, that's fine by me. I guess we won't have to ambush you now. Come out, brotherin. At Lu Sissy's cue, another figure emerged from the forest. Li Tanya cast a quick glance at the figure's direction. It was a bald man with stubble all over his chin. Detecting the flowing true essence within the man, he knew the figure was clearly in the middle stage of the chi cultivation realm. Lu Sisi. Jai Denki's gaze hardened at the sight of them. What's going on in the Golden Tang Gate? He asked, parrying Lu Sisi's jade scepter. Noticing the distressed look on Jai Denki's face, Li Tanya was reminded of his own turmoil during Mount Yue's unexpected assault on his family, remembering how he had received the same cold and indifferent response from the sect. It dawned on him that the current situation mirrored the pact between Mount Yue and the Azure Pond sect. The families abandoned in their sieges likely fell under the agreements made between the Azure Pond sect and the Golden Tang Gate, which would explain why Jai Denki had been left in the dark. As combat ensued between Jai Denki and the two men, Li Tanya faced a chi cultivator from the Jai family. The young man, wielding a long pole, appeared to be only 28 or 29 years old. He seemed extremely nervous, a stark contrast to Li Tanya, who unleashed a sword that easily repelled him with a mere flick of his wrist. This kid shows great potential. However, his spellcasting reveals his inexperience despite his dedicated cultivation over the years. With another swing of his sword, Li Tanya nearly disarmed the young man, sending his long pole flying. Amidst the fray, Jai Denki, struggling against the two opponents, attempted to dissuade Li Tanya with a desperate plea. That friend with the sword. The Jai family is favored by the young master of the Golden Tang Gate. Do not be deceived by those two. Withdraw now, and the Jai family shall forget what happened today. Li Tanya merely let out a cold chuckle as he knocked the young man's weapon out of his grasp with barely any effort. I am from the Wan family, he bellowed with an air of defiance. Jai Denki was taken aback by the revelation, and still parrying Lu Sisi's jade scepter, he made a swift break to the north. Don't let him escape. Lu Sisi and the man with the surname and attempted to block Jai Denki's path, while Li Tanya swiftly caught the long pole the young cultivator from the Jai family had hastily abandoned as he fled southward. Li Tanya took note of the fleeing young man's true essence and came to the conclusion that he, too, had most likely consumed minor pure spiritual chi as well. Li Tanya rode on the wind and gave chase, his own river true essence granting him a slight speed advantage. As his target launched a few talismans of the embryonic breathing realm in a desperate attempt to repel his advances, Li Tanya felt a twinge of heartache. Those were supposed to be my spoils, Li Tanya muttered to himself as he dispelled the incoming talismans with a simple swipe of his sword. The true essence of those who had consumed river pure chi was markedly more potent than those who consumed the minor pure spiritual chi. This enhancement in vitality not only increased his flying speed, but also granted him an edge in agility. Although there was a slight delay in his ability to execute quick directional changes and leaps, this minor disadvantage had no significant impact on his overall performance. After a chase that spanned a few miles, Li Tanya breached the true essence that was protecting the young man's body with his sword. With a turn of his sword, he thrust the tip of the blade into the young cultivator's back, eliciting a pained cry as he fell. Li Tanya followed at a measured pace, watching coldly as the young man struggled in agony, unable to muster the concentration needed to cast a spell as he was blinded by the pain. As the youth reached out in a desperate attempt to retrieve his storage pouch, Li Tanya, with terrifyingly swift precision, severed his arm with a single slash. He watched dispassionately as the young man writhed in agony before mercifully delivering the final blow, bringing a quick but bloody end to his suffering. Chapter 100, Siege II. Securing the young man's storage pouch and stowing the long pole in it, Li Tanya tied it to his waist. Now he had a storage pouch to use once more. He did not waste time examining his loot, but instead headed straight for Mount Huaqian. While the three men were exchanging blows in the distant sky, Li Tanya focused on destroying the formation of Mount Huaqian. Of course, the formation on Mount Huaqian was no longer the same earth-locking Huaqian formation that was used long ago. The Jai family had reformed the Grand Formation with defensive prowess, one that reflected the peak embryonic breathing realm. Although Li Tanya managed to make a big hole in it with his sword, the gap quickly healed itself, resealing the formation. With a series of decisive strikes with his sword, aided by the Lu family's simultaneous assault at the foot of the mountain, the formation eventually faltered before shattering. Charge! As chaos quickly ensued at the foot of the mountain, Li Tanya shrouded himself and descended swiftly into the courtyard. The place lay in disarray, abandoned in haste. A quick scan with his spiritual sense revealed that the inhabitants of the mountain had fled toward its base. Li Tanya curled his lips and frowned in frustration, discovering that the storerooms had already been cleared out. He surveyed the area from his vantage point in the sky, then quickly located the entrance to a cave dwelling. Unfortunately, it was guarded by a resilient formation that would only falter if Li Tanya were to use a dozen sword chi. All of a sudden, he was interrupted by a thunderous noise. Rumble. Lu Sisi's true essence was dispersed and his body was almost coal-black, scorched and burned. He plummeted into the forest, coughing up blood. His condition was extremely critical. The bald man quickly retreated, bewildered and fearful of such unleashed power. What kind of talisman was that? Jidenki did not answer his question, but his complexion was ashen. He swung his saber at the bald man, who quickly evaded his assault. That man from the Wan family, I'm outmatched. I need backup. Jidenki yelled, panic peeking through his voice. Li Tongya cursed under his breath as he was forced to give up his exploration of the cave dwelling. He soared into the sky above Mount Huaqian before launching a sword chi directly at Jidenki's back. Wan family's remnants. Jidenki bellowed, his gaze fierce as he turned around and deflected the sword chi with a swift side slash. Jidenki's true essence was sharp and powerful, just like his swordplay. Li Tongya parried the blows with his own sword aura, but was still forced to move backward despite his strength. Meanwhile, the bald man's persistent spellcasting forced Jidenki into a defensive stance, only for Li Tongya to launch another sword chi attack aimed precisely at his enemy. Caught in a difficult position, Jidenki struggled to fend off attacks from multiple fronts. As the battle wore on for about a quarter of an hour, the cries of the Jai family's members gradually dwindled. In a desperate attempt, Jidenki unleashed a talisman, hoping to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Oh no, Li Tongya and the man quickly withdrew. Thankfully, the talisman's effect was minimal, producing a few pathetic sparks before finally fizzling out. Nevertheless, the momentary distraction allowed Jidenki to flee. That was a trap. While the bald man chastised himself for his carelessness, Li Tongya had already given chase to Jidenki. Come on, we mustn't let him escape. He called out, urging him to follow suit. Jidenki, after such a prolonged struggle against the bald man and Lu Sisi, found his stamina waning. In his desperation and panic, he had utilized his precious talisman, only for Li Tongya to join the fight. With his reserves of true essence nearly depleted, Jidenki had no choice but to escape northward. Jidenki's escape was abruptly cut short by the Jade Scepter, compelling him to halt and defend himself. Lu Sisi, despite his injuries, managed to propel himself through the air again. His bloody legs appeared to have been fractured and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and yet he still gathered the strength to issue a fierce command. Don't let him escape. The intervention by the Jade Scepter allowed Li Tongya's sword to close in on Jidenki. Faced with his inevitable fate, his eyes darkened as he came to understand the utter bleakness of his situation. As Li Tongya observed Jidenki's defiant stance, he deliberately slowed his attack, allowing the bald man to catch up. He held his sword at the ready, fixing his gaze on Jidenki. With a defiant laugh, Jidenki discarded his storage bag, hurling it far away before turning to face the bald man. The saber in his hands shone with a golden light, its force indicating that Jidenki was channeling all of what was left of his remaining strength into this final stand. Li Tongya and Lu Sisi exchanged glances, then seized the opportunity to secure the discarded storage pouch with their true essence. The bald man, overwhelmed by Jidenki's relentless attack, retreated in alarm. Undeterred, Jidenki pressed on. He raised his long saber, then brought it down on the bald man's chest with lethal intent. The bald man sidestepped swiftly to evade the attack just in time, only to see a cold glint of the tip of a sword protruding from Jidenki's chest. Jidenki coughed up blood, slowly turning his head around, only to see Li Tongya shaking the blood off his sword before returning it to its sheath. Jidenki collapsed onto the ground with a loud thud, the ground beneath him turning a crimson red. The two men cast another 2 spells on Jidenki to ensure his death completely. Lu Sisi, having secured the storage pouch, flew toward the 2 men in the sky. He had already bandaged his legs and had renewed vigor. Who's coming with me to raid the Jai family's stronghold on Mount Huazhong? He asked cheerily. You two may proceed without me. I'll search Mount Huaqian, Li Tongya replied with a sigh, looking as though his enthusiasm had waned. The valuable items like spirit stones and spirit items were mostly in Jidenki's storage pouch, which Lu Sisi now possessed. Although Lu Sisi was physically further away from Jidenki at that moment, he still managed to snatch away the storage pouch. Mount Huazhong was the Jai family's ancestral ground. Since Lu Sisi had taken a profound scenery spiritual oath to equally divide any treasures that he finds, Li Tongya was naturally not interested in going there. He would much rather explore the cave dwelling on Mount Huaqian. The man by the surname and nodded, then departed with Lu Sisi. Li Tongya then made his way back to Mount Huaqian. The situation on Mount Huaqian was a mess, with cries and pleas for help echoing around him. Approaching the cave, he found the entrance to be guarded by members of the Lu family, who acknowledged him as a senior as a show of respect, having witnessed his earlier combat alongside Lu Sisi. Li Tongya gave them a brief nod before spending about a quarter of an hour breaching the protective formation of the cave dwelling. He ventured inside, which made the members of the Lu family exchange uncertain glances with each other, ultimately choosing to remain outside the cave dwelling. Upon entering the cave dwelling, Li Tongya was greeted by the sight of a bubbling spring, its waters clear and inviting. His spiritual sense quickly discovered several jade stones within its depths, which he promptly retrieved and secured. Putting away the jade stones, Li Tanya pushed open a stone door, which led to a room with a tea table and several stone stools arranged around it. On the table rested 2 jade bottles of different sizes. The smaller one contained a jade sprout pill, which Li Tanya pocketed with ease, but the big jade bottle was far too big for his storage. Li Tanya assessed its contents with his spiritual sense and found it to contain a type of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was of such rarity and preciousness that Li Tanya decided to secure the bottle to his waist directly. The room held little else of value. There were also several heartfelt letters from Jidenki's sister, which Jidenki had carefully placed under a few wooden slips. The most recent letter was dated 5 years ago. So the young master of Golden Tang Gate goes by the name Siduye. As Li Tanya finished reading the letters, the frown on his face gradually gave way to surprise. The Azure Pond sect has been increasingly active in recent times. We must remain vigilant. Should Mount Yue venture eastward to encroach upon our territory, we must not engage them in direct conflict. The great shaman has been biding his time for a century, waiting for someone capable of unifying the northern foothills. This individual is intended to be offered as a sacrifice. We must never be the ones to end his life. The wrath of a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm is beyond our means to withstand. A chill ran down Li Tanya's spine as he quietly put the letters into his storage pouch. It all makes sense now. Jianixi's eastward assaults against Mount Lijiang, the unexplained silence following the northern incursion into Golden Tang Gate's territories, and us being told to endure. It seems the great shaman is willing to pay any price to facilitate the invasions by Mount Yue's factions, all to shield Jianixi. Such a cold, calculated plan. Sweeping through the tribes to forge the first unified power in the northern foothills of Mount Yue in a century, only to offer their leader as a sacrifice. How malevolent. I wonder what chaos would ensue in the northern foothills following Jianixi's death. Feeling as though a shadow had been cast over him, Li Tanya lifted his gaze to stare at the ceiling of the stone room. It was as if he could visualize an immense hand manipulating events from afar, moving chess pieces across a grand board laid out across the rugged landscape and under the expansive sky.